At this point Michael could no longer feel a certain gaze on him, meaning the origin will was once again gone. Michael did not mind. Though the times they had interacted could barely be called a thing, Michael had been able to grasp a few things about this being. Fortunately, for the part that was about to come, the origin will was not needed. Unique rating. Michael noticed a new term. The rewards this time were somewhat like what he had received when he ascended to rank 2 with a transcendence rating, except this time they were far better. However, the intensity seemed to be about the same. Is this what the origin will meant by new standards? Michael could not help but wonder. Perhaps this unique mission might come up again in the future when he wanted to advance. Michael excitedly glanced through the other rewards. For one, the 15 level ups he would gain after evolving were already worth a good portion of his struggle. Just 15 level ups alone could save him many months or even years of slow progress. One should know that at some point in rank 3 the amount of experience points required to level up reached dozens of millions. It was easy to see why many awakeners eventually switched to focusing mainly on law cultivation, as it was ironically faster and safer. This was also the stage where the advantage awakeners had over older, normal cultivators was no longer as large as before. Truly, just as the origin will had said, there was some sort of balance in everything. Then there were the attribute points, whose importance did not need to be elaborated on. As for the skill mastery ticket, Michael was quite surprised by this. Due to the preciousness of the ticket, Michael had been very mindful about using it. He had not expected his caution to benefit him now. Since the system mentioned an upgrade, then it was surely going to be a better version of the skill tickets he currently possessed. Then there were the big rewards. The preciousness of an epic grade treasure could not be overstated. Michael only had one, the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Though he mainly used it to store his undead, he never forgot about the other miraculous functions of the coffin, with one even having the ability to bring him back from the dead. And this was only an epic grade treasure. Michael never imagined that his advancement this time would give him the opportunity to gain a legendary grade treasure. Though it was only a chance, it did not stop Michael from anticipating it excitedly. Hopefully he would get lucky. As for the other treasures he could not see for some reason, Michael did not believe they would be any worse than the previous ones. He was excited and worried about what they could be. He only hoped he did not get a title this time that would make leveling even more difficult. Well, the future missions he would receive would surely be difficult. He just hoped this one was unique and hopefully had nothing to do with the origin will like this one. With nothing more to examine, Michael did not hesitate any longer and chose to advance. Do you wish to advance? Yes or no? Yes. However, after his voice, nothing happened. The spatial space inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten remained completely silent. Michael waited. 1 second passed. Then another. And another. Yet nothing changed. The expectation on his face slowly faded as confusion began to creep in. Michael frowned slightly and instinctively turned his attention inward. Soon his familiar system interface appeared before him. His eyes quickly scanned through the information until he found what he was looking for. Advancement in progress. Michael's confusion deepened immediately. Advancement in progress? That meant the process had already started. But something felt wrong. According to everything he had learned from Aurora and the Land of Origin, the moment a rank advancement to rank 3 began, the universe itself would respond. It was called the universe's blessing. A process where one's body, soul, and power were acknowledged and reshaped by the world itself. Many descriptions described it as overwhelming. Some spoke of immense pressure. Others mentioned powerful energy flooding their bodies. Some even described hearing faint echoes of the laws themselves. Yet right now, Michael felt absolutely nothing. No pressure. No energy. No strange sensation. Nothing at all. Michael slowly looked down at his own hands. He clenched his fingers once. Then twice. Still nothing. That's strange. A small crease appeared between his brows. His mind immediately began analyzing the situation. Could it be because he was inside the spatial dimension of the damaged coffin of the forgotten? The thought appeared quickly. But just as quickly, Michael dismissed it. That explanation did not make sense. Every record he had read about this advancement never mentioned location being a factor. Wherever one advanced in a city, at least when advancing to rank 3, the universe's blessing would still arrive. It was not something that could be blocked so easily. At least that was what all the sources he had studied claimed. Michael slowly exhaled. His eyes moved back toward the floating system interface. Advancement in progress. The words remained unchanged. But the expected phenomenon still had not appeared. Michael leaned back slightly while sitting cross-legged among his undead legion. The silence around him felt heavier now. Don't tell me something else is going wrong again. The thought slipped into his mind before he could stop it. Considering everything that had already happened today, Michael would not have been surprised if something unusual occurred again. More time passed. 5 seconds. 10. Then nearly a full minute. Still nothing happened. The silence inside the spatial dimension of the damaged coffin of the forgotten became increasingly uncomfortable. Michael's brows slowly tightened. At first he had assumed the process simply required a moment to begin. But now even he was beginning to feel uneasy. This isn't normal. He muttered the words quietly to himself. The panel still displayed the same message. Advancement in progress. But aside from that, there were no other changes. Michael slowly stood up from his cross-legged position. Thousands of undead remained motionless around him. Their empty gazes silently followed their master. Michael took a slow breath. At this point he felt he could no longer keep the matter to himself. Advancing to rank 3 was an extremely important step. If something truly went wrong during the process, the consequences could be severe. Michael was not willing to gamble with something like that. I should probably ask someone. He did not intend to explain the entire situation. There was no way he could reveal everything about the origin will or the ridiculous requirements he had just completed. But perhaps an instructor might know something about unusual advancement situations. At the very least they could confirm whether this was normal. With that decision made, Michael did not hesitate any longer. His figure blurred slightly. A moment later Michael pushed open the door of his manor and stepped outside. He had only taken a single step into the courtyard when suddenly he stopped. A strange sensation ran through his body. It was subtle, but impossible to ignore. Michael frowned slightly. What is this? The feeling was difficult to describe. It was not pain. Nor was it pressure. Instead it felt almost like a faint pull, as if something somewhere was calling to him. Michael slowly raised his head. His eyes instinctively moved upward toward the sky. The Academy's secret realm possessed its own artificial sky. Above him countless stars shimmered faintly across the darkness. Yet at that moment Michael could not shake the strange feeling coming from deep within his body. It felt as though something inside him was responding to something above. Calling to it. Or perhaps summoning it. Michael's gaze remained fixed on the starry sky. Why does it feel like? Michael's voice trailed off. Before he could finish the sentence, a thunderous voice suddenly exploded across the entire secret realm. Which bastard decided that advancing to this level should be done inside the Academy? The roar echoed through the realm like rolling thunder. The voice sounded furious. Yet strangely, the anger could not completely hide the excitement within it. It almost sounded delighted. Michael blinked. What? Before he could react further, his surroundings suddenly distorted. His vision shifted. Space itself seemed to fold. In the next instant 5 figures appeared directly in front of him. Michael froze. Because the moment those individuals appeared, an overwhelming pressure filled the courtyard. Their presence alone made the surrounding air feel heavy. Among them stood a familiar figure. Director Arvin. However, unlike his usual erratic demeanor, the Academy director was staring at Michael with a strange expression. Confusion. And he was not the only one. The other 4 individuals standing beside him were also staring at Michael with identical expressions. 5 pairs of eyes locked onto him. All of them were observing him carefully. Silently. After several seconds one of the elders finally spoke. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Another figure slowly rubbed his chin while continuing to stare at Michael. "No." His voice was calm. "Unfortunately our eyes seem to be working perfectly." He paused for a moment before continuing. "And it appears the rank 3 supernatural we sensed, is this youth. However, why is he still at rank 2? And how could he even summon that phenomenon?" Silence fell again. Michael's heart skipped a beat. Because at that moment he clearly recognized something terrifying. All 5 of the people standing before him were rank 4 superpowers. Director Arvin alone was already a terrifying existence within the Academy, yet now there were 4 others standing beside him. Facing 5 rank 4 powerhouses at once, even someone as calm as Michael could not remain completely composed. He swallowed slightly and looked toward the only familiar face among them. Director Arvin. His voice was slightly stiff. Michael hesitated for a moment before asking the question that had been bothering him since earlier. "Is something wrong with me?" Director Arvin did not answer immediately. Instead the man stared at Michael for several seconds as if examining something invisible. Then he suddenly asked a strange question. "Michael, have you done anything strange recently?" Michael blinked. "Strange?" Director Arvin nodded slowly. "Yes. Anything unusual? Anything abnormal? Anything that might have provoked the universe maybe?" Michael was completely confused by the wording. He shook his head. "No." He paused briefly before continuing. "Well. I was trying to advance just now." 5 pairs of eyes immediately sharpened. Michael noticed the change and quickly added, "But I can't for some reason." The courtyard became silent again. Director Arvin slowly rubbed his forehead. For once the Academy director did not look absent-minded or half-insane like he usually did. In fact his eyes were unusually clear. Strangely sane. After a moment he lowered his hand and looked at Michael again. "Michael." His tone was calm, but there was something strange hidden beneath it. "You truly are special." Before Michael could ask what that meant, one of the other rank 4 powerhouses suddenly spoke. "We should not wait any longer." His expression had become serious. "If we delay further, a disaster might strike the Academy." Another nodded. "The phenomenon has already begun forming." Director Arvin sighed softly. "Yes. You are right." Before Michael could react, Director Arvin suddenly moved. His figure vanished. The next instant he appeared directly in front of Michael. Then the world blurred. Space twisted violently around him. Michael felt the ground disappear beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye the environment around him changed completely. The manor courtyard vanished. In its place appeared a vast forest. Tall ancient trees surrounded them on all sides. Michael immediately noticed something else. They were no longer inside the Academy's secret realm. This was the real outside world. Yet the 5 rank 4 powerhouses were still standing beside him. Michael looked around in confusion. "Director Arvin." His voice carried clear bewilderment. "What is happening?" Director Arvin did not answer. Instead he slowly raised his hand and pointed upward. "Look." Michael frowned slightly but followed the direction. He lifted his head toward the sky. The moment he did his eyes widened. Above the forest a massive dark storm was forming. Black clouds were gathering rapidly. Lightning flickered within them like furious serpents. The entire sky looked as if it was collapsing. And strangely Michael felt an undeniable connection to it. What manner of advancement is this? For rank 4 powerhouses began speaking among themselves as if Michael was not even present. Somehow they had conveniently excluded Arvin in the mix as well. It seemed even allies wanted nothing to do with this fellow, even if he currently looked sane. One of them folded his arms while studying Michael carefully. Truly, seeing is believing. His eyes moved up and down Michael's figure as if trying to understand something impossible. It seems the rumors were not exaggerated after all. Another elder gave a faint chuckle. So this is the boy. Her tone carried mild curiosity. I have heard quite a few things about him recently, but this is my first time seeing him in person. A third individual slowly nodded. Yes. The Academy has been unusually protective of him. His gaze lingered on Michael for a moment. Now I see why. Michael stood there, completely baffled. The conversation continued as though he were merely an object of study. Another of the rank 4 powerhouses crossed his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. You should not be too excited yet. His eyes briefly moved toward the dark storm gathering above them. If the youth survives this ordeal, then perhaps we can celebrate. Only then will it prove that the Academy truly scored big this time. And that the conflict with the Federation was worth it. The group continued speaking casually. Still, one of them said thoughtfully, to think it would happen this early. Michael finally lost his patience. At this point he could no longer care about showing proper respect. 5 rank 4 powerhouses or not, the situation involved him. He took a step forward. Excuse me. The sudden interruption made the group fall silent. 5 pairs of eyes turned toward him. Michael looked at them one by one before finally settling on Director Arvin. Never did he expect a day would come where Director Arvin looked like the most reliable person nearby. Though unsettled by his subdued demeanor, Michael still pressed his question. Can someone please explain what is happening? He pointed upward toward the terrifying storm. The clouds above had grown even darker. Lightning flashed violently through the sky. The entire atmosphere felt unstable. Michael's voice became sharper. What exactly is that? The forest trembled slightly as thunder rumbled through the heavens. Michael clenched his fists. And why does it feel like it's coming for me? The closer one drew to the universe, the more their senses evolved past normal perception. At some point it went beyond detecting things and became something closer to feeling danger before it arrived, and for some, even glimpsing fragments of the future. Michael was far from that level, but he was still sensitive enough to threats that the pressure descending from those clouds made him deeply uneasy. Only rank 4 beings could threaten his life directly. Whatever was gathering above him he wanted no business with. One of the elders finally stepped forward. It was the only woman among the 5. Tell me something, boy. Her voice was clear and steady. Do you know the stages required to ascend to rank 3 and beyond? Michael blinked at the sudden question but nodded. Yes. The woman gestured lightly. Then explain it. Michael answered without hesitation. To ascend to rank 3, one must comprehend a law and condense that understanding into a law seed within the soul. To ascend to rank 4, the law seed evolves into a law domain, allowing the cultivator to project their law outward and influence the world. And to ascend to rank 5, the law domain transforms into a law world, where the cultivator possesses a vast world within themselves. The female elder nodded. Correct. Then she asked, but do you know the similarity between all these ascensions? Michael frowned slightly and shook his head. No. The elder pointed toward the dark storm forming in the sky. The similarity, she said calmly, is that the universe must acknowledge you. Lightning flashed across the clouds. When one ascends to rank 3, the universe acknowledges the birth of a law. When one ascends to rank 4, it acknowledges the expansion of a domain. And when one ascends to rank 5, it acknowledges the birth of a world. Michael slowly looked back toward the storm, his heartbeat quickening. The elder spoke again. Do you know what comes with the universe's acknowledgement? Michael knew the answer immediately. The universe's blessing. Yes. What is above you is the universe's blessing, but it should not be appearing at your stage. What you are seeing only manifests when someone begins ascending to rank 4, where the universe does not merely acknowledge you but blesses you at the same time. The female elder continued while observing the storm above. What will soon happen, she said calmly, is that several rounds of lightning will descend from those clouds. As long as you survive them, you will reap the benefits. Michael's expression stiffened. The lightning will temper your body, your soul, and your law seed. She paused. Then she muttered quietly to herself. But I still do not understand. Her brows furrowed as she studied the storm. This level of lightning typically appears when preparing a divine vessel for rank 5, beginning from rank 4. So why would it appear for a mortal now? Your body has not reached the peak of a normal cultivator. And if you survive, will you emerge with a fully realized law seed or a domain? The moment those words left her mouth, Michael's eyes widened slightly. A realization surfaced. A title. He remembered a title he had obtained not long ago. Mortal God. For a brief moment Michael could only stare at the dark storm above while a quiet thought formed in his mind. Don't tell me this is because of that title. Title, Mortal God. Summary, against the natural order, a mortal body not yet divine has taken the shape and resilience of a god's vessel. This title recognizes your defiance of limits. Of course it is. Without warning, all 5 rank 4 powerhouses vanished from his vicinity, reappearing at a considerable distance away in the open air. Before Michael could question their movement, a voice reached him from afar. It was one of the elders. If we stand too close, the universe will punish us for interfering, and even we cannot afford that. A brief pause followed. Anyway, good luck, lad. This is not something you can run from. I am sure you have already noticed that your movement is locked in place. I hope you survive. Before Michael could respond, Director Arvin's voice cut through. It's starting. Prepare yourself. The disturbance caused by the heavens was anything but small. Though Michael and the elders stood far from any major civilization, the phenomenon unfolding above them was impossible to completely conceal. The dark cloud stretched far across the sky, spreading like a massive wound across the heavens. Lightning tore through the darkness again and again, illuminating everything below with violent flashes. Each rumble of thunder carried for dozens of kilometers in every direction. The temperature across the surrounding regions began to drop noticeably. A cold wind swept through forests and plains alike. Even those who knew nothing about cultivation could sense that something unnatural was happening. Far away, on a highway cutting through the wilderness, a convoy of transport vehicles slowed to a stop as drivers looked upward in confusion. One man stepped out of his car and stared at the sky. What the hell is that? A driver nearby raised his phone and began recording immediately. This is insane. Look at those clouds. The storm continued expanding slowly, its dark mass swallowing the stars one by one. Several people pointed upward. Is that a storm? No way. The forecast said clear skies tonight. A group of teenagers standing outside a convenience shop had already pulled out their phones. One of them zoomed in on the swirling mass above. Bro, look at that lightning. Another laughed nervously. Upload it. This is going viral for sure. In a residential district several kilometers away, a woman stepped out onto her balcony holding a steaming cup of tea. The moment she saw the sky her expression froze. Her household assistant robot rolled beside her and automatically activated its camera. Elsewhere, a man walking his mechanical pet dog stopped mid-step. The small robotic animal tilted its head upward and projected a holographic display from its collar. Analyzing environmental changes, the device announced calmly. The man frowned. Since when does weather feel like this? Even people who had not been paying attention to the sky began noticing the chill creeping through the air. Children pointed upward from playgrounds. Across several districts, thousands of people began capturing the event through phones, holographic displays, personal assistants, and household robots. Some posted clips online immediately. Others simply stared in stunned silence. No one understood what they were witnessing. Yet instinctively, many of them felt the same quiet unease pressing down from the sky above, as though the heavens themselves were preparing for something immense. If ordinary people could sense such unease, the reaction among the supernatural community was far more intense. Across the surrounding regions, several powerful figures immediately detected the disturbance. Streaks of light tore across the sky as supernaturals rushed toward the source, each one cutting through the air with astonishing speed. But none of them traveled far before their movements abruptly halted. Because they had all sensed something else. 5 terrifying auras hovering in the open sky. The moment that pressure reached them, their expressions changed. 5 rank 4 presences. Damn. One by one the approaching figures slowed. Some cursed under their breath. Others simply turned around without hesitation. No one wanted to provoke 5 rank 4 powerhouses standing together in open air, and even if opportunity lay hidden within that heavenly phenomenon, their lives were worth considerably more. Within moments, most of the approaching supernaturals had retreated. But not all of them turned back. A few streaks of light continued forward without slowing. Their presence was equally powerful. Rank 4. The 5 elders sensed them immediately, yet none of them reacted. After all, those approaching were not weaker beings. Soon, several figures appeared in the distant sky and came to a stop at a safe distance from the storm. They hovered calmly in the air, observing the scene below. The moment their eyes landed on the 5 elders already present, their reactions were immediate. Damn it! One of the newly arrived rank 4 figures rubbed his forehead in frustration. I knew something big was happening, and you bastards got here first. Another elder snorted. You old vultures never miss anything, do you? A third figure laughed openly. Several of them exchanged irritated glances before shaking their heads. Unbelievable. To think something like this would happen in my lifetime. One of them sighed loudly. Why are you bastards always so lucky? You get all the good ones. Another elder clicked his tongue. Don't talk nonsense. You're only jealous because your academy hasn't produced anyone interesting in years. The newly arrived group fell quiet for a moment, their gazes drifting downward toward the lone figure standing beneath the storm. Michael Norman. None of them had seen him in person before. Yet the moment their eyes landed on him, recognition surfaced almost instantly. Michael's Awakener Academy was not the only major institution in the region. Within the surrounding area stood another large Awakener Academy of comparable reputation, and alongside it 2 powerful cultivation academies, each specializing in traditional cultivation rather than the awakening system. All 4 institutions constantly competed for influence, talent, and resources. And in the past few weeks, one name had been circulating everywhere throughout Aurora. Michael Norman. Interesting. Very interesting. One of the elders crossed his arms. I heard you people had found a monster worth fighting the Federation over, but I assumed it was exaggeration. What kind of youth triggers a heavenly tribulation at this stage? He paused. This would be a first in Aurora, would it not? Before anyone could respond, a tremendous bolt of lightning split the sky and came screaming downward. What did it feel like to witness something stand out so much that everything else became background noise or darkness? It wasn't the first time Michael had heard people use this phrase to describe something or a moment, but it was the first time he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Except unlike others, his own situation was not a figure of speech. It was something so bright that it drowned everything in the surroundings. And it was headed straight down at him. The lightning struck. The massive pillar of light descended directly onto Michael's position with absolute precision, as if the heavens themselves had locked onto him. Boom! The impact was catastrophic. The ground collapsed instantly. A deep crater formed at the point of contact as the force of the lightning blasted through the earth. Soil, stone, and shattered roots were thrown outward in a violent explosion, tearing apart everything within dozens of meters. Trees disintegrated. The surrounding forest was erased in a single strike. Dust and debris filled the air, rising like a thick curtain that blocked all visibility for a brief moment. High above, the rank 4 powerhouses watched silently. No one spoke. Their eyes remained fixed on the center of the impact. Slowly, the dust began to settle. And then, a figure emerged from within the crater. Michael stood at the very center. His clothes were mostly gone, reduced to barely anything after taking the full force of the lightning. His body was covered in dirt and ash, and there was even a bit of soil at the corner of his mouth, which he spat out in irritation. But aside from that, he did not look injured. His posture remained upright. For a brief moment, even the watching rank 4 elders were stunned. Then one of them narrowed his eyes slightly. Impressive. No one disagreed. They had all gone through tribulations themselves. They all knew exactly the first strike was the easiest. The opening test. But even so, when they had faced their own tribulations, they had done so at the peak of rank 3. Their bodies had already been tempered with a solid foundation to boost them, and their control over their law was far more refined. Michael was still only rank 2. Another elder spoke quietly. The power of that strike, that was closer to my second strike in my time. A few others nodded subtly. For some, it was their second, and for others it was just a bit stronger than their first. Lightning tribulations were never equal. They were shaped by one's foundation. The stronger the base, the harsher the heavens. Which meant one thing. What Michael had just endured. One elder finally exhaled slowly. What a monster. However, none of them smiled. Not even a little. Instead, a trace of worry appeared on the faces of the elders from Michael's academy. This was only the first strike. There were 9 in total. And if the very first had already reached this level, then the rest would only grow more terrifying. None of them voiced it aloud. But the future ahead looked grim. High above, the storm continued to churn violently. Below, at the center of the crater, Michael stood silently. Then his expression twitched. Fuck. He spat out the dirt in his mouth and clenched his jaw. His body was not injured. But the pain. It stung like a bitch. Every inch of his skin felt like it had been scorched, torn apart, and stitched back together in a single instant. His nerves still buzzed with residual energy, crackling faintly beneath his skin. Even his bones felt heavy. Michael took a slow breath. He wanted to relax. Even if just for a second. But the heavens did not give him that luxury. Before he could even steady himself, the dark clouds above roared again. This time. It was different. 2 streaks of lightning formed within the storm. They twisted together like twin serpents, growing thicker and brighter with each passing second. The pressure in the air multiplied instantly. High above, several rank 4 elders' expressions changed. Already? The second round had begun. The twin bolts descended. Boom! The sky split open. 2 massive pillars of lightning crashed down toward Michael at the same time, carrying even greater destructive force than before. The already shattered ground caved in even further as the 2 pillars of lightning slammed directly onto Michael's position. The crater expanded violently, its edges collapsing inward as the earth struggled to withstand the force. A blinding flash engulfed everything. For a moment, even the rank 4 observers could not see what was happening within the storm of light. Then the shockwave followed. The surrounding terrain was completely devastated. What little remained of the forest was flattened entirely. The ground cracked outward like a spiderweb, and chunks of stone were lifted into the air before being reduced to dust by the residual energy. The storm above rumbled louder. The light faded and the dust settled once more. Once again, all eyes locked onto the center of the crater. A figure still stood there. Michael. But this time, the difference was clear. A thin line of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Several faint scorch marks traced across his skin, and tiny cracks had appeared in places where the lightning had struck hardest. They were not deep wounds, but they were enough to show that the second strike had left its mark. Even so, he was still standing. High above, the elders could not hide their reactions anymore. "You're joking." One of them spoke under his breath. Another slowly narrowed his eyes. He took that. For most of them, that wasn't even their third strike. It was looking like a fourth one. For a brief moment, silence filled the sky again. Then a thought surfaced among them almost simultaneously. Had this boy angered the heavens? Because this no longer looked like a simple advancement. This looked like punishment. And just as that thought formed, the heavens responded. The dark clouds churned violently. This time, the reaction was even more intense. 3 streaks of lightning appeared. They did not form slowly. They manifested almost instantly, each one thicker and more terrifying than the last, twisting together within the clouds like dragons preparing to descend. The pressure dropped sharply. Even the air seemed to freeze. Below, Michael raised his head slightly. His breathing had become heavier. His body still tingled with pain. And before he could even curse again, the sky fell. Boom! 3 pillars of lightning descended at once. The triple strike landed. The entire region seemed to collapse under the impact. The crater deepened again, its edges breaking apart as layers of earth were peeled away like fragile skin. The shockwave spread even farther this time, flattening everything in its path and carving trenches across the land. The sky did not calm. It grew worse. A few seconds later, a fourth bolt formed. It did not give Michael time to recover. Boom! The fourth strike descended like judgment, smashing directly into the already ruined crater. Another pause. Then the fifth. Boom! By now, the ground had become unrecognizable. What was once a forest had turned into a wasteland of scorched earth and shattered stone. And then, the sixth. Boom! This time, even the distant rank 4 observers felt their hearts tighten slightly. No one spoke. Because at this point, even they knew this had gone far beyond normal. When the light finally faded, silence returned once more. And within the crater, Michael lay on the ground. A pool of blood slowly spread beneath him. His body twitched faintly, scorched and battered, small wounds now visible across his frame. His earlier stability had vanished, replaced by something far more fragile. Yet, he was not dead. He was still alive. Barely. Michael's chest rose and fell unevenly as he stared up at the heavens. His vision blurred slightly, but even through the haze, he could see it. The storm was still gathering. His lips moved weakly. He could feel it. One more strike. If it came down the same way as the others, he might actually die. The only reason he had survived this far was because of his body. A godlike vessel together with a law copying the beginning traits. But even that had its limits. The lightning was not just destructive. It seemed to also suppress his healing factor. Each strike had weakened his healing ability, slowing it down more and more until even his natural regeneration felt sluggish and restrained. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Time. He didn't have much left. A thought surfaced in his mind as he remembered something he had figured out a few days ago while studying his law. The law of echoed existence. Until now, he had used it to treat his undead as extensions of himself. A connection. A reflection. But what if they weren't just reflections? What if they became him? The idea formed clearly. And Michael did not hesitate. With what little strength he had left, he reached into his soul space. The damaged coffin of the Forgotten appeared beside him with a dull thud. Then a figure emerged. Lily. The moment she appeared, the heavens reacted. And without giving Michael even a second to act, the seventh strike began to descend. The seventh strike came down like divine wrath. Under the shocked eyes of everyone watching, Michael did not rise to meet it. Instead, a loud gulping sound echoed across the ruined battlefield, so out of place that several elders thought they had misheard it. Below, Michael's body lay collapsed in a pool of blood, barely conscious, his breathing shallow. Beside him stood Lily. The instant the lightning descended, Michael forced his will through their connection. This was not simple control. Lily became something closer to an extension of him, a second body, and in that desperate moment he made an insane decision. He made Lily open her mouth and try to swallow the lightning whole. The moment it touched her, her body convulsed violently. The lightning did not vanish. It thrashed inside her like a trapped dragon, tearing through her throat and chest in blinding flashes. Her body swelled as bones cracked and reformed, and she expanded into something grotesque and overfilled, the lightning raging inside her just as it had torn through Michael. But somehow it worked. Not perfectly, not cleanly, but it worked. A large portion of the strike disappeared into Lily instead of hitting Michael. The remaining energy exploded outward, turning the crater into a storm of scattered lightning. High above, the rank 4 observers went silent. Did she just eat it? She tried to. I think she actually ate it. Below, Lily's swollen body trembled as arcs of lightning crawled across her gray skin. Slowly the crackling weakened, and beneath her Michael lay still. For a moment nothing seemed different. But everything had changed. His original body was broken, drowning in pain and weakness, yet at the same time he was standing. Through Lily, the dual perception was disorienting and terrifying, as if his existence had extended and rooted itself into another vessel entirely. A chill moved through him. If his focus slipped or his will fractured even slightly, something could go terribly wrong. The risk was real, and this was his first time attempting something like this. He had no idea if reversal was even possible. Then another sensation surfaced. Delicious. The thought formed instinctively and Michael froze. The same lightning that nearly killed him felt satisfying, filling in a way that made no logical sense. But there was no time to dwell on it. The heavens did not wait. The storm above twisted violently, as if enraged by what had just occurred, and the 8th round formed. A condensed pillar of lightning so dense it looked almost solid descended like a beam of judgment meant to erase everything beneath it. High above, several rank 4 elders' expressions changed instantly. Lily still stood, and in that moment the law of echoed existence pulsed violently. Her form began to change. Her already swollen body expanded again with more stability this time, her frame stretching upward as bones lengthened, muscles thickened, and her gray skin reinforced itself as something far more monstrous emerged. 10 meters. 20. 30. She towered over the crater like a grotesque titan, her massive frame trembling but holding, her head tilting upward and her mouth opening far wider than it should have. The 8th strike fell like a descending star, a pillar of pure destruction aimed directly at Michael. Lily swallowed it. The moment the lightning entered her mouth her body still shook violently, but there was structure to it now. The energy did not immediately spiral out of control, and though it still tore through her in explosive arcs, it was being drawn inward more efficiently, devoured and contained. Her massive frame cracked in several places, fractures spreading across her skin as portions of her flesh burned and destabilized. The damage was severe, and the 8th round did a number on her, but she endured it far better than before. The lightning continued raging inside Lily, yet it was being consumed. forced inward through sheer unnatural hunger. Michael felt everything. The pain, the tearing, the overwhelming pressure. But mixed within it that same sensation flickered. Still delicious. Then something changed. Michael felt it instantly, a disturbance subtle and faint but unmistakable, rising from within Lily. At first he thought it was simply the instability caused by the eighth strike, her structure barely holding together. But this was different. It was not external. It was a will. His focus sharpened despite the exhaustion weighing down his consciousness, and then he felt it clearly. A fragment of Lily's will remained in her body. Right now Michael could feel there was resistance in his control. It was not strong or overwhelming, but it was present and growing. Lily, who had been unconscious the moment he took over, was waking up and pushing back. Undead did not resist their master. That was a fundamental rule, except in certain conditions. Yet here it was happening, and for the first time since he gained this power, an undead was fighting him. It was weak for now, more instinct than conscious rebellion. But it was unmistakable. Lily was trying to reclaim her body. Michael's control faltered slightly as the two wills clashed within the same vessel. If he pushed too hard and tried to completely suppress her, there was a real chance something irreversible could happen. The balance between them was already fragile. If he destabilized it further he might force a complete displacement. And if that happened, he might lose his original body permanently and become trapped in hers. But he needed Lily. The next strike was coming, and without her there was no way he would survive it. The dilemma was simple and brutal: suppress her and risk everything, or release control and gamble on something far less certain. His thoughts raced, then paused. Through the connection he felt something else. Her hunger. Her focus was on the sky, on the lightning. She wanted more. His thoughts stilled and slowly a decision formed. Fine. Instead of tightening his control he loosened it, carefully and deliberately withdrawing his consciousness from Lily's body. His awareness snapped back more firmly into his original body, pain flooding in instantly as his control recentered. Above him, Lily's massive form steadied. For a brief moment there was tension, and then her head tilted upward and her gaze locked onto the storm. She was going for it. That was exactly what he wanted. Michael's vision dimmed slightly as exhaustion dragged at him, but for now all that mattered was enduring the next strike. The heavens answered. The storm above did not roar this time. The final strike simply formed, and high above even the rank 4 powerhouses felt it. This one. No one finished the sentence, because they all understood. This was the last. To be honest, most of them in their own time, if converted to the intensity of Michael's tribulation, could have only lasted to the 6th or 7th round before reaching their limit. Below, Michael's breathing grew faint and his vision blurred. But even through fading consciousness he could feel it. Real death. If this one landed directly, there would be nothing left. Above him Lily stood, her massive damaged body trembling violently. Then the point of light descended without warning. Boom! The world disappeared into light. Lily met it head-on, her mouth stretching unnaturally wide as she lunged upward to meet the descending pillar and began devouring it. Her body almost broke. The lightning detonated inside her and her entire form convulsed violently as the energy tore through her from within. Massive cracks spread instantly across her body, deeper than before, reaching into her very core. Large sections of Lily's flesh disintegrated, her arms fractured, her torso split in places, and her head nearly collapsed inward under the pressure. The light raged violently inside her, trying to tear her apart completely. Michael felt everything. The destruction, the collapse, the edge of annihilation. And yet that same sensation flickered faintly through it all. Still delicious. Then the light faded. The blinding glow dimmed, the violent pressure receded, and the final remnants of the tribulation were consumed. Silence returned and the oppressive weight that had covered the heavens vanished. Lily stood, barely. Her massive form wavered, then began to shrink uncontrollably as the strain finally caught up to her, collapsing from 30 meters to 20 to 10 until she dropped to one knee, her body cracked and broken and nearly falling apart, but not destroyed. She had survived. The tribulation had passed. You have ascended. Or so Michael thought, until he noticed the clear sky beginning to darken again as a certain realization immediately hit him. Now he understood why Lily had resisted. The moment Michael completed his ascension, Lily, who had finally finished her own accumulation, was beginning hers. Michael was not having any of it. Before the sky could darken further and before he lost consciousness entirely, he dragged the unsuspecting Lily into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The 5 from Varan's Edge Academy exclaimed with lingering fear and relief as they watched the new dark clouds in the sky vanish. They didn't know the cause. They only knew another tribulation had seemed ready to begin the moment the first one ended, and then nothing. The sky cleared and the oppressive weight lifted. Even Arvin was unusually quiet. The moment Michael's tribulation had ended, all 5 had teleported to his side. The reason was simple. Michael had drawn so much attention that right now, in the void above, people no weaker than them were eyeing him the way wolves watched a wounded elk. Some they recognized immediately. Some they could not, either because they genuinely didn't know them, or because the other party had chosen not to be known. What worried them most was this: among the many watching, at least 2 were demonic supernaturals. The 5 did not doubt that if given the opportunity, those 2 would not hesitate to kill Michael. The window on their watch was small, but windows were all assassins needed. What they hadn't expected was to nearly die in the process of protecting him. One could not stand close to a person experiencing a lightning tribulation, or they'd share in the punishment. Even at their level they couldn't risk proximity, and so they had kept their distance during Michael's own. They hadn't expected for something terrifying to still be in wait. Even though they didn't know what had happened, fortunately nothing happened to them, and that was all that mattered. Michael didn't know he had just saved the Academy from losing at least one powerhouse. Arvin's gaze remained on the sky for a moment longer, then it shifted downward to Michael. Silence lingered between the 5 of them, heavy and unspoken. The tension from earlier had not quite faded. Arvin finally spoke. "That's enough." His voice was calm, but there was no room for argument. "We're taking him back. This is not a place for recovery," Arvin continued. "Not with this many eyes on him." His gaze flickered briefly toward the void. One of the elders exhaled slowly. "Agreed." Another nodded, his expression still tight. "We've overstayed already." Arvin stepped forward and reached down. Space folded around Michael's unconscious body, gently lifting him without direct contact. Arvin's eyes flickered once more toward the sky, then space twisted. Under the eyes of everyone watching, the 5 figures from Varan's Edge disappeared. It was as if they had never been there to begin with. The ruined battlefield remained. The crater. The scorched land. The lingering scent of lightning. And the silent watchers in the void. Some stared a moment longer, then one by one, they too withdrew. And for the first time since the tribulation ended, the world grew quiet again. For the next few days the surrounding regions fell into chaos. Word spread faster than wildfire. People came to the location of Michael's tribulation to see just what had caused so much commotion days ago. The numbers were not small. Supernaturals flooded the area first. Rank 2s, rank 3s, even a few rank 4s arrived. Then came the ordinary people. News channels. Curious rich civilians. In Aurora, where the supernatural world was slowly becoming public after years of secrecy, anything even remotely related to it was explosive. And this was more than explosive. Rumors spread wildly. Most of the time no one truly knew what had happened. Only a handful of individuals understood. The rest could only guess. The crater itself became a landmark. Far away from the chaos, within the protected grounds of Varan's Edge, Michael lay unconscious on a bed in a dark room. For 3 days he did not move. His body lay still. If it wasn't for the small flashes of light that erupted from his body every now and then, one would have feared the worst. At times even the elders monitoring him frowned, as this situation was strange to even them. On the 3rd day, something finally shifted. It was subtle. Barely noticeable. But in the quiet room, it was enough. Michael's fingers twitched, then his breathing changed. Slightly deeper. Slightly steadier. A few moments later his eyes opened. Slowly. He did not move immediately. He just stared upward at the ceiling. Blank. Silent. For a brief moment there was nothing in his gaze. No thought. No reaction. Just stillness. Then his brows twitched slightly. TCH. Michael felt it was getting concerning with the way he lost consciousness nowadays. His thoughts began to move again. Fragments of memory surfaced. Lightning. Pain. Lily. The final strike. I lived. Michael lay there for a few more seconds, then slowly, very slowly, he began to smile. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Rank, 3. Level, 65. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Gift, Mark of Origin, Eye of Truth, Aurora's Child. Title, First in History, Outlier, True Human, Mortal God 25%, the one who Origin acknowledged. Class, Lord Necromancer. Attributes. Strength, 1446.75 plus 410. Agility, 1598.71 plus 541. Constitution, 1885.92 plus 650. Intelligence, 2000.92 plus 600. Attribute points, 400. Michael sucked in a mouthful of cold air. His breathing slowed slightly as he forced himself to process what he was seeing. These numbers were not normal. Not even close. Before this, before his ascension, Michael already stood above most rank 3s. He could fight late-stage rank 3 supernaturals and win. But now his gaze lingered on the numbers. Strength. Agility. Constitution. Intelligence. Every single one of them had exploded. Michael swallowed slowly. How strong am I now? There was no answer, because even he didn't know. Michael slowly clenched his fingers. The air shifted. A faint ripple spread from his hand. Michael's eyes narrowed. Right. He relaxed instantly, releasing the tension in his muscles before it could build any further. His control was not stable yet. If he had moved recklessly just now, even something as simple as clenching his fist, it might have caused damage. Not to himself, but to the surroundings. Michael exhaled slowly. Good thing I didn't move earlier. If he had woken up and tested his strength without thinking, there was a real chance he could have blown the entire room apart. Maybe worse. Michael had already scanned the area with his senses and confirmed he was in his manor. It would have been a shame to damage his own roof. Michael closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. The initial shock had faded a bit. His gaze shifted back to the panel. Let's see. The first thing he noticed was his class. Class, Lord Necromancer. Before, it had been Master Necromancer. Now, Lord Necromancer. The change was simple in wording, but not in meaning. This was recognition. A complete step into rank 3. Michael could feel it faintly, a difference subtle but real. The connection between him and his undead had deepened. More absolute than before. Lord, ha. A faint smile appeared on his face. It fit. Then his attention shifted. 15 levels. He wasn't surprised, not really. This had been part of the reward. The system had already hinted at it before his advancement. But even then, seeing it directly still felt good. Level 50, straight to 65. A jump like that wasn't small, especially not at this stage. Michael exhaled softly. Not bad. His lips curved slightly. Why wouldn't he be happy? This was pure gain. He had almost died for this. Then his focus moved again and Michael's gaze finally came to a pause. He noticed he seemed to have gotten another gift and even a new title. For the gift, even though he hadn't yet checked the description of the new one, he was happy to have another. For the new title though, Michael couldn't help but feel a flicker of worry. Hopefully it wouldn't turn out to be a companion to one particular title he already carried. His gaze settled on the new gift first. Gift, Aurora's Child. Description: ever since Aurora awakened, she has been searching for a partner to her will. Unfortunately, she has yet to find one. Still, Aurora has not given up. At certain points, she chooses individuals born within her realm as candidates to inherit her will. Effect: law effectiveness is increased by 200% within Aurora. Note: you are the fifth live candidate. Michael didn't move. 200%. The effect hit him first. Not the story. His mind ran through it instantly. He just so happened to have a treasure that could achieve the same effect, except that treasure couldn't be used for an infinite period. This gift, as long as he was in Aurora, had no such limit. Michael's body shook slightly. Just earlier he had been wondering how strong he actually was now. He hadn't been able to form an accurate estimate, but he'd had his expectations. Now those expectations were starting to scare him. Also, did I just somehow get myself in line to becoming a realm master? Michael knew a bit about what it meant to be a planet or realm master. Even if the opportunity were handed to him directly, he would refuse it. There was no guarantee he would reach the highest level this realm could allow, but as long as the possibility existed, he intended to keep that path open. Fortunately, there was no need to fear being forced into it. Aurora would need his permission. It could only ever be done willingly. Still, Michael had never expected a day would come where any kind of connection between him and a world would begin to form. His excitement shot through the roof as he turned to the new title next. Title: the one who Origin acknowledged. Description: there have only been a few individuals who could leave a deep impression on the will of all Origin. Effect: can actively seek the presence of the Origin will. Note: the more you use the title effect, the higher the possibility of being ignored. Michael raised an eyebrow. Thinking back on what he had recently gone through without warning, he was tempted to use the title effect for the first time just to say a piece of his mind. He thought better of it. In any case, this title was a treasure regardless. At this point Michael was beginning to form some ideas about the identity of the Origin will, ideas he believed were close to the truth. Just as realms had wills, like Aurora for example, what about the universe itself? There was no proof yet, but Michael had a strong feeling that this so-called Origin will was the will of the universe. If that were so, then a great deal of its actions and abilities became understandable. Michael exhaled slowly, then his gaze shifted again. Let's see if any title got updated. Some titles were blessings. Some were not. Michael had already learned that the hard way. His focus moved down the list. Title: first in history. Title: outlier. Title: true human. He skimmed through them. No changes. No new descriptions. Nothing different. Same as before. Good. He preferred it that way. Then his gaze moved further down and stopped. Title: Mortal God, 25%. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. This one had changed. Before, there had been no percentage, no visible progression attached to it. Michael focused and the description unfolded. Title: Mortal God, 25%. Description: a mortal who has stepped beyond mortal limits and begun to touch the domain of gods. Effect: physical durability, vitality, and recovery are drastically increased. Your mortal body functions as a pseudo-divine vessel, granting resistance to law-based damage. Note, the closer you are to completion, the closer you are to transcendence. After transcendence, you gain a divine body. Michael was actually not surprised. This was the very reason the lightning tribulation had happened in the first place. It had never been a simple breakthrough. If this title had remained unchanged after all that, that would have been the truly shocking outcome. Still, understanding did not mean clarity. If anything, this only raised more questions. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. Divine body. It seemed he needed to research the ranks above him far more seriously than he had. Soon Michael pulled his attention away from gifts and titles entirely and moved to what was, after his personal growth, the most exciting part of any advancement. Please let me get a legendary grade treasure. Please. Michael muttered to himself as he reached into his storage space. Michael reached into his storage space and brought out 2 transparent orbs with smoke of various colors swirling within them. Epic Grade Treasure Orb. Epic Legendary Grade Treasure Orb. To be honest, these 2 were not the only new things he found in his storage space. There were also perfect grade skill mastery tickets, but since he believed he already had an idea of what they could do, Michael was more interested in these 2 orbs. Best to save the best for last, Michael said to himself as he placed aside the orb that would give him a treasure between epic and legendary grade. To be honest, he actually wanted to see what the orb would give instead of prolonging his anticipation and anxiety, but he was also scared the results would disappoint him. Michael did not trust his luck one bit. He had never really been lucky. Sometimes he felt it was probably because he had used everything to get another chance at life with better talent. Though he tried not to raise his expectations about the treasure, they were nevertheless still high. If he was going to get a good or bad result, Michael wanted to first be happy about whatever epic grade treasure he would receive. Even to Michael, epic grade treasures were one of a kind. Whether or not his talent could create one did not matter. The more, the merrier. Currently, even if he could create epic grade treasures, putting aside the cost, Michael was not quite certain something big would not happen. Until he understood what it was, he needed to calm down for a while. This also applied to his undead now that he knew they would all face lightning tribulation. Michael wondered if his talent could do anything about it, but like the case with epic grade treasures, he would have to wait and see. Michael shifted his focus to the orb in his hand. His fingers tightened. The moment he squeezed, the transparent orb shattered without resistance. It did not break like glass. Instead, it dissolved. A puff of swirling colors burst outward, spreading like smoke before folding inward again. Red, blue, green, gold. The colors twisted and collided, compressing into a single point above his palm. Michael watched carefully as the colors shifted to purple. The smoke twisted, elongated, and then hardened into a ring. The ring was simple and elegant, dark purple with faint patterns etched along its surface that pulsed faintly like breathing veins. The moment it landed in his palm, the description appeared. Item, Veil Ring of Quiet Dominion. Grade, Epic 3 stars. Type, Spatial Treasure. Description, a refined spatial artifact that contains a stabilized inner domain suitable for habitation. Effect 1, Living Space. Contains an internal environment capable of sustaining life. Adjustable climate, stable atmosphere, and passive energy circulation. Effect 2, Domain Pulse. Can release a concentrated spatial shockwave that disrupts external structures and energy formations. Michael stared at it. Oh. His expression turned a bit odd. Not bad, not weak, in fact very good. But still. I would have preferred something else. He said it honestly. Because compared to what he already had, this felt redundant. The damaged coffin of the Forgotten was also epic grade, and it was ridiculous. Eternal Call. Gate of Death. Gravekeeper Claim. One summoned undead from the netherworld. One allowed his consciousness to travel there. And one literally brought him back from death. Compared to that, this ring felt normal. Michael turned it slowly in his hand. An attack in a house. He was not underestimating it. An epic-grade attack was nothing to scoff at. But it lacked uniqueness, at least compared to what he was used to. Michael slipped the ring on, then let his consciousness dip inside. The space unfolded instantly. It was nothing like the coffin. Where the coffin greeted with gloom and deathly stillness, this space opened into something breathable. The ground beneath his perception was smooth dark stone, veined faintly with purple light that ran in long branching lines like the underside of leaves. Above, the ceiling arched high and open, and a dim ambient glow filled the space from no visible source. It was habitable. Genuinely so. Not a holding space or a sealed container, but something closer to a prepared room waiting to be used. Visually, it was far superior to the coffin. No gloom, no deathly aura, no oppressive silence pressing down on the senses. This felt like a place someone could actually live in. But then Michael's perception stretched outward, feeling for the edges. It's smaller. That part was obvious. The coffin still held a larger capacity, and more importantly, it had far more functions. Michael withdrew his consciousness. He leaned back slightly. Not disappointed, but not excited either. It was useful, very useful, just not game-changing. Michael stared at the ring for a few seconds longer, then let out a quiet breath. Fine. The word came out low, almost reluctant. In the end, he accepted it. Not because he was impressed, but because it was still useful. Michael leaned back slightly, his gaze drifting as his thoughts shifted away from comparison and toward practicality. Space. That was the real value here. Right now, his undead army was growing at a rate that even he was starting to feel the pressure of. The damaged coffin of the Forgotten was vast, but it was not limitless. At the moment, most of his undead were maintaining human forms. That was the only way to conserve space. Large forms meant more room consumed. Keeping them compressed and human-like, that was his way of managing it. Michael glanced at the ring again. This ring might not have the ridiculous abilities of the coffin, but it gave him room. That alone had value. Michael's lips curved faintly. All right. His earlier disappointment faded just a little. His gaze shifted slowly toward the final orb resting beside him. The epic legendary one. His eyes sharpened. Now this one. The air around him seemed to grow just a little quieter, because unlike before, this time he allowed himself to expect something. Michael did not hesitate. His fingers closed around the final orb, then he crushed it. Just like before, it did not shatter. It dissolved. A burst of color exploded outward, brighter than the last. The swirling smoke twisted violently, layers upon layers folding into each other as if something inside was struggling to take form. Michael's eyes locked onto it as the colors shifted rapidly. Red. Gold. Blue. Then they slowed before stabilizing into a deep, vivid green that carried a strange sense of vitality, almost like something alive. Michael frowned slightly. Green. He wondered if the colors meant anything, but he did not dwell on it. The smoke compressed, condensed, and then instead of forming a weapon or armor, it flattened. A thin glowing object appeared in midair. A parchment. Golden and radiant, covered in faint inscriptions that seemed to shift whenever he tried to focus on them. Michael's eyes narrowed. A paper. The moment it stabilized, the description appeared. Item, class change ticket. Grade, legendary. Michael froze. For the first time, he had obtained a legendary grade treasure. But that was not what shocked him. Not even close. It was the description. Michael's gaze sharpened as he focused. Description, a rare item capable of altering the fundamental class of the user. Allows the user to replace their current class and transition into a new one under specific conditions. Note, the new class will be determined by compatibility, existing foundation, and potential pathways. Warning, this process is irreversible if the user takes on the class. If the user does not accept any of the offered classes, nothing will happen. Bound to Michael Norman. Silence. Michael did not move. A class change. His voice came out quieter than before. He stared at the golden ticket floating before him. This was not like weapons or combat enhancements. This touched the core, the very foundation of everything he was. His class. Necromancer. Everything he had built, everything he had risked his life for, everything was tied to it. And this item could replace it with something else. Michael's eyes darkened slightly. Legendary. Now he understood why it held that grade. There were no stars, no secondary grading beneath it, nothing to subdivide it further. It simply was what it was, and what it was needed no elaboration. Michael slowly raised his hand. The ticket floated down, landing gently between his fingers. It felt light. Too light for something that could change everything. Michael frowned slightly, his grip tightening unconsciously around the ticket before loosening again. He was confused. Truly confused. For the first time since waking up, since checking his stats, his gifts, and his titles, he hesitated. Because this was different. It was a choice that touched his identity. Michael leaned back slowly, his gaze lowering to the ticket again. Should I even use this? The question felt strange. Uncomfortable. Because the answer should have been obvious. No. He had just advanced. Just become a Lord Necromancer. Just survived something that should have killed him. Why would he throw that away? And yet his fingers did not release the ticket, because another thought followed immediately. What if there's something better? The idea crept in quietly. Dangerous. Tempting. Michael exhaled slowly, his brows knitting together. To be honest, he felt scared. Not of losing power, not of failure, but of losing direction. Everything he had done until now had been based on one path. Necromancer. His undead, his evolution, his control, his growth. It was all connected. If he changed that, would everything collapse? Would everything reset? Or would it evolve into something greater? Michael's gaze flickered slightly. TCH. He clicked his tongue softly. This kind of decision, he hated. Too many unknowns. Too many risks. But then his thoughts began to shift. Slowly. Logically. It's bound to me. That was the first point. He could not give it away, could not sell it, could not exchange it. No matter what, it was his. Which meant ignoring it entirely felt like a waste. Then the second point surfaced. The most important one. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the description. If he did not accept, nothing would happen. That changed everything. His grip on the ticket tightened slightly. So I can just look. No commitment. No forced change. No risk, as long as he did not accept. His heartbeat steadied. That alone removed most of the danger. Michael leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharpening. There's no loss. At worst, he would confirm that Necromancer was still the best path. At best, he might see something greater, something he had never considered. Michael went silent for a moment, then slowly a decision formed. I'll just take a look. His voice was calm now. Steady. He had already drawn the line. He would not accept anything blindly. He would not abandon his path without reason. But he would not ignore an opportunity either. With a belly full of worries and expectations, Michael raised the ticket slightly, his gaze locking onto it. Let's see what you're hiding. He lifted the golden ticket and infused a thread of mana into it. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Then the ticket trembled faintly. Light spread across its surface, the inscriptions shifting rapidly as if coming alive. The golden glow intensified before detaching completely from the ticket and unfolding outward. A panel appeared. Michael's eyes sharpened as he looked at it. Available class paths. Death Knight. Elemental Mage. Magic Knight. Blood Warlock. Beast Tamer. Shadow Slave. Death's Heir. Soul Binder. Grave Warden. Abyss Caster. Michael's pupils contracted slightly. So many. He had expected options. After all, even he could not deny he was something like a jack of all trades. But not this level of variation. Though the system did not grade classes, Aurora did. After all, the saying that all classes were equal, though not exactly wrong, was not exactly right either. Aurora grouped classes into 5 types based on how they worked. General, Rare, Special, Hidden, and Unique. General were the most common classes, providing only 2 attribute points per level up. Rare classes were a grade above, giving advantages and more attribute points per level, unlike general classes that were relatively straightforward. Michael's Necromancer class was of this type. Special classes were the ones that couldn't be judged purely by attributes and abilities, classes like Chef, Bard, and so on. Their value existed outside conventional combat metrics. Hidden classes were another matter entirely, and likely what Michael was currently experiencing with this list. They could not be normally awakened and required specific conditions to obtain. Michael, who was now considerably more knowledgeable about such things, knew of one of the easier examples. The Beast Tamer class. Say someone wanted to become a dragon tamer. As long as they had enough dragons under their command when they advanced, combined with certain other conditions, they would gain the Dragon Tamer class instead. Like how Michael advanced from Master Necromancer to Lord Necromancer. The Lord would change to Dragon in Beast Tamer terms. It was still fundamentally the Beast Tamer class, just far more specialized and with greater effects tied to that specialization. Then there were the unique classes. Classes said to belong to only one person at any given time. Among the list floating before him, Michael was fairly certain not a single entry sat below the rare type. What a list, Michael muttered under his breath, a trace of awe slipping into his voice as he looked over the names. It also seemed like each class came with its own description. His gaze settled on the first one. Death Knight. The moment his focus locked onto it, the panel shifted. A new window unfolded. Class, Death Knight. Description, a class that blends physical prowess with dark arts. A Death Knight stands at the intersection of destruction and control, wielding both body and death as weapons. Compatibility, high. A blend of physical and dark arts. Michael knew this already. After all, whenever it came to dark arts alongside necromancers, Death Knights were the most mentioned name. Unlike Necromancer, which leaned heavily toward control and external forces, it was something more balanced, more direct and stronger in personal combat. Then the next lines appeared. Effect 1, gains 6 attribute points per level. Effect 2, attribute distribution per level. +2 strength. +2 constitution. +1 agility. +1 intelligence. Michael's pupils contracted slightly. 6. That was already above his current class. As expected of a hidden grade class, Michael muttered, though with slight annoyance at a certain teacher from his high school who had insisted all classes were equal. Where was the equality here? The Necromancer class only gave 4 attribute points per level, and the attributes it provided per level up to his stats were 0.1 in strength and constitution, 0.3 in agility and 0.5 in intelligence. No wonder it was said that necromancers could only beat Death Knights in terms of contract slots and dark arts, as the latter focused far more on physical strength. But then another line appeared. Effect 3, based on user's existing foundation, gains +20 contract slots every advancement. Silence. Michael's expression changed. The faint interest in his eyes disappeared almost instantly. I see. His gaze lingered on that final line a little longer before slowly dimming. Just a moment ago, the class had looked perfect. Even compatible with everything he had built so far. For a brief second, he had genuinely considered it. But now. Michael exhaled softly. What a pity. His voice was calm, but there was a trace of disappointment in it. The moment he saw the contract slots, everything else lost its meaning. Before that line appeared, it had looked like he would not lose anything. Better attributes, better combat ability, even synergy with dark arts. It was starting to look like a straight upgrade. But that one detail ruined everything. Michael leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing. 20 per advancement. He repeated it quietly, as if confirming it to himself. Then he shook his head. No. There was no hesitation this time. Michael would be nothing without his contract slots. Everything he had built, every battle he had won, every advantage he held over others, it all traced back to that single mechanic. His undead. That was his path. That was his strength. After his recent advancement, his contract slots had already reached 4,000. 4,000. Even to him, that number felt overwhelming. Terrifying, even. But at the same time, it was perfect. And now this class was asking him to give that up. For what? 20 per advancement. Michael let out a quiet breath. That's not even worth considering. It wasn't about whether Death Knight was weak. It wasn't. In fact, it was strong, very strong. If his stats were rearranged based on the class he took, they would receive a major upgrade. But none of that mattered. I'd be crippling myself. No matter how strong his personal combat ability became, it would never replace what he already had. Michael glanced at the panel one last time. Death Knight. A powerful class. A tempting one. But not for him. Rejected. Michael leaned forward slightly as he turned to the next class. Elemental Mage. The panel shifted again. Class, Elemental Mage. Description, a pure magic-oriented class that harnesses the fundamental forces of nature. Excels in long-range combat and large-scale destruction through elemental manipulation. Compatibility, high. This one was straightforward. A pure caster. Then the effects appeared. Effect 1, gains 5 attribute points per level. Effect 2, attribute distribution per level. +1 strength. +1 agility. +1 constitution. +2.5 intelligence. Effect 3, total intelligence increased by 20%. Michael's gaze lingered on the last line. 20%. Not a small number. For someone whose intelligence was already absurdly high, a flat percentage increase was ridiculous. But Michael's eyes dimmed slightly. Still not it. Powerful, very powerful. But it pushed him further into a single direction. Pure magic. Pure casting. And it offered nothing for what mattered most. No contract slots. No interaction with his undead. Michael shook his head slightly. Next. His gaze moved again. Magic Knight. The panel shifted. Class, Magic Knight. Description, a balanced class combining physical combat and magic. Focuses on versatility, adaptability, and sustained combat performance. Compatibility, high. Michael's expression didn't change much. Then the effects appeared. Effect 1, gains 4 attribute points per level. Effect 2, attribute distribution per level. +1 strength. +1 constitution. +0.5 agility. +0.5 intelligence. Compared to Death Knight, this was almost exactly half in terms of natural stat gain. Michael didn't even need to think much. Pass. It wasn't bad. But it wasn't good enough. His gaze moved on. Blood Warlock. The panel shifted. Class, Blood Warlock. Description, a class that manipulates blood as both power source and weapon. Gains strength through sacrifice, life force conversion, and forbidden rituals. Compatibility, high. Effect 1, gains 5 attribute points per level. Effect 2, can convert vitality into temporary power. Effect 3, skills scale with blood consumption and sacrifice. +2 strength. +3 constitution. +2 agility. +1 intelligence. Michael frowned slightly. High risk. Strong, very strong. If the description wasn't exaggerating, he might actually reach a level where he could match some of his undead like Ghost and Begin in raw physical strength. If that was the case, one could only imagine just how strong this class truly was. But it looked very unstable. Everything about it screamed trade-off. Power in exchange for cost, and not a small one. Not my style either. His gaze shifted. Shadow Slave. The panel changed again. Class, Shadow Slave. Description, a class bound to shadows and servitude. Gains power through contracts, control, and submission to higher shadow forces. Those who walk this path do not merely command shadows. They become part of them. Compatibility, unknown. Michael's gaze paused. Slave. Then the effects appeared. Effect 1, gains power through shadow contracts. Note, shadow contracts are just like contract slots, and shadows are dark creatures that are either natural or can be risen like undead. Effect 2, greatly increased control over shadow entities. Effect 3, up to 30% power of the chosen master depending on personal strength. Michael read through it slowly. His fingers tapped lightly against his knee. Dangerous. But not in the same way as Blood Warlock. The risk here wasn't instability. It was dependency. A path that grew endlessly depending on how far one could climb within that hierarchy. If he chose a shadow creature on the level of a god, wouldn't that instantly make him a demigod? And one that could still grow. Michael exhaled slowly. Not bad. This was a real option. Just a very complicated one. In the end. It's not for me. Michael's gaze shifted again. This time he turned to the class with the most interesting name on the list. Death's Heir. The panel unfolded. Class, Death's Heir. Description, the successor of death itself. One who engraves the authority of death into their very existence. Death is no longer merely commanded. It is embraced, refined, and made one's own. Compatibility, perfect. Michael's eyes narrowed. Heir. The word alone carried weight, and some unfamiliar feeling welled up in him as he read it. Then the next lines appeared. Effect 1, gains 7 attribute points per level. Michael's pupils contracted slightly. 7. That was the highest so far. Higher than Death Knight. Higher than everything he had seen. What is this? Effect 2, attribute distribution per level. Plus 0.5 strength. Plus 0.5 constitution. Plus 1 agility. Plus 5 intelligence. Michael stared. Heavily biased. There was no balance here. This class did not care about physical strength. It barely acknowledged it. Everything was poured into intelligence, with agility treated like a distant second. Michael continued reading. Effect 3, enhances all death and dark-related abilities by 50%. Effect 4, can embrace the essence of the dead as engraving. Effect 5, does not conflict with Necromancer class. Existing abilities, contract slots, and undead remain intact and can continue to grow. Effect 6, affinity limitation, all elemental affinities aside from darkness will be severely suppressed unless linked through primary affinity pathways. Effect 7, near absolute dominance of undead creatures plus suppression of opposing dark-related abilities. It doesn't conflict with anything. He repeated it slowly, as if making sure he had not read it wrong. This changed everything. For the first time since going through the list, something inside him stirred. Real excitement. Unlike the other classes, this was not trying to replace his foundation. It was not asking him to abandon his path or forcing a trade. It was building on top of what he already had. Michael's grip tightened slightly. So I keep everything. His undead. His contract slots. His entire foundation. All of it remained largely untouched, and on top of that he gained more. Stronger amplification. Better scaling. And this so-called engraving. Michael's eyes flickered. Engraving. He didn't know what it meant yet, but he doubted it was anything weak. Michael exhaled slowly, his heartbeat picking up just slightly. This is. Even the limitations he did not mind. Severely restricted elemental affinity. Michael's lips curved faintly. When have I ever relied on multiple elements? To be honest, even when he fought as a mage he had used different elements out of convenience rather than preference, never once truly relying on any single one. If he took this class it would essentially force him to narrow his focus, which ironically, given that it fell under the dark element, would make him look like a proper necromancer. And what was stated was a restriction, not a complete inability to use other elements. Darkness and death had always been his path. Nothing was changing. If anything, it was becoming purer. As for the stats, Michael glanced at the distribution again. Intelligence. He let out a quiet breath. He had never relied heavily on the stat gains from leveling up. His current strength had not come from those numbers. His growth had always come from his talent. I can manage it. Even if the distribution was unbalanced, he could compensate with the feedback from his undead advancing in rank. That was what he had always done. Michael leaned back slowly. This might be it. This was the first class that felt right. His gaze lingered on the panel a moment longer, but the excitement did not cloud him. I still need to see the rest. No matter how well it fit, he would not decide blindly. Not when something like his foundation was on the line. Michael straightened slightly and moved back to the list. Soul Binder. The panel unfolded without delay. Class, Soul Binder. Description, a class that binds, refines, and governs souls. Unlike those who merely command external entities, a soul binder establishes deeper connections, strengthening both the self and the bound through resonance and shared growth. Compatibility, very high. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Soul. A familiar concept to him. Then the effects appeared. Effect 1, gains 6 attribute points per level. Michael's gaze flickered. 6. Lower than Death's Heir, but still high. Then the next line appeared. Effect 2, attribute distribution per level. +1 strength. +1 constitution. +1 agility. +3 intelligence. Michael was quite pleased. Lower than Death's Heir but considerably more balanced. He continued reading. Effect 3, increases control of all bound entities even if said entity is more powerful. Effect 4, allows formation of soul links, enabling shared growth and feedback between user and bound entities. Effect 5, does not conflict with existing contract systems. Current contract slots, undead, and bindings remain intact. Effect 5, advantage in soul-related contracts, battles, etc. It also doesn't conflict. Michael noted it quietly. Just like Death's Heir. That alone placed it far above most of the other options. His undead untouched. His contract slots preserved. Everything he had built still standing. His eyes flickered faintly. Shared growth. That part caught his attention. If the link worked both ways, then his undead growing stronger would feed back into him, and his own growth would feed into them. A cycle. A continuous loop of improvement. Michael's fingers tapped lightly against his knee. Unlike Blood Warlock, this class was not reckless. Unlike Shadow Slave, it was not dependent on something above him. It's quite fitting. It truly was. A class that preserved his greatest advantage and then enhanced it. No losses, only gain. Even the stat distribution gave him no complaints. Not as explosive as Death's Heir, but safer. More rounded. Michael's gaze lingered on the panel. If Death's Heir didn't exist, this would have been his choice without hesitation. His eyes dimmed slightly as he compared the two. Soulbinder and Death's Heir. One focused on connection, the other on dominance. One offered stability, the other authority. Michael inhaled slowly. Both are good. Very good. But even as he admitted that, he could already feel it. That slight difference. That small gap. Soulbinder was powerful, safe, and perfectly suited for him. But Death's Heir was something else entirely. Still, he did not rush. There were two classes left on the list. No point deciding before seeing everything. Michael's gaze shifted once more. Two names remained. He started with the first. Grave Warden. Class, Grave Warden. Description, a guardian of the dead. One who governs the dead, commands legions of the fallen, and turns battlefields into domains of death. A Grave Warden does not merely raise the dead. They preserve, empower, and dominate through overwhelming numbers and territorial control. Compatibility, perfect. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. A control-type class. Like the Necromancer and Beast Tamer classes. For some reason, he could already tell this might be another serious contender. Then the effects appeared. Effect 1, gains 6 attribute points per level. Effect 2, attribute distribution per level. Plus 0.5 strength. Plus 1 constitution. Plus 1 agility. Plus 3.5 intelligence. Seeing another class biased toward intelligence, Michael wasn't entirely surprised. His original Necromancer class was a mage type after all. He was just an anomaly who had never followed the standard route. Michael continued reading. Effect 3, all undead under the user gain a 40% increase in durability and a 25% increase in regeneration. Effect 4, establish grave domains. Within a domain, undead gain an additional 30% boost to all attributes. Effect 5, does not conflict with the Necromancer class. Contract slots, undead, and abilities remain intact. Effect 6, fallen enemies within grave domains have a chance to be automatically converted into undead under the user's control. Michael's brows furrowed slightly. This. For a brief moment, he did not know how to describe it. Then the realization settled. This fits too well. His compatibility with this class was the same as Death's Heir, but the feeling was different this time. If he was being completely honest, this did not feel like choosing a new class. It felt like continuing. Like an extension. An upgrade. Michael's fingers tightened slightly at his side. Everything about it aligned. Nothing seemed removed, restricted, or replaced. Michael exhaled slowly, his gaze sharpening. It's the same path. That was the difference between this and Death's Heir. Death's Heir was powerful, overwhelmingly so, but it introduced change. A shift in direction. A deeper focus that would reshape him. This did not reshape anything. It built directly on what he already was. No detours, no adjustments, no adaptation required. Michael's eyes flickered faintly. 40% durability. 25% regeneration. His undead, already difficult to destroy, would become even harder to deal with. His thoughts accelerated. 30% boost inside a domain. That was not a small number. Within his territory, his undead would become something entirely different. Michael inhaled slowly. This is ridiculous. But it did not stop there. His gaze shifted to the final effect. Automatic conversion. As long as it happened within his domain, the dead would rise under him immediately. Michael's heartbeat slowed as he imagined facing an army. As long as he persisted, he would only grow stronger. As long as there were enemies, there would be bodies. As long as there were bodies, there would be undead. This. For the first time since reading Death's Heir, he hesitated again. Michael leaned back slowly, his gaze still locked on the panel. There's no downside. Compared to Death's Heir, which demanded focus and some degree of personal sacrifice, this one asked for nothing and gave everything. Michael's eyes dimmed slightly as he weighed the two against each other. Grave Warden was perfect for what he already was. Death's Heir was something more. Not only did it strengthen his existing foundation, it strengthened him more personally, something Michael valued greatly. Choosing between the two meant choosing between growing overall with more personal strength or simply becoming a stronger version of what he already was. It was genuinely difficult. Michael fell silent, then slowly exhaled. Still a top-tier choice. If his goal was pure domination through numbers and battlefield control, this would have been perfect. But he was not done. His gaze moved to the final class. Abyss Caster. The panel shifted. Class, Abyss Caster. Description, a wielder of the abyss. One who channels the deepest layers of darkness, where existence itself begins to erode. The abyss does not simply empower. It devours, corrupts, and transcends. Compatibility, high. The effects appeared. Effect 1, gains 7 attribute points per level. Michael's pupils contracted slightly. 7. Equal to Death's Heir. He wondered if the rest would hold up the same way. Effect 2, attribute distribution per level. Plus 0.5 strength. Plus 0.5 constitution. Plus 1 agility. Plus 5 intelligence. Effect 3, all darkness-related abilities are amplified by 60%. Effect 4, can convert mana into abyssal energy, greatly increasing destructive output. Effect 5, abyssal abilities ignore a portion of defensive and resistance effects. Michael leaned back slightly, his fingers tapping once against his knee before going still. It's strong. In terms of raw destructive ability, this might very well be the strongest class on the list. 60% amplification. Defense ignoring effects. A complete conversion of energy into something more potent. If he chose this, his power would spike instantly. Michael's eyes dimmed slightly. But at what cost? His gaze sharpened as he read through the panel again. No mention of undead. No mention of contracts. No mention of preservation. Nothing. Michael went quiet. So it replaces everything. There it was. Just like Death Knight. Just like Elemental Mage. Just like every class he had already rejected. This one was no different. The only distinction was that it was stronger. Michael let out a slow breath. The strongest replacement. His eyes grew colder. That's all it is. There was no hesitation this time. He set the panel aside in his mind and turned his attention back to the full list. It was time to make a decision. Michael stared at the full list for a long moment. Available class paths. Death Knight. Elemental Mage. Magic Knight. Blood Warlock. Shadow Slave. Death's Heir. Soul Binder. Grave Warden. Abyss Caster. 9 classes. And out of all of them, only 3 had looked fitting. Michael exhaled slowly, his gaze moving back through the list one final time as he accounted for each rejection. Death Knight had been the first real temptation. Strong, dark-aligned, even compatible with his existing abilities. But 20 contract slots per advancement was not a good trade. It was crippling. Everything he had built traced back to those slots. No matter how powerful the class itself was, giving that up was not something he could justify. Elemental Mage had been simple to dismiss. Pure casting with a flat intelligence boost that would have been genuinely absurd given his current numbers. But it offered nothing for his undead and pointed him in a direction he had never intended to walk after coming this far. Magic Knight had barely registered. This kind of class was simply not for him. Blood Warlock had caught his attention briefly, and honestly for good reason. If the description wasn't exaggerating, he might have been able to match some of his stronger undead in pure physical output. But everything about it ran on cost. It also didn't preserve his current foundation. Shadow Slave had been the most interesting rejection. The potential ceiling was genuinely terrifying. Borrowing 30% of an extremely strong creature's power while still growing independently was not a weak concept. But the dependency was the problem. His strength had always been his own. Tying it to something above him, something he did not control and could not guarantee, went against everything he had built. Michael, who was also extremely cautious, did not like this feeling of dependency. Of course, if it was something he could control, the temptation of this class would have been much stronger. Abyss Caster had been the strongest replacement on the list. 60% amplification, defense penetration, abyssal energy conversion. If he was starting over, it might have been the answer. But he was not starting over. There had been no mention of undead, no mention of contracts, nothing that acknowledged what he already was. The strongest clean slate was still a clean slate. That left 3. Death's Heir. Soul Binder. Grave Warden. Michael's gaze settled on them quietly. Soul Binder had surprised him. Shared growth between him and his undead, a feedback loop that meant every time one of them advanced in power, it would push him forward too, and vice versa. This seemed different from the usual feedback he got whenever his undead advanced in rank, and it also seemed that Soul Binder's feedback was not limited to his undead alone. The class preserved everything he had and then built a deeper connection between him and his army. Balanced stat distribution, 6 points per level, no conflicts. If the other two hadn't existed, he would have chosen it without a second thought. Grave Warden had felt less like a new class and more like a natural continuation of what he already was. Perfect compatibility. Domain control. Passive conversion of fallen enemies. His undead becoming harder to destroy, harder to stop, stronger within his territory. It was the cleanest path forward for someone who intended to fight through numbers and attrition. No sacrifice, no adjustment, just more. And Death's Heir. Michael's eyes lingered there last. The only class on the list rated perfect compatibility alongside Grave Warden, but pointing in a completely different direction. 7 attribute points. Near absolute dominance over undead. 50% enhancement to all death and dark-related abilities. An engraving mechanic he didn't fully understand yet but could tell was extremely powerful. There was a difference, and Michael felt it clearly. Grave Warden made him more of what he already was as a necromancer. Death's Heir asked what he could become alongside his undead. Michael stared at the 3 names for a long moment. Then slowly, a decision began to form. The first one he crossed out was Soul Binder. It wasn't an easy decision. On paper, Soul Binder worked almost perfectly with everything he had. The shared growth feedback, the deeper connection between him and his undead, the preservation of his existing foundation. If someone had described it to him months ago when he was just starting out, he would have said it sounded tailor-made. Michael leaned back slowly, his eyes dimming slightly as he thought it through. As he had grown stronger, one thing had become increasingly clear to him. Too much was inconvenient. Not in a general sense, but in a very specific and personal one. His current contract limit was already more than enough of a foundation to keep growing. Soul Binder, for all its strengths, would make the relationship between him and his undead more apparent, which would then lead to questions, and that would lead to scrutiny. And scrutiny led to exactly the kind of attention Michael could not afford. His talent was the one thing he had protected above everything else. Infinite evolution was not something the world could know about. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Soulbinder increased that risk. Subtly, perhaps. But in Michael's world, subtle risks compounded. Sure, he could create contracts with anything just to increase the number of evolution points he gained daily, but was that even necessary anymore? He already had enough. In fact, he had more than enough, yet he still could not fully utilize it. Even with the advantages Soulbinder provided, it did not seem like it would give him the greatest boost in either potential or immediate strength. He crossed it out and turned his full attention to the remaining two. Grave Warden and Death's Heir. Both classes were rated perfect compatibility. Both preserved his foundation. Both pointed in directions he could see himself walking. But only one of them asked something more of him. Grave Warden was the safer answer. A direct continuation of his current path with no friction, no adjustment period, and no unknowns. His undead would become harder to kill, his territory would become a death trap, and enemies would feed directly into his army. It was clean, efficient, and demanded nothing from him except to keep doing what he already did. Death's Heir was different. It didn't just strengthen what existed. It aimed to refine what he was at a deeper level. The engraving mechanic alone told him that. He still didn't fully understand it, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. Classes did not list effects they considered minor. If engraving was listed, it mattered. And then there was personal strength. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat with that thought. Grave Warden made his army stronger. Death's Heir made him stronger alongside his army. For someone who had always been aware of the gap between his personal combat ability and the power of his undead, that distinction was not small. He had relied on his undead. He would always rely on his undead. But there had been moments, more than a few, where he had found himself in situations his army could not immediately resolve. Situations where what mattered was what he himself could do. Grave Warden did not close that gap. Death's Heir did. Michael's fingers stilled against his knee. I've already decided, haven't I? He hadn't realized it until he said it out loud. But somewhere between the two names, the answer had already formed. Fortunately, there's you to take the blame. If not, this decision would have been much harder. Class skill, Death's Ground, Basic Mastery. Description: the user designates an area as consecrated ground. Within this domain, all undead under the user's command receive a passive buff. The domain persists as long as the user maintains focus or remains within range. Effect: all undead within the domain receive plus 10% durability and plus 5% regeneration. Stat buff: Strength plus 5%, Constitution plus 15%, Agility plus 5%, Intelligence plus 10%. Range: scales with intelligence. Just like when Michael had advanced to rank 2 and obtained a new core skill, Spirit Eyes, this time the system had granted him another. When he first received it, he had only given it a brief glance alongside the other skills he gained from advancing and from his increase in stats. Compared to everything else at the time, it had not stood out much. Just decent. That had been his initial judgment. Nothing extraordinary. The boost didn't seem like it would make much difference for undead who were already absurdly strong. When one advanced in rank, changes were inevitable. Either a new core skill appeared or existing ones improved. Leveling up skills was the more common outcome, almost guaranteed every time. A new core skill wasn't exactly rare, but it wasn't as common either. Now that he was at the junction of an important decision, he finally looked at it properly. His expression shifted slightly. The skill could absolutely not be said to replace the Grave Warden class. The difference in scale was simply too large. Where Grave Warden offered a 30% domain-wide attribute boost, automatic enemy conversion, 40% durability increases across his entire army, and command over other dead creatures, Death's Ground at basic mastery offered 10% durability and 5% regeneration. Comparing the two directly almost felt insulting to the class. But Michael's eyes lingered on the skill a moment longer. Perfect mastery was a different conversation entirely. According to what he had read about the Awakener skill system, skills at that level were sometimes barely recognizable as the same skill they had started as. If Death's Ground reached perfect mastery, the gap between it and Grave Warden's domain effect might not close entirely, but it could narrow considerably. Enough, perhaps, to make the absence of that class less significant than it looked right now. It was a stretch. He knew that. Michael clicked his tongue softly. Of all the times to use one. He had been holding on to his perfect mastery skill ticket with the quiet understanding that when he finally used it, the moment would have to be worth it. And here he was, seriously considering spending it not on a combat skill or a core ability, but to fact-check a class decision. It was a little embarrassing if he was honest. But the alternative was making a choice he might spend years second-guessing. If Grave Warden could be adequately covered by a skill he already possessed at its ceiling, then Death's Heir became the obvious answer with no loose ends. And if it couldn't, then at least he would know. Michael exhaled slowly. One last check. He reached for the ticket in his storage space. The description said he was to tear it to use it, which was quite different from the previous skill potion version where he'd needed to drink it. Michael tore the silver parchment and a skill list appeared in his mind. He skipped directly to Death's Ground and selected it. Immediately a flood of new information filled his mind as the description on the panel in front of him changed. The panel shifted. Class skill, Death's Ground, perfect mastery. Description, the user designates an area as consecrated ground. The domain pulses with the authority of death itself, enforcing the user's will upon all that stands within it. Undead under the user's command are recognized as extensions of that authority. The domain persists as long as the user maintains focus or remains within range. Effect 1, all undead within the domain receive plus 35% durability, plus 25% regeneration, and plus 20% to all attributes. Effect 2, fallen enemies within the domain have a chance to rise as undead under the user's temporary command. Effect 3, the domain passively suppresses the combat ability of living enemies within range by 10%. Stat buff, strength plus 10%, constitution plus 25%, agility plus 10%, intelligence plus 20%. Range, scales with intelligence. At perfect mastery, base range is significantly expanded. Michael stared at it for a long moment without speaking. Then slowly, very slowly, he exhaled. So that's what it becomes. The gap had narrowed. He had been right about that. The durability increase alone had jumped from 10% to 35%, the attribute buff had expanded from a selective stat boost to a full spread across everything, and the domain now suppressed living enemies on top of empowering his undead. Even the secondary conversion effect had appeared, echoing one of the features that had made Grave Warden so attractive in the first place. It was not the same. He was clear-eyed about that. Grave Warden's 40% durability across his entire army regardless of location, its deeper conversion mechanics, its natural synergy with everything he already was, none of that was fully replicated here. The class would still have done more. But this was no longer a wide gap. This was a manageable one. 2 times Michael had come very close to death. Perhaps it had been more than 2, but it was only 2 occasions that had left a deep impression on him. The first was when he was still a new Awakener and Jester in its master form had almost killed him. The second was his recent brush with death in hell. Both times it had been his personal strength, or the lack of it, that had held him back. Regardless of how strong his undead were, there was something that had hardly ever changed in Michael's relationship with them. Setting aside the cannon fodder, he had almost always been the weak link in fights that required him to rely on his undead fully. Which was understandable for a necromancer, since an undead army was supposed to be the primary strength. But Michael's path had never been like other necromancers. He wasn't sure when it had started, but for some reason he always seemed to attract opponents above his level at every stage of his growth. With all of that in mind, Death's Heir was the more attractive option. And if he wasn't wrong, combined with this skill and the class's effect of amplifying all death and dark-related abilities by 50%, he would only grow stronger alongside his undead rather than falling further behind them. In the path to power, one only gained more or lost more. Michael only wanted gains. I choose Death's Heir. A new panel appeared instantly. Class transition, Death's Heir. Warning, this action is irreversible. Once the transition is confirmed, your current class will be permanently altered. Do you wish to proceed? Yes, or no. Michael looked at the warning for a moment. Then he selected yes without hesitation. The panel changed. Class transition, in progress. Condition, to fully transition into Death's Heir, engrave a rank 3 undead. Progress, 0 out of 1. Note, engraving is the act of imprinting the essence of the dead directly onto oneself. Channel the death energy of a rank 3 undead under your command and imprint it into your existence. Michael stared at the condition for a moment. So it wasn't immediate. The ticket had started the process, but the class would not fully take hold until he completed the requirement himself. It made a certain kind of sense. Soon knowledge of how to perform what was called engraving entered Michael's mind. However, it was only knowledge of how to do it, not of the effects or what came after. Michael exhaled slowly, his gaze shifting toward the damaged coffin of the Forgotten where his undead waited. He already knew who he was going to use. A moment later, standing before Michael was a young man in his early 20s. He looked almost nothing like Michael, yet as they stood in the same space something similar seemed to pass between them. He had long hair like Michael, pale fair skin, and green, beautiful eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. It was Lucky. Michael's first undead. Lately in terms of power, Lucky had been falling behind some of the others, but Michael wasn't worried. All the wolf needed was a little upgrade and he would be back at the very top. Regardless of where the others stood, Lucky still held a special place. Since this was his transition to a new class, just as his understanding of his talent had begun with Lucky, Michael wanted the same here. He had also only chosen Lucky because the knowledge he had just received gave no indication that the engraved undead would be negatively affected. Michael raised both hands slowly and began. The first circle appeared between them, a single rotating ring of dark energy about the width of his shoulders. He kept the output deliberately low, conscious at every moment of the strength sitting beneath his skin like water pressing against a dam. A second ring formed inside the first, rotating in the opposite direction. Then a third. Each new layer added density to the structure, and the space between the rings began filling with connecting lines that curved and branched according to patterns the knowledge in his mind supplied automatically. It was not like drawing. It was closer to remembering something he had always known, guiding each element into place with careful deliberate intention. The formation grew more complex as it built outward. By the fourth layer the structure had developed an inner geometry that made it difficult to look at directly, angles and curves intersecting in ways that didn't quite resolve into anything familiar. By the sixth it was humming. Lucky watched the whole process without moving. He stood a short distance away with his head tilted slightly, those green eyes tracking each new layer as it appeared with quiet attentive curiosity. The seventh and final layer locked into place. Michael exhaled slowly and steadied himself. The full formation rotated in multiple directions simultaneously. He pressed inward. The formation shrank. All 7 layers compressed toward a single point in one smooth controlled motion, the hum rising briefly as the structure collapsed, and then the whole thing folded against Lucky's chest and disappeared into him. Lucky blinked. Then his outline softened. It started at the edges. The clean definition of his silhouette blurred slightly, his pale skin darkening inward as the solidity of him began to give way, his form breaking apart in fine particles of black ash. His long hair dissolved strand by strand. His hands, his shoulders, the careful stillness of his expression, all of it gave way gradually to the same dark drift until nothing of his physical form remained. In the space where Lucky had stood, a small green flame burned, and around it the ash that had been his body condensed in a slow rotating circle. The green flame was Lucky in his truest undead form. His soul fire. Now it was time for the next part. After thinking for a moment, Michael chose his back as the location. The green flame drifted toward him slowly, drawn by the pull of his intent. Michael sat still and let it come. He shifted his position on the bed carefully, sitting forward slightly to give the process room, and directed his intent toward the space between his shoulder blades. Go ahead. He wasn't sure if Lucky could understand him in this form. But the flame drifted closer anyway. The moment it made contact with his skin, Michael's breath caught. It wasn't unbearable. He had experienced worse, considerably worse, and the memory of lightning tearing through him 9 consecutive times made this feel almost manageable by comparison. But it was not nothing either. The sensation was a deep sustained burn that sat just below the threshold of real pain. Michael kept his jaw set and said nothing. The process moved slowly across his upper back, tracing a path he couldn't see but could feel in precise and deliberate increments. This wasn't all, but Michael could swear he felt like he was getting heavy. Several minutes passed. When the sensation finally faded, Michael sat still for a moment longer, just breathing, before he reached back carefully and let his fingers brush the skin between his shoulder blades. A panel appeared. Class, Death's Heir. Engraving slots, 1 out of 20. Engraving registry. Source, Lucky. Location, back. Stat bonus to host. Strength, plus 55. Agility, plus 75. Constitution, plus 65. Intelligence, plus 82. Passive granted. Poison resistance, rank 3 80% immunity. Poison resistance, below rank 3 100% immunity. Intimidating aura to rank 3 and below creatures. Active granted. Transformation. Condition, bonuses and resistances are only active while the engraved creature remains passive. All effects are lost upon summoning. Excitement surged through him as the full weight of what had just landed in his hands began to settle. His gaze dropped back to the panel, locking onto a single word. Transformation. Michael's curiosity pulled at it immediately. He wondered what the ability actually did, turning the word over in his mind, and didn't realize until it was already happening that his intent had pressed against it. His curiosity had been strong enough to count as a command. Wait. But it was already too late. A surge of energy exploded from his back. Michael's body tensed violently as something tore outward from within. His spine arched, muscles tightening as power flooded every part of him in an instant. The bed beneath him shattered. The walls cracked. Then the entire structure gave way. The building exploded outward as something massive forced itself free. Debris scattered in every direction. Dust rose into the air. And where Michael had once been, something else stood in the middle of the collapsed manor. 15 meters tall. A massive wolf with deep green fur, its body radiating a dense oppressive aura that pressed against the surroundings like a physical force. From its back, dragon-like wings stretched outward, tearing through the settling dust with a low heavy beat. Its eyes burned with a familiar green light. Michael's thoughts froze for half a second. Then recognition followed. Lucky. This form was not unfamiliar. It was Lucky's true form. Only now, he was the one standing within it. Being a monster felt different. Then again, being a monster was a first for Michael entirely. Seeing himself in this form left him stunned, unable to react immediately to the chaos around him or the disorientation within. He stood there processing it in silence for a full second before another thought surfaced. Why do I look different from Lucky? The form was the same in structure, but the appearance was not. Michael's wolf form was noticeably larger and carried a more oppressive presence than Lucky's original. He hadn't finished processing that when the world outside caught up with him. Monster! There's a monster in the academy grounds. Screams erupted from somewhere beyond the ruins of the manor. Michael recognized immediately what was happening and spoke quickly. Wait, I'm not. He hadn't even finished the sentence when the protective dome surrounding the manor dissolved. An enraged voice followed immediately. Foul beast! What is your business here? Whoever it was had no intention of waiting for an answer. The attack came right behind the words. Instinctively Michael brought the wings behind his back to shield himself. The movement alone sent a massive gust of wind tearing through the surrounding area, destroying what remained of the manor further and forcing nearby students to brace against the force of it. Clang! A loud metallic sound rang out as a fire-based attack landed against the scaled surface of his wings. The person who sent it was already preparing a second one. Panic hit Michael faster than he expected. Stop, stop. As he said it, he hurriedly shifted back into his human form. His panic was understandable. He had recognized who attacked him the moment the strike landed. It was one of the 5 rank 4 powerhouses who had escorted him during the tribulation. The same elder who had explained the tribulation process to him in the first place. The moment the attack was blocked and Michael's voice rang out, her expression changed instantly. Shock. She descended rapidly from the air, the pressure around her dispersing just as quickly as it had gathered. What happened? She demanded, her sharp gaze sweeping across the destroyed manor before locking onto Michael. Then, after a brief pause, her lips curved slightly. A second later and I might have killed you. Michael felt a chill run down his spine. Even knowing she was likely joking, he didn't doubt for a second that she could. You weren't trying to kill me, he said carefully. The elder snorted. Of course not. Her gaze shifted briefly to the space where the massive wolf had stood, then back to him. A creature like that appearing in the center of the academy grounds. In the territory of one of our most promising students. Her eyes narrowed slightly. I intended to capture it for questioning. A pause followed. Then her expression turned strange. I just didn't expect the monster to be you. Michael let out a slow breath. That explained it. From the outside there was no way anyone would assume that what had appeared, that massive winged wolf, was him. Even now the memory felt unreal. He flexed his fingers slightly, confirming he was back in control. It was a skill. A transformation type. I just obtained it. That part, at least, was entirely true. The elder studied him for a moment longer, her gaze sharp, as if trying to peel back layers he hadn't revealed. Then slowly the pressure around her faded completely. You should be more careful. Her tone wasn't harsh but there was weight behind it. This is an academy, not a battlefield. If another one of us had reacted faster. She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Michael understood perfectly. He could feel several other gazes leaving his body one by one. All 4 of them familiar. Yes, ma'am. Silence settled briefly between them. Then the elder glanced once more at the destroyed manor, the cracked ground, and the lingering energy still hanging in the air before her gaze returned to him, sharper now. So, she said slowly, since you claim you only just obtained that skill, I assume you only just woke up. As she spoke Michael felt it. A gaze sweeping across him from head to toe, subtle but invasive. Then her eyes widened. Level 65. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Genuine astonishment crossed her face. What kind of mission did you complete to raise your level this much? Just as quickly she paused. Something clicked. Her expression shifted as memory of Michael's tribulation surfaced. 3 days ago. A phenomenon meant for those ascending to rank 4 had descended upon a rank 2. Even now the memory of it was enough to make her uneasy. The elder exhaled softly. I suppose it's not surprising a monster like you would produce results like this. Michael said nothing. He wasn't sure if that was praise or something else entirely. Then her eyes narrowed slightly again. Still. She studied him with renewed interest. Death's heir. Wasn't your class Necromancer? Michael paused, considering how to answer. However, before he could think of something, the elder raised a hand lightly. Don't bother. That was my mistake. I overstepped. A small pause followed before she continued, almost thoughtfully. When you were unconscious, Arvin told us a few things about you. Apparently. Her lips curved faintly. Before your advancement, you were already capable of fighting late-stage rank 3 beings. Her gaze deepened. And now you're just a step away from that stage yourself. She tilted her head slightly. So tell me. How strong are you now? Michael scratched his cheek lightly, his expression turning a bit awkward. I don't know. The elder stared at him for a moment. Then she nodded. I'm not surprised. Her gaze shifted around them, taking in the collapsed manor, the cracked ground, the lingering pressure still hanging in the air. If you had any idea what you were capable of, this wouldn't have happened. Michael followed her gaze briefly, then exhaled. Yeah. A fair assessment. He hesitated a moment, then glanced around again. About the manor. The elder followed his gaze casually, as if only just remembering the destruction around them. Oh, that? She waved a hand lightly. Don't worry about it. Michael's shoulders loosened immediately. A breath he hadn't realized he was holding slipped out. That's good. Then the elder continued. If you clear a dimensional crack filled with rank 3 creatures, say 5 times, you should be able to cover the reconstruction costs. Michael froze. 5? Give or take. Depending on how efficient you are. Michael stared at her. For a brief moment he wasn't sure if she was joking. But looking at her expression, she wasn't. You said not to worry about it. I didn't say it would be free. Debt +1. For a moment Michael couldn't help but wonder how this kept happening to him. It was then Michael also recalled another important detail. He was completely naked. After Director Lin, the name of the female elder, found something for Michael to cover himself and secured the surviving elves from the wreckage of his manor, a sight that left him quietly guilty, she led him to a location he had never been to before. He could tell it was a place reserved for academy staff. And though the location and intent were different, Michael couldn't help noticing how similar it was to the training space where he had once fought Rin. A familiar structure stood at the center, and though he hadn't stepped inside yet he could already tell the space within was probably of a higher grade than the one he knew. He had a guess as to why Director Lin had brought him here. He just wasn't sure how he felt about it yet. Director Lin said nothing immediately. She could barely contain the questions building up inside her, but there was one she couldn't stop thinking about above the rest. Michael's actual combat power. And what better way to find out than to see it directly? With her level of strength there was no risk of things going wrong on her end, and against her Michael could push himself without holding back. She would see exactly how far the boy had come. What Michael didn't know was that the moment the two of them entered the alternate space inside the facility, 4 figures appeared outside. Had Michael been there he would have recognized all of them. The other 4 rank 4 powerhouses who had stood with him during the tribulation. 2 elders stood with their arms crossed, gazes fixed forward. The third remained quiet, almost blending into the background despite the weight of his presence. And then there was Arvin. He stood slightly apart from the others, dressed in a loose long shirt layered over a short crop top. The combination should have looked odd. Somehow it didn't. It suited him, casual and deliberate without exposing anything unnecessary. His eyes flicked toward the sealed space where Michael and Director Lin had entered. A faint smile appeared. You lot really aren't even trying to hide it, are you? No one responded. Arvin clicked his tongue lightly. For rank 4 powerhouses gathering just to spy on a kid. He let out a quiet laugh. That's a bit embarrassing, don't you think? Silence. One of them shifted slightly, clearly irritated. Arvin didn't stop. If word gets out, what happens to your reputations? People might start thinking you've all grown old and bored. Finally one of them reacted. Says the one standing here with us. The voice was low and unamused. Arvin blinked once. Then his smile widened. Oh, I'm just here for entertainment. One of them exhaled sharply. You talk too much. And you lot don't talk enough. It balances out. That was when it happened. One of them, clearly fed up, spoke without thinking. Aren't you the oldest among us anyway? The words left his mouth and the air changed immediately. The man who spoke froze. The expressions of the other two stiffened and all three quietly created distance from Arvin without making it obvious. Arvin's face had gone still. He stared at the three of them, whose bodies had gone rigid, without any readable expression. Their reaction was not inappropriate. Arvin was unpredictable at the best of times, and unfortunately for everyone around him he also happened to be extraordinarily powerful. They didn't call him the closest thing to a demigod in Aurora for nothing. None of the three were weak, but in a real fight, even if they somehow managed to kill Arvin, at least one of them would not walk away. Fortunately Arvin did not go the direction they feared. Instead he shifted his gaze back toward the alternate space. What the three didn't know was that he had considered it. He simply chose not to. To Arvin himself he was perfectly sane, even if he remained very self-aware of his instability. But something had shifted in him since the incident with Michael, when the boy had made clear he would rather face death than seek help from him. That moment had broken something loose inside Arvin. Without realizing it, he had started wanting to be someone children didn't run from. Arvin's gaze lingered on the sealed space a moment longer. Then his eyes flickered slightly. Looks like we're about to get company. The others felt it too without him needing to say it. Multiple presences approaching from several directions. One of the elders clicked his tongue. Nosy. Arvin chuckled lightly. Can you blame them? After everything that just happened? Of course they'd come running. They're almost here, one of them muttered. Arvin stretched lazily. In that case we should leave. His gaze shifted slightly upward and all four of them vanished. They reappeared high above the academy grounds, and from below not a single person noticed. Figures began arriving one after another. Teachers first. Then students, and not ordinary ones. Elite. They gathered around the training facility with their eyes fixed on the sealed space, low murmurs spreading through the crowd. I heard Director Lin went in with him. That monster. Are you stupid? That was obviously Michael. Are you sure? It couldn't be helped. Michael was already well known within the academy and anything involving him drew attention. With Director Lin personally involved, there was no way people would simply walk past. The reason none of them had rushed in immediately was out of consideration for Director Lin. After what had just happened outside the manor, they already had a reasonable idea of why the two of them were there. Meanwhile Michael, who had no idea what was happening outside the alternate space, was busy observing his surroundings. The first thing he noticed was that the space felt tighter than the one where he had fought Rin. Simply put, he doubted he could force his way out of here with brute strength alone. That alone confirmed his suspicion. This was a space built for higher caliber individuals, constructed to contain power that would have torn through the previous one without much effort. Unfortunately the scenery left something to be desired. It was just a lonely-looking desert. Michael swept his gaze across the empty expanse and his eyes narrowed slightly before shifting toward Director Lin. What are we doing here? Don't play stupid. Her tone was calm. Michael scratched his cheek lightly. I'm not. Director Lin let out a soft breath, almost amused. Good. She took a few steps forward, her boots sinking slightly into the dry sand. This space is reinforced to withstand rank 4 level combat. Her gaze returned to him. Do you understand what that means? Michael didn't answer, but his eyes sharpened slightly. It means you don't need to hold back, Director Lin continued. A faint pressure spread from her body. Use this opportunity to gauge your strength and gain control over it. Before you destroy something else. Her lips curved faintly. Michael winced slightly at that. You want to spar? Fight, she corrected casually. Call it whatever makes you more comfortable. Michael stared at her for a moment. You're serious? Director Lin tilted her head slightly. Do I look like I'm joking? She added something else almost as an afterthought. And if I'm satisfied, I might overlook the cost of rebuilding your manor and pay for it myself. Michael wasn't sure he heard that correctly. Seriously? Director Lin shrugged lightly. Maybe. If you're worth it. Something in Michael shifted. The earlier reluctance faded, replaced by something sharper. All right. Director Lin had barely finished speaking when a fist appeared directly in front of her face. It stopped just short of contact. But the space behind her did not survive as cleanly. The shockwave from the movement alone tore through the ground, sand and compressed air erupting outward in a violent ring that carved a deep furrow into the desert floor several meters behind where she stood. Director Lin had not moved. She had frozen the space directly in front of her face, a thin layer of solidified air sitting between her and Michael's knuckles like a wall. Michael immediately created distance, pushing back several meters. Rank 4 really are something else, he muttered under his breath. He had moved at several times the speed of sound and she had still reacted in time. What Michael didn't know was that the hand Director Lin had kept behind her back was trembling slightly. A thought had formed in her mind and she was actively refusing to finish it. After all, Michael had only just ascended. Yes, he was several levels ahead thanks to circumstances only he would know about, but that didn't change the fact that he had just ascended to rank 3. However, that punch just now. That was not something a rank 3 should be capable of. Michael felt it too. The excitement had been building from the moment Director Lin made her offer, and now that the first exchange had passed with no real consequence, it settled into something cleaner. He too wanted to know. He had been awake for a while now and still had no actual measure of what he was working with. This was the opportunity to find out. He activated Berserk. The effect hit immediately. His body temperature spiked, the burn spreading across his muscles as his strength climbed past its baseline. The air around him warped slightly from the output. His vision sharpened until the individual grains of sand beneath Director Lin's feet were distinct. He moved again. What followed was not a spar. Director Lin had been right to call it a fight, though even that word didn't quite capture the next stretch of time. Michael came at her with everything his body could currently produce and Director Lin handled it. That was the honest summary. But her expression was changing with every exchange, each collision leaving a slightly deeper impression on her face than the last. The desert around them had stopped looking like a desert. The ground was fractured in long radiating lines, sections of it upturned or fused from heat, the horizon obscured by dust and dispersed energy. Is that all? Her voice cut through the noise between one exchange and the next. Michael had pulled back to reassess. His breathing had elevated. You're only using your body, Director Lin continued, her gaze direct. You ascended to rank 3. You have abilities you haven't touched. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Stop fighting like a brawler and show me what you actually are now. Michael looked at her for a moment. She wasn't wrong. He had been testing his physical ceiling because that was the most immediate unknown. But physical strength was one layer of what he could bring to a fight, and not the deepest one. His hand moved to his back without fully thinking about it, fingers brushing the space between his shoulder blades where the tattoo sat. The familiar surge began at his spine and spread outward immediately, and this time Michael didn't fight it or try to stop it before it completed. He let it come, and the desert received what the manor had not been large enough to contain. 15 meters of green-furred wolf stood where Michael had been, dragon wings spreading wide, the oppressive weight of the form pressing against the air in every direction. Director Lin looked up at him. For the first time since they had entered the space, she said nothing. She exhaled slowly through her nose, her gaze traveling from the base of his paws to the tips of his wings. In front of Michael her size was so small it looked like a single sneeze could carry her away. The pressure radiating off her was a different story entirely. Now we're getting somewhere. She hadn't even finished the words when her eyes widened as Michael's body began to grow. 20 meters. 30. 40. Michael had activated his law. He didn't know if it was possible in this state, but there was nothing to lose in trying. Cautious about the attempt, he chose one of the less complicated states his law could replicate. He chose to copy beginning's traits. The air changed. The pressure radiating from Michael spiked sharply. The desert beneath him began to sink as his weight increased, sand compressing and cracking outward in expanding rings. Director Lin's eyes widened slightly. What? 50 meters. Then 60. Michael's massive frame towered over the entire battlefield, his shadow swallowing the land beneath him. His wings expanded alongside his growth, stretching wide enough to blot out the sky of the alternate space. This was beyond Lucky's original form. Even beyond beginning's peak size. And yet Michael felt something strange. His eyes narrowed slightly. No boost. There should have been one from his title. For a brief moment confusion flickered through his mind. Is it because of this space? The thought passed quickly because something else replaced it. His attention shifted inward. This power surged through him like an endless current. Vast. Overwhelming. What is this? He had grown stronger before, especially during the periods when he evolved himself through his talent. But this was different. For the first time, Michael felt what it actually meant to possess power rather than just wield it. His claws flexed. The ground beneath them split. The air trembled from the movement alone. Michael slowly lowered his massive head, his gaze locking onto Director Lin. From this height she looked small. Almost insignificant. But the pressure radiating from her did not match her size. The ground around her remained steady and unbroken, a point of stability in the middle of chaos. Michael leaned down further. The movement alone caused the desert to quake, wind pressure rolling outward in waves. I'm ready. His voice was deeper. The air itself vibrated as the sound spread outward and the ground trembled beneath the force of it. Director Lin looked up at him. For a moment she said nothing, her eyes tracing his form once more. 60 meters. A somewhat strained smile formed on her face. Was this what rank 3 youngsters were capable of nowadays? Outside the sealed training facility the gathered crowd felt nothing from within. That alone spoke volumes about the quality of the space. Everything happening inside was completely contained. The only reason anyone knew what was occurring at all was because of the viewing tools embedded into the building itself. Floating panels of light hovered above the central area, displaying a distorted but clear feed of the battle within. And right now every single eye was locked onto them. Silence spread through the crowd. Because what they were seeing did not make sense. That. One of the elite students took an unconscious step backward. Is that him? The image flickered slightly, then stabilized. A towering figure filled the screen. A massive wolf with wings spread wide, its body dominating the entire battlefield beneath it. How tall is that? A teacher muttered it under his breath. That's not a normal transformation, another said, shaking his head slowly. Even among transformation abilities, this is excessive. That size alone. It's not just the size, someone interrupted quietly. All eyes remained fixed on the projection. Even without feeling the energy directly, they could see it. The way the space itself subtly distorted around his movements. The tone of the crowd shifted, curiosity from earlier giving way to open disbelief. Above them, hidden in the sky, the four rank 4 observers watched through the same projection. Their perception gave them a clearer view than those below. None of them spoke immediately, because what they were seeing exceeded expectation. That size. One of the elders frowned deeply. Another's gaze hardened. It's not just the size. Arvin's eyes remained fixed on the projection. Interesting. Unfortunately, this boy is going to cause considerable trouble going forward. Next time he attempts to advance, I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar to what happened many years ago, when that young lady who wasn't even 16 yet was on the verge of entering rank 3. One of the elders glanced at him briefly, then back at the situation below. If an early-stage rank 4 engages him carelessly, they won't have an easy time. Michael would still be at a disadvantage. That much was clear to all of them. But he had crossed the line where it would no longer be entirely one-sided. For someone who had just reached rank 3, that was absurd. One of the elders finally spoke, his voice low. That's enough for the ones below. They don't need to see any more. His gaze shifted downward toward the academy grounds, where more figures continued to gather around the training facility. After a brief pause, another added calmly, "You're not wrong. Too many eyes here." Every major force in Aurora had its own methods of observing others. No one could openly accuse anyone else of doing the same. Still, there were limits. Arvin clicked his tongue softly. Fair point. His hand lifted lazily. He didn't look down. He simply waved. And just like that, every person gathered inside and around the training space vanished and reappeared outside the academy grounds entirely. No warning. One moment they were there, watching. The next, gone. High above, one of the elders spoke again. If you have time to sneak around and watch, you have time to focus on your own cultivation. His voice carried quiet authority even from that height. None of those displaced below bothered to reply. After bowing briefly in the direction of the sky, they scattered. Arvin chuckled lightly. Harsh. Necessary. Silence returned, and their attention shifted back to the fight. Inside the alternate space, Michael stood towering at 60 meters. Director Lin looked up at him, her expression finally stabilizing. The earlier surprise had faded. She stepped forward. And vanished. Michael's pupils contracted. Fast. Too fast. For a 60-meter body, his reaction was delayed by sheer scale, but instinct still kicked in. His wings snapped inward. Too late. Boom. A single fist slammed into his chest. The impact didn't send him flying. The entire 60-meter frame froze mid-motion as the force compressed into a single point and rippled outward across his body. The ground beneath his feet collapsed a second later, sand erupting as his weight shifted backward under the delayed impact. Michael staggered. A massive step carved a trench through the desert. What? He hadn't even finished the thought before she was already there again. Another strike. This time to his flank. Boom. The sound cracked like thunder. Michael's entire body twisted from the hit, his massive form dragged sideways as sand exploded into the air. Director Lin didn't give him time. She moved again. A blur. A presence. Then another hit. Boom. 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 Each strike landed clean. Michael raised a claw to counter and she stepped inside it, a punch landing against his wrist joint at a precise angle. The joint buckled. It healed almost immediately, but his claw still missed. Another hit to his shoulder. His balance shifted again. Michael's eyes widened. She's overwhelming me. Another strike landed against his chest. This time Michael pushed back. His muscles tensed and the ground shattered beneath his feet as he forced himself to hold position. For a brief second they clashed directly, power against power. Then Director Lin's fist twisted. The force changed direction and Michael was pushed back again, his massive frame sliding across the desert and carving a deep path through the sand before stabilizing. Silence. Michael stared at her, still processing. "You're not a mage." Director Lin tilted her head slightly. "Did I ever say I was?" Michael didn't respond immediately. His thoughts were moving fast. The physical strength she was demonstrating didn't match anything he had expected from her. "Are all rank 4 like this?" The question came out before he fully meant to say it. Director Lin smiled faintly. "No." She stepped forward again. "I'm holding back." Michael's pupils shrank. Something clicked in that moment. If this was her holding back, then what about those who didn't? What about those who specialized entirely in the body? Pure strength. Pure physical combat. What would that feel like? If this was rank 4, then he wasn't there yet. Not even close. And yet the realization didn't discourage him. It did the opposite. Even in that massive wolf form, it was visible. The shock faded and something else took its place. His claws dug into the ground. The air compressed around him. After advancing, Michael had also noticed something else. It was said that when one ascended properly to rank 3, so did their law seed. Which made sense. It was called ascension for a reason. There was no way one's law would remain unchanged when it served as the foundation for everything else. Michael's body began to fade until he was no longer visibly present in the space he had occupied. Director Lin tensed immediately. Something unusual was happening in her senses. Michael hadn't actually disappeared. She could feel that much with certainty. He was still somewhere within range, still present in the space, but for some reason she could not accurately pin his location. The signal was there but it refused to resolve into a fixed point, slipping away each time her perception reached for it. She stilled herself and waited. Then she picked up something behind her. She turned and punched immediately, no hesitation, no warning. Mid-air, a figure materialized. Michael appeared in the space her fist was already crossing, and the two connected in a collision that sent a shockwave rippling outward across the desert floor. But Director Lin's attention had shifted from the impact to his appearance. He looked different. A darkish gray aura clung to him. In truth, Michael was no longer in one state. He was in two. One belonged to beginning. The other to fade. The more he fought, the more Michael came to understand his own strength. He was powerful. He had known that in an abstract sense from the moment he checked his stats after waking up. But knowing numbers and feeling what those numbers meant in practice were different things entirely. He was very powerful now. If he had possessed this level of strength back in hell, he couldn't say with certainty that he would have won against the rank 4 he faced there. But he was sure he would have given them a real fight, something far removed from the reality of that encounter where he had ultimately left everything to his undead and focused on surviving. On that note, Michael also realized he had been wrong about his law receiving no boost from his title. It had received one. He simply hadn't recognized it when he first woke up because everything felt simultaneously new and familiar after the advancement, and the passive had already been active before he opened his eyes. With no prior state to compare against, a boost he had never experienced before would feel indistinguishable from his baseline. But after activating his second state alongside his law, he could no longer deny it. The law of echoed existence allowed him to copy the traits of anything connected to him by soul, but it had always been a partial copy rather than the full thing. That was its fundamental limitation. Back in hell, when he had copied Beginning's law and attempted to grow into a giant, the result hadn't come close to the original. The gap had been obvious. The reason Michael sometimes exceeded what he copied came down to foundation. With a stronger foundation than the original, certain copied traits would naturally express themselves more powerfully through him. But there were traits where he simply could not match the source. Beginning's full body size when growing through the law. Fade's depth of concealment. These things required the original to be fully realized, and Michael was only ever working with a partial impression. His current results told him the ceiling on that partial copy had risen. Setting aside the natural improvement that came with ascending, something passive was actively amplifying the output. The boost was real. As these thoughts moved through his mind, the fight continued to escalate, each exchange pushing further than the last. Unfortunately, as Michael tried to push himself further using beginning's trait, Director Lin wasn't actually trying to cause him injuries. Even the strikes she threw weren't life-threatening, which made Michael think that though he was stronger now, he was still far from matching a rank 4. There was no issue though. He still had more levels before rank 4. He doubted he'd be stagnant. At that time he'd love to fight with Director Lin again and see if anything changed. Suddenly Director Lin stepped back. Enough. There's no need for more exchanges. Her voice cut cleanly through the space. Michael froze mid-motion and turned to look at his surroundings. The desert around them was no longer a desert. The ground had collapsed in overlapping layers, deep trenches cutting across the land like scars. Entire sections had been compressed into glass-like surfaces from heat and pressure. The air itself still trembled faintly, unstable from everything they had just done. For a moment neither of them spoke. Michael's massive form slowly relaxed. The 60-meter body began to shrink, the pressure receded, the wings folded, and within seconds he stood in human form again, breathing slightly heavier than before. He immediately reached into his storage space and pulled out a fresh set of clothes. Engraving was remarkable. What Michael genuinely disliked about it was how it left him without clothes after each use. Once he was dressed, Director Lin brought them out of the alternate space without another word. They reappeared inside the training center. Michael exhaled slowly. The tension in his body eased, and he could already feel his control over himself was considerably better than it had been at the start. Director Lin stood in front of him. There was an odd expression on her face, the look of someone weighing something carefully. "Do you have a master?" Michael stared at her in confusion. The question came from nowhere. "No." Director Lin's eyes sharpened slightly. "I see." A brief pause followed. "What do you think about having one?" Her tone was casual. Michael opened his mouth to respond when 4 figures appeared around them at once. Arvin and the other 3 had descended the moment they heard Director Lin's words. Director Lin's expression stiffened. A click of her tongue followed. She already knew it was too late. One of the elders spoke immediately. "Sneaky woman." Another glanced at her with clear amusement. "Trying to take him for yourself?" Director Lin's gaze flickered with irritation. Arvin stepped forward slightly, smiling. "You should have asked inside the alternate space." She clicked her tongue again. She knew that now. But it no longer mattered. The 4 of them would never let her have a moment of peace about this. As several thoughts flashed through her mind, she found herself wondering whether she should ask Michael what he thought about having a mother figure in his life. She had read his files. His parents were no longer around, so there was no telling how he might feel about something like adoption. If Michael had known what was going through Director Lin's mind at that moment, he would have felt a very deep chill settle into his bones. For a brief moment no one spoke. The air inside the training center felt strangely crowded now. 5 rank 4 powerhouses, each carrying enough presence to bend the atmosphere around them, all standing within the same room while looking at one newly advanced rank 3. Michael, who had no idea what expression he was even supposed to wear in this situation, could only manage an awkward smile. One of the elders shook his head slowly. "You really gave us a great surprise." Another snorted. "A surprise? That is putting it mildly." His gaze ran over Michael from head to toe without hiding the scrutiny. A boy who just entered rank 3, yet can already do so much. The quiet elder from before finally spoke. "Absurd." Michael opened his mouth, then closed it again. He genuinely didn't know what to say to that. In the end all he could do was scratch his cheek with an awkward smile. Sorry. That earned him a strange look from all 5 of them. Then Arvin laughed. Look at that. He really has no idea what kind of thing he is. Director Lin clicked her tongue. Arvin waved a hand lightly as if brushing the matter aside, then his gaze settled fully on Michael. Though his smile remained, his tone shifted into something more serious. Now that you're stronger, you can leave the academy whenever you want. No one here would stop you. Michael blinked. That statement came from nowhere. Before he could respond, Arvin continued. But you should be very careful. The casualness in his expression faded. Staying in the academy is much safer. Michael's brows drew together slightly. Is it because of what happened during the tribulation? The Federation again? Arvin nodded once. That is part of it. He took a step forward. But more than that, it is because you are stronger now. Michael paused. That sounded backward. Arvin seemed to notice his confusion. The weak attract little attention, he said calmly. The strong attract much more. Especially the unwanted kind. The training center grew quiet. Even Director Lin did not interrupt. Arvin's eyes remained on Michael. Before, even if someone took interest in you, most would still remain cautious. A talented student is valuable, yes, but still only a student. There are lines people are reluctant to cross too openly. A faint smile touched his lips, but it carried no humor. Now that changes. Michael's expression slowly turned serious. Arvin continued. You have already shown enough to make people greedy. More than greedy in some cases. Curious. Threatened. Ambitious. All of those are dangerous in their own way. One of the elders folded his arms. And if someone decides to move against you, they won't send the same level of people they might have sent before. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. They'll send stronger ones. The quiet elder gave a slow nod. Correct. Another added, that is the problem with standing out. Once weaker methods are no longer enough, the next methods are rarely pleasant. Arvin's smile returned faintly. In other words, congratulations. You are now troublesome enough that troublesome people will start considering you seriously. Michael let out a small breath. That was not comforting at all. Arvin seemed amused by his expression. So be careful. If you want to leave the academy grounds, leave. You've earned that freedom. A pause followed. But understand that outside these walls, things are different. Be very careful. Michael remained silent for a moment after Arvin finished speaking. Then he nodded. I understand. After a brief pause, Michael spoke again. Then, is it okay for me to leave the academy grounds now? That drew all 5 of their attention back to him. Michael scratched his cheek lightly. I want to go home for a bit. To see my family. One of the elders spoke first. Family, huh? Another gave a small nod. That's fine. The quiet elder added calmly, in fact, it's probably better if you leave sooner rather than later. Michael looked at him. The elder continued. The longer you stay after awakening, the harder it becomes to move without attention. There are students and teachers here, us included, that the moment we step outside this place, multiple groups are already aware of our movements. You probably had attention on you before, but it is different now. A rank 3 19-year-old awakener with your prospects is a very different matter from a rank 2 1. Michael understood immediately. Director Lin spoke next. You've already drawn enough attention as it is. If you do go outside, try not to add more to it. Michael nodded. Got it. One of the elders added, almost as an afterthought, and don't stay away too long. Michael paused. Why? He had several guesses already forming, but the question came out instinctively before he could stop it. Arvin answered. The academy has things for you to do. Michael's brows furrowed slightly. Arvin smiled faintly. You didn't think reaching rank 3 would make you less busy, did you? Another elder snorted. If anything, it makes you more useful. Michael was not surprised by that. Perhaps only during the first year could a student remain within the academy, quietly focusing on studying and leveling up. But from the second year onward, even if one had no intention of going out to seek resources, the academy itself would not allow such passivity. Those who failed to prove their usefulness would eventually be removed if they could not be ignored. That was simply how things worked. With his current strength, Michael would have been far more surprised if they allowed him to continue living like an ordinary first-year student. He let out a small breath. I see. Michael did not react much to being assigned to a mission. It was fair. Nothing in this world came without a cost. The knowledge he had accumulated, which had contributed so significantly to his overall growth, would not have been possible without the academy behind him. Arvin continued calmly. You are no longer at a stage where you can grow slowly in isolation. Your foundation is already set and any growth now could take years. What you need now is refinement. Michael nodded slowly. Then can I know what the academy has planned for me? That drew a brief exchange of glances between the 5 of them. Arvin was the one who answered. That should be fine. He paused briefly. When you were unconscious, we made a decision regarding your next stage of development. You will be assigned to an external mission. Michael's brows drew together slightly. External? He could guess what that meant, but something about the way Arvin said it made him ask anyway. What exactly does that mean? Arvin looked at him directly. It means outside Aurora. Michael stilled. Outside? As in another realm? Arvin gave a small nod. For years now, the Federation has been working to establish stronger ties with other realms. Another elder added, power is not only measured by individual strength. Alliances matter. Arvin continued smoothly. And earlier this year, a decision was made to move beyond simple contact. An exchange. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Exchange? For a set period of time, Aurora and several cooperating realms will exchange individuals. The exact classification depends on the situation. Michael understood immediately. So I'll be sent there. Possibly. Yes. A brief silence followed before Arvin added, you won't be the only one. But your situation is somewhat unique. Unique how? Sending you out serves 2 purposes. Arvin raised a finger. First, experience. A second finger followed. Second, distance. You've drawn too much attention recently. If you leave Aurora, your presence becomes obscured. Michael understood. So it's also a way to let things cool down. Arvin inclined his head slightly. Exactly. By the time you return, the initial surge of attention will have settled. Or at the very least, become more manageable. Michael let out a slow breath. That made sense. He was quiet for a moment longer, then asked, do you already know which realm I'll be going to? That drew another brief exchange of glances between the 5. One of the elders answered first. Not yet. You don't need to worry about that part. We'll make sure the choice is a relatively safe one for you. Michael's brows lifted slightly. Relatively? Arvin smiled faintly. You're going outside Aurora, not to a vacation estate. That was fair. Michael accepted it with a nod. To be honest, if he was still too afraid to take that kind of step now, after everything he had survived and with everything he currently possessed, then there might come a point in the future where even his talent would not be enough to carry him forward. All right, he said at last. One of the elders seemed faintly satisfied by that response. Good. Then another spoke. Since you'll likely be leaving Aurora for a while, you should take this chance to move your family closer to the academy. Michael blinked. The elder continued. If your heart is unsettled, your mind won't be either. It's better to place them somewhere closer to protection and closer to you. Director Lin nodded once. That would be wise. Arvin added, if you're going to be away, knowing they're near the academy would make many things easier for you. Michael's expression shifted. That had already been part of his plan for going home. Hearing them say it directly only made him more certain. I was already thinking about that, he admitted. One of the elders gave a small nod. Then do it. Don't wait too long. Once the assignment is settled, your time may not fully belong to you. Yes, sir. Now Michael only wanted to go home. If he could settle his family somewhere safer before leaving, one of the biggest weights on his mind would ease considerably. Then I'll head home, settle things there, and return as quickly as I can. Director Lin replied as she looked at him. See that you do. And try not to cause too much trouble on the way. I'll be careful. Good. Meanwhile in Brightgate City, two teenagers could be seen in a room about to enter what looked like a pair of game pods. What game are we playing today? Lily asked as Jester settled into his pod and reached for the cover. Jester didn't pause at the question. Whatever the stream decides, he said. Thanks to looking almost exactly like Michael at the peak of his popularity in Aurora, except younger, Jester had managed to gather a significant following after being caught live on other streamers' broadcasts. Lily was not left out, though her following, while real, hadn't grown to the same scale as his. Jester closed the lid of the pod. The world went dark for a fraction of a second. Then light returned. A familiar interface spread out before him as his consciousness settled into the game space, a vast digital horizon stretching endlessly in all directions. Beside him, Lily appeared moments later, her form stabilizing with a faint shimmer. Still feels weird, she muttered, flexing her fingers as if testing whether they were real. Jester rolled his shoulders once, already accustomed. You'll get used to it. Your senses are just too sensitive from your training. Without wasting time he flicked his hand. A translucent panel opened in front of him. Stream interface. Status, offline. Viewers, 0. He tapped it. Let's start. Stream status, live. For a split second nothing happened. Then the number jumped. 10, 53. 120, 500. It kept climbing. Within seconds the viewer count surged past 1,000. Then 5. Then 10. Jester watched it calmly as it continued to rise until it stabilized somewhere above 20,000. It was the weekend. Peak hours. Not surprising. A faint smile formed on his lips. Hey. His voice carried easily through the stream. Miss me? The chat exploded instantly. He's live. Jester, let's go. I knew it. Why are you so handsome? Marry me please. Where's Lily? Lily best girl. Stream started just now. Bro came out of nowhere again. I skipped lunch for this. Messages flooded in so quickly they became a blur. Jester leaned back slightly, clearly used to it. Relax. One at a time. That only made it worse. He spoke. Say my name. I love you. Pick a game please. Let chat decide. He said relax OMG. I'm not relaxing. Lily appeared beside him on screen a moment later, looking around at the scrolling chaos with a blank expression. Why are they like this every time? Jester glanced at her. They're excited. That's not excitement, Lily said flatly. That's a problem. The chat immediately shifted. Lily. Lily is here. Queen. She's so pretty. Step on me. Lily, notice me. Lily's expression did not change. I regret coming. Jester chuckled. You say that every time. Jester raised a hand slightly. All right, all right. Calm down. That did absolutely nothing. If anything, the chat sped up. He sighed lightly, then added, you people should relax. My sister and I are only 16. A pause. Then he leaned forward slightly, voice turning half serious and half amused. If you keep going like this, I might have to report you all to the authorities for harassment. For a brief second there was a strange lull. Then the chat exploded harder than before. Only 16. Even better. Same age BTW. It's fair game. Don't threaten me with a good time. Report me please. I can explain. Wait, no, I can't. Free me, I did nothing. Lily slowly turned her head toward Jester. You made it worse. Jester stared at the flood of messages for a second. Then sighed. Yeah. I can see that. The chat kept going. Bro, look what you did. He said authorities LMAO. Call them. I'll turn myself in. This stream is dangerous. Lily save US. Then the tone shifted. NGL being 16 makes me nervous. Same. I've been thinking about awakening for years. What if I fail? I always imagined it, but what if it doesn't happen? Jester's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at Lily. She was 16. He couldn't help but wonder quietly whether the cousin of his master would awaken a class in this lifetime. He turned back to the chat panel. Don't worry too much, awakening is rare anyway, most people don't awaken. Focus on cultivation instead. Yeah, awakening isn't everything. Easy for you to say. I'm 18 this year. If I fail this time it's over for me, no fourth chance, and my cultivation talent is trash. I don't even know what I'll do after. For a brief moment the chaotic energy of the stream dipped. You guys think too far ahead, Jester said. The chat paused. Yeah, awakening matters, he continued. But it's not the only path. If you want power, succeeding at cultivation is perfectly valid. More people walk that road than you think. A few messages appeared. Easy for you to say. You'll have an awakener, big brother. I wonder what he's doing now. Are all awakeners that busy? Lily, is it true that you're about to become an official cultivator? Not only him but other popular ones from the exams are nowhere to be seen lately. Meanwhile, as the stream slowly found its rhythm, hundreds of meters away from Michael's house two figures stood concealed within the first layer of the void. From that position the house below was clear enough to observe but distant enough to avoid immediate notice. Neither of them extended their senses too deeply. That would have been reckless. At the level of people currently present around that house, probing too far into another's territory was one of the fastest ways to draw attention. Even with restraint, they could feel enough. 20 at least, one of them muttered. Their strengths varied, but none were below rank 2. Just as we suspected, the other said, keeping his gaze on the house. This place is heavily guarded. How many do you think are from the Federation, and how many from the Academy? The other considered it briefly. A good number of the lower-ranked ones should be from the Federation. The higher-ranked presences, I'd say most of those are from the Academy. The first did not disagree. That had been his read as well. For a few seconds both fell silent, simply observing. Then, almost at the same time, the corners of their mouths lifted. Soon it won't matter, the first said. The other smiled. Of course. His gaze sharpened slightly. Did the Federation truly think that by slowly revealing the supernatural world to Aurora's common people, they could hide us forever while also painting our image black? A faint scoff followed. His smile widened. Since the covers are coming down anyway, we too will step forward. The first figure's eyes glinted faintly in the void. It is time for a golden age. A time where supernaturals are treated as what they truly are and push this civilization toward what it truly deserves. It's funny, the second said after a moment, amusement touching his voice. The Federation calls us fragmented, unstable, impossible to unite. He looked down toward the city below. And yet they are the ones who cannot truly move as one. That was the irony. The Federation was powerful, overwhelmingly so in some ways. But for all its strength it was also burdened by too many interests, too many factions, too many hands pulling in different directions. By contrast, demonic supernaturals understood one another far more easily than the Federation ever seemed to understand itself. Which was almost humorous, given what people believed about their nature, beliefs that also happened to be accurate in several ways. The first figure let out a quiet chuckle. They call us monsters, yet we are more honest about what we are. The other nodded. Their attention remained on Michael's house for a few more seconds before the second figure spoke again. Are we really going to kidnap ordinary people? The question hung in the void. To them there was no contempt in it. Only a faint confusion. Ordinary family members. In their eyes, such people could hardly be counted as a true weakness. The first raised his shoulders lightly. If orders were given, then we do it. His answer was simple and uncomplicated. The other frowned slightly. It still feels pointless. Maybe. The first did not argue. But pointless or not, it costs us nothing. His gaze shifted downward again toward the house below. In the middle of chaos, when our underlings finish their preparations, taking a few ordinary people away should not be difficult. The second thought about it for a moment. That part was true. His expression gradually smoothed. And if it works, the youth might become easier to influence. The first gave a faint nod. Or easier to draw out. A brief silence followed. Then the second asked, do you think he'll break over ordinary people? The first was quiet for a moment. Whether he breaks or not doesn't matter. He continued in the same calm tone. A genius is still only dangerous when allowed to grow properly. Disturb the rhythm early enough, and even a monster can be led. The second figure looked down toward the streets beyond the house. Their preparations are taking a while. They're being careful. As they should. A faint trace of amusement entered his voice. It's quite funny, honestly. To think one of the summoning circles we laid down randomly years ago in a developing city will finally become important enough to rival the major ones we planned deliberately. And if I'm not mistaken, this youth has some history with it as well. He paused then laughed. We might actually be fated. After Michael left the academy grounds and returned to the surface world, he did not rush straight home. He missed his family. That much was true. After being away for so long, the desire to see them was real. But that was exactly why he couldn't return empty-handed. At the very least, he had to bring gifts. This city was very different from the one where his family lived. It was richer, more advanced, and far more exposed to the larger currents of the world. Even before the Federation had decided to become more open about the supernatural, some cities had never truly been in the dark. This was one of them. Michael took his time. For his aunt, he chose foreign spices. Aunt Mia was not a chef only because it paid the bills. She genuinely loved cooking. Michael still remembered the way her face would light up whenever she made a new dish, though at the learning stage most of them had ended up as something that could generously be described as inedible. This city happened to have entire sections of the market devoted to imported ingredients from other states and beyond. It was impossible not to think of her the moment he saw them. He bought more than he initially intended. For Lily he was less certain. He eventually settled on what he believed a 16-year-old girl might appreciate, with a reasonable degree of uncertainty. A few accessories. Some sweets that were slightly fancier than what was usually sold back home. A pair of soft wristbands that shifted color based on pulse rate. He was not fully convinced by the choice, but they looked harmless, and more importantly they looked like something a younger girl might actually enjoy. Everything went neatly into his storage space. Michael was about to leave when something caught his eye. A pet shop. At first glance it looked ordinary enough, but this was not a normal pet shop. It sold mechanical pets. Michael stood still for a moment, looking through the glass. Inside, sleek metallic creatures moved with an eerie smoothness. A silver cat with gem-like eyes leapt onto a perch and curled up as if it were flesh and blood. Mechanical pets. He had heard of them before. He had even seen one on his first day in this city and several more on the academy grounds. There were generally two major types. The first kind was closer to extremely advanced artificial intelligence. Machines built with such intricate behavioral patterns and sensory responses that they could pass for normal animals. They were trained extensively, given additional functions, and designed to imitate real creatures with frightening precision. Only their extra features and chosen appearance would expose them. The second kind went beyond that. Those were not simply machines mixed with programs. They were machines mixed with magic. Their intelligence was not merely code but something closer to a bound soul structure, carefully written and refined until it behaved like a genuine creature while retaining capabilities beyond what ordinary animals could offer. Real in a meaningful sense, because they had something resembling a soul. Because of their existence, classes had formed around them. Just like how someone could eventually gain a dragon tamer class after fulfilling specific conditions with dragons, the same could happen with mechanical beasts. It was said that this path had first appeared among the Star race, one of the most technologically advanced races in the known universe. Aurora had its own exclusive classes as well. One was the Gunner, branched from the Archer class. Michael stood there a while longer, looking through the glass. In the end he went inside. He stepped out a few minutes later with a small mechanical cat in his hand. Its body was sleek and silver with faint blue lines running beneath its surface like veins. It moved naturally, almost lazily, its tail swaying as it adjusted itself in his grip. If not for the faint metallic sheen it would have easily passed for a real animal. Michael looked at it for a brief moment. "You'll do." Without hesitation he placed it inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, making sure to give his undead a clear instruction not to touch it. Especially Lily. Michael adjusted his posture and was just about to leave when he paused. His gaze lifted. The sky above the city had begun to darken. That in itself was not strange. But something about it felt off. The clouds were not gathering naturally. They were too uniform, too dense, and the color was wrong. Not the soft gray of rain clouds but something deeper and heavier, almost like ink spreading slowly across the sky. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly. He was not the only one who noticed. Around him people had already started stopping in the middle of the street. Some pointed upward. Others pulled out their devices to record. Voices spread through the crowd. "Is it happening again? 3 days ago it was like this too. I didn't record it last time. This time I'm not missing it. Wait, zoom in. Zoom in." Excitement. Curiosity. A faint thread of unease beneath both. But not panic. Michael remained still, looking up. Something about the scene felt familiar. Very familiar. A memory surfaced. Woodstone City. The same strange atmosphere. The same crowd reaction. People stopping, pointing, recording, not understanding what they were looking at. Not until it was too late. Michael's expression shifted slightly. Then he shook his head once. This wasn't Woodstone City. This was a core city. A place under direct academy oversight, filled with high-ranking supernaturals and layered defenses both visible and hidden. Demonic supernaturals would have to be insane to launch an attack here. Right? His eyes stayed on the sky. The darkness spread a little further. Too fast. Too deliberate. The air itself seemed to grow heavier, as if something unseen was pressing down on the city from above. Around him the mood had not fully shifted yet. People were still recording. Still talking. Still treating it as something interesting. But a few had gone quiet. Michael's instincts stirred. His hand lowered slightly to his side, fingers twitching faintly. Something's wrong. Michael didn't know what was happening, but he had a bad feeling about it. He stood there a few seconds longer, watching the darkness continue to spread. Then he exhaled slowly. Doesn't matter. Whatever was about to happen, it wasn't going to stop him from going home. After months of dealing with supernatural matters without rest, his family came first. And more importantly, this was not some weak, unguarded city. Aside from the nearby academy, there were at least 2 other major posts of equivalent standing. If something really did happen here, they would handle it. Michael's eyes lingered on the sky for one last moment. Then he moved. His figure blurred, and the next instant he was gone. Michael reappeared several streets away, his footing steady the moment his body stabilized. That felt different, Michael muttered, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. This was the first time he had used teleportation through the void without entering wisdom's state. Michael flexed his fingers slightly, feeling the residual traces of space distortion fade from his body. So this is what it's like. There was a quiet satisfaction in his chest. In fairness, this was only possible because of wisdom. Without that foundation, without that understanding of space and perception, achieving something like this so cleanly right after advancing would have been out of reach. He didn't waste time. His figure blurred again as he appeared outside the city, suspended in midair. Michael gave the city and its darkening sky one last look, then prepared to teleport again. His body froze before he could. Across the sky, cracks began to appear. They spread slowly, like wounds being carved into the air itself, thin dark lines branching outward before widening bit by bit. The sight alone sent a visible ripple through everyone watching. The earlier curiosity broke instantly. Some of those still recording lowered their devices in shock. Others raised them higher instead. In other places, murmurs collapsed into shouts. What is that? The sky is breaking. No, that's not normal at all. Michael stared upward. Shock passed through him. The familiarity of the scene struck him all at once, hard enough to make his jaw clench. He had known it felt familiar. He had suspected it from the moment the color of the sky changed. And now, watching the cracks widen, he understood why. Michael's teeth pressed together. Demonic supernaturals. The words came out low and full of rage. And right behind the anger came something colder. This city had millions of people, and based on the mana already gathering in the cracks above, Michael could tell this would not unfold the same way Woodstone had. Back then, weaker creatures had come through first. Enough to spread terror, but not enough to bury the city in blood before its defenders could respond. This felt different. The mana in the cracks was too dense. His eyes narrowed sharply. Are they scaling their evil in relation to their target's strength? The thought made his expression colder. Was that the logic behind it? Weaker cities received weaker attacks, stronger cities received proportionally stronger ones. The more powerful the target, the more vicious the opening strike. The idea was insane. And yet, looking at what was forming above the city, it felt entirely plausible. Below, panic had finally taken hold. The earlier excitement was completely gone. People moved in every direction, some running without any clear destination, some calling out names, some frozen in place and still staring upward. At that moment, Michael still thought of his family. Last time, when demonic supernaturals did this, it wasn't limited to a single location. Regardless, this city had its own protectors, and plenty of them. Suddenly, every second he spent standing here felt like a second wasted. Though leaving like this made him feel a trace of guilt when he saw a few supernaturals rising to meet the threat in the air, the feeling quickly faded. Michael's figure blurred, and space folded. This time, he crossed a far greater distance. Far behind him, the cracks in the sky continued to widen. Meanwhile, far away from the city and completely unaware of what was unfolding above Brightgate, Jester and Lily were still inside the virtual space. The raid had only just begun to settle into rhythm. The earlier storm of messages had calmed somewhat, replaced by a mix of casual chatter, game suggestions, and the occasional anxious comment about awakening. Jester had just finished responding to one when a new message appeared. "Wait, why is it getting dark outside?" Neither of them paid much attention at first. Then another came. "Same here. My window literally just got darker. Is it about to rain?" "No, the sky looks weird." Jester's eyes flickered toward the chat. Lily noticed too. "Weird weather?" The messages multiplied. "Hold on, I'm checking." "No, this isn't normal. Sky looks wrong. Why is it so dark all of a sudden?" "Wait, are you guys seeing this too?" Jester's expression shifted slightly. The chat was moving faster again, but the energy behind it was different from before. It was something closer to confusion edging toward unease. Some people started posting half-formed descriptions. Others left the stream entirely to check their surroundings. The viewer count in the corner began to drop. 20,341, 19,880. 19,102, 18,400. Jester frowned. Even when something distracted the audience, the drop was usually gradual. This felt different. Abrupt. Like people were leaving all at once rather than drifting away. Lily's eyes narrowed. "That's not normal." Jester said nothing, but he nodded slightly. More messages came through. "The internet is acting weird. My screen lagged. Anyone else? Signal drop. What is that in the sky?" Then the stream froze. Not for the viewers. For him. The interface in front of Jester flickered once, twice, then dimmed. Connection unstable. Attempting reconnection. The viewer count dropped harder. 12,000, 8,000. 3,000. Then 0. The entire panel blinked red. Network lost. Switching to offline mode. Network lost. Switching to offline mode. The stream died. The world around them remained intact, but the system had cut off all external interaction. Jester and Lily looked at each other in confusion. Jester dismissed the dead panel with a flick of his hand. "We're leaving." Lily didn't argue. Jester's gaze swept across the virtual environment one last time. Then he said quietly, "Log out." The digital world dissolved almost immediately. The first thing Jester did the moment he stepped out of the game pod was look toward the window. Even before that, he already knew something was wrong. The mana in the air had changed. Not by a small amount either. It was noticeably denser than before. And worse, it smelled wrong. Dirty. Corrupted. Jester was not uncomfortable with that quality in itself. His nature made sure of that. But that was exactly why the change stood out so clearly to him. This kind of thick corruption had not been present before he went in, which meant something had shifted while they were under. As expected, the sky outside had darkened considerably. Lily stepped out of her pod a second later, still adjusting to the transition from virtual immersion back to reality. The moment her eyes reached the window, she paused. Her confusion sharpened quickly. A faint trace of suspicion crossed her face. "Jester," she said slowly, "what is happening?" Jester did not answer immediately. His eyes stayed on the window. Then, without turning, he said, "If you can't already tell that the mana density out there is significantly higher than normal, I'm starting to question whether advancing soon is actually the right call for you." Lily stiffened. Embarrassment flashed across her face immediately. "I noticed," she muttered. Jester glanced at her briefly. He knew she hadn't. But he didn't press it. His point had already served its purpose. If she had any self-awareness left, she would understand. His gaze returned to the sky. Then both of them saw it. A crack. High above, thin and dark against the sky, spreading slowly like a wound. Jester's eyes narrowed slightly. His first reaction was not fear. That was something he couldn't feel. It was closer to intrigue, a genuine curiosity about what exactly was unfolding. Lily's reaction was the complete opposite. The moment the crack widened just a fraction more, all color left her face. Her pupils shrank. Then she screamed. The sound was sharp and immediate. Her legs gave out beneath her and she hit the floor hard. Jester turned in genuine surprise. Lily? She was trembling violently. Not a slight tremor from shock or unease. It was raw, instinctive fear. Her eyes were fixed on the crack in the sky, but she was clearly not seeing the present. Jester crouched beside her quickly. Lily. No response. He reached for her shoulder. She flinched so hard it looked like she had been struck. Her breathing had turned ragged, and her whole frame shook without stopping. Jester's expression hardened. Whatever had produced this reaction in Lily was not something small. He reached out and placed a hand lightly against her chin, turning her face upward until her eyes met his. A faint stillness spread through Lily's body. Jester's voice became slower. Calm down. Lily's trembling lessened slightly. He kept his gaze locked onto hers. Do not fear. A blankness entered her eyes. Jester did not let go. Good. His voice remained quiet. Now tell me. He leaned slightly closer, eyes still holding hers in place. What is going on? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a middle-aged woman stood behind the front counter of a moderately busy restaurant, listening with visible restraint to the loud complaints of a customer. And I am telling you, the man said for what felt like the fifth time, that your staff's attitude is unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. I asked for a knife to cut my pasta, and she looked at me as if I had insulted her ancestors. The woman behind the counter did not look impressed. This woman was Aunt Mia. Lily's mother. She folded her arms and stared at the customer with a flat expression that only made him more irritated. Sir, she said at last, her tone dry, if my staff looked at you like that, maybe she had her reasons. The man nearly choked. Excuse me. Before the argument could continue, voices rose from the other side of the restaurant. Several customers had shifted their attention toward the large front windows. Wait. Why is it so dark outside? Was it like this when we came in? A chair scraped against the floor. Someone stood. Another customer pulled out a device and aimed it toward the glass. Aunt Mia's brows drew together. She turned and looked outside only once. That single glance was enough. Something in her expression changed immediately. Without another word, she bent down, grabbed her bag from beneath the counter, and slung it over her shoulder. One of the waitresses blinked. Madam? Aunt Mia's voice cut through the room cleanly. Close up. Everyone go home. The entire restaurant went still for a second. The complaining customer stared at her in disbelief. Go home? What kind of service is this? We're still eating. Aunt Mia ignored him completely. She was already moving. One of the staff hurried after her. But what about the bills? Take what's there and lock the doors after. What's happening? Aunt Mia did not slow down. I said go home. There was a finality in her tone that brooked no further argument. Some of the customers began to grumble immediately. What is wrong with this place? Like owner, like staff. Rude. This city's service keeps getting worse. Aunt Mia did not care. Not even a little. By the time the complaints finished, she was already heading downstairs. Right now, everything about the air felt wrong. She only moved faster. At that moment, only 4 thoughts mattered to her. Lily, Michael, Jester, and a small hope that this wasn't what she thought it was. Jester looked down at Lily's unconscious form with a thoughtful expression. He had not expected this. There was history here. And though it felt like too much of a coincidence, the cracks in the sky made it hard to deny that something similar to what Lily had once experienced was unfolding again. Which meant the situation was no longer just strange. It was dangerous. The question now was what he should do. His master's order had been clear. Protect the family. The most logical move was to grab Lily and Aunt Mia and leave the city as fast as possible. Jester had more than enough speed to cross Brightgate in a very short time. But the problem was that only Lily was with him now. He glanced toward the window, then back at her. He could not leave her here alone. Anything could happen in the time it took him to make the trip. Part of this difficulty came from the increased security around their home. Rushing out of the building carrying an unconscious person would draw attention immediately. There was a real chance someone would stop him, and the option to leave the city before things escalated would be delayed. Under ordinary circumstances that would not matter. But in the middle of something like this, even a few seconds of unnecessary delay could become a serious problem. He clicked his tongue softly. Troublesome. His mind moved quickly. Option 1 was to remain here and wait for Aunt Mia to come to them. He dismissed that almost immediately. Being passive was not wise. He didn't even have time to be passive. Option 2 was to carry Lily and go find Aunt Mia himself, then leave together. Even before the thought fully formed, Jester already knew what he was going to do. Since heading out through the front would attract attention from those people who came from heavens nowhere, most likely the Federation, I'll just go around them. These past few months, Jester had done far more than simply protect the family or fill the absence his master had left behind. With the memories he had absorbed from the dead evil cultivator Li Yuan, combined with the resources his master had left to him, the Supers Association account, and the funds quietly sitting in his wallet, he had walked a path few could even begin to understand. Though he had not yet stepped into the nascent soul stage, the foundation he was building with the body his master had blessed him with had already pushed him far beyond what he had been when he first arrived in this world. Thanks to his craftiness, the means at his disposal were too many to count. Jester held the unconscious Lily carefully and without hesitation used Earth Escape, his figure sinking into the ground as though it were water. Everything beneath him parted silently around him, closing just as easily as he moved, leaving no trace behind as he made his way straight toward Aunt Mia's location. Above ground, the world was already beginning to change. The sky continued to fracture. And on the ground, cracks had started appearing as well. Unlike the ones in the sky, these were closer and somehow more immediate. They looked like they would fully open before the ones above ever did. That alone was enough to make the atmosphere in the city significantly worse, especially for those who still remembered what had happened to other cities a few months ago. High above, hidden in the first layer of the void, the two supernaturals watching Michael's house still had no idea their targets were already gone. From where they stood the house below remained quiet. One of them narrowed his eyes slightly. Should we move in now? The other did not answer immediately. His gaze swept across the area below before he shook his head. No. The chaos hasn't started yet. The first clicked his tongue softly but did not argue. In any case, there's no need to rush, the other continued. Other than our own people, no one is entering or leaving this city now. They had time. Moving now would only draw focus too early, and focus was exactly what they did not want. Back at the center of the city, Aunt Mia pushed through the front doors of the building and stepped out into the street. She reached into her bag and pulled out her phone as she moved. Come on. Her fingers moved quickly as she tried to book an AI-driven cab, but like everyone else in the city and beyond, she was met with no signal. Her brows tightened but a quick glance at the chaos around her told her everything she needed to know. Even if she could book a ride it would not reach her in time. And even if it did, it would be slower than running. Fine. Aunt Mia bent slightly, slipped off her heels without hesitation, and shoved them into her bag. Then she ran. Based on what she was seeing, she could no longer deny what was happening. And if it was anything like last time, every second mattered. Her pace increased. She moved past confused civilians, sidestepped a man who nearly crashed into her, and cut across the street without glancing at the traffic signals. She had only been running for a short while when the ground directly in front of her bulged. Then a figure shot upward. Aunt Mia's eyes widened. Ah! She lost her balance immediately and fell backward, landing hard. For a split second, fear spiked. Then she saw his face. Jester. He stood there as if he had simply stepped out of a door rather than the ground itself. Calm. Unbothered. Holding Lily carefully in his arms. Aunt Mia blinked in surprise, then the next second relief hit her so suddenly it almost made her dizzy. Jester. This strange boy who had appeared in their lives because of Michael. Even without Michael explaining anything, Aunt Mia had known from the beginning that he was not normal. No one with that kind of aura could be ordinary. The way he trained Lily. The small glimpses of power he revealed here and there. It had all been proof. And yet it had never felt wrong. That was the strange part. Normally, someone wearing her nephew's face and living under the same roof would have been unsettling. Creepy, even. But for some reason it wasn't. If anything, it made her feel like she had gone back to those earlier days when it was just her, Lily, and Michael. Life had been hard then, but it was simple and safe. Though that did not mean she wanted to go back. Reality snapped back in and her eyes moved immediately to Lily. What happened to her? She fainted. She's not injured. But we need to leave. His tone was calm, but there was something beneath it. Aunt Mia didn't argue. Not even for a second. If Jester was saying it, that was enough. She pushed herself up quickly, brushing dust from her clothes. Good. I was coming to get her anyway. Her gaze flickered briefly toward the sky. The cracks had grown larger. What do we need to do? She asked. There was not much panic in her voice. Fear, yes. Urgency, definitely. But panic had already been pushed aside by practical logic. At this point she could tell that aside from the Federation, Jester was the only one around her who could actually help. Jester was pleased by how cooperative she was. It's simple, he said. You just need to trust me. Aunt Mia looked at him. Jester looked back. Aunt Mia's body went still for a fraction of a second before the strength left her limbs. Her eyes lost focus and she slumped forward. Jester caught her before she hit the ground. The few nearby civilians who had already been unsettled by his sudden appearance from the earth, and the unconscious girl already in his arms, were now considerably more disturbed. One person took several steps back. Another muttered something under their breath. A woman pulled her child behind her instinctively. To them, the whole scene was deeply wrong. A young man had appeared from the ground, was already holding an unconscious girl, and now a grown woman had simply looked into his eyes and collapsed into his arms. Jester did not care. Not even slightly. The opinions of ordinary people occupied less of his attention than some of the random books he kept at home. The only thing currently on his mind was whether his master would blame him for knocking out two of his only family members. He considered that seriously for about a second. Then found a logic that satisfied him well enough. Maybe he'll praise me instead. It was efficient, after all. And his master appreciated efficiency when it mattered. Without wasting more time, Jester adjusted both unconscious bodies in his arms. The weight meant almost nothing to him. Earth escape. He sank into the ground again. The street closed above him without a trace. Beneath the city Jester moved quickly. His plan was simple. Leave Brightgate first. Whatever came after could be handled in motion. The earth parted smoothly around him, soil and stone flowing aside like obedient water. A moment later he rose near the edge of the city, having chosen a point with as little foot traffic as possible. He took one step forward. Something blocked him. A transparent wall. His foot stopped just short of it. From a distance it would have been impossible to notice. Even up close it was only visible because of the faint distortion it created in the surrounding mana, stretching upward and sideways further than his eyes could follow at a glance. A barrier. Jester turned his head and gave it a quick look, already understanding what it meant. The city had been sealed. He was silent for one brief moment. Then he muttered, F***K. To be honest, it couldn't be said Jester was truly frustrated. He simply felt the word suited the situation. On the opposite side of the city, the same word was being expressed rather differently. Fuck. Michael's figure tore through the air and stopped only when something solid met his fist. Boom. The sound exploded across the sky. A ring of force spread outward from the impact, distorting the air for dozens of meters in every direction. The thing in front of him did not even tremble. A transparent wall. Michael hit it again. Boom. Then again. Boom. 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 Each punch carried everything he could put into it from midair. The space around his arms distorted with every swing. Shockwaves rippled outward, and if anyone below had been close enough they would have seen the invisible surface shudder faintly under the pressure. But that was all. Just a ripple. Nothing more. Michael's expression darkened. He drove another punch into it, then another, faster, more violent, less controlled. The force behind each strike was more than enough to shatter ordinary barriers. This wall remained. After a long second he simply hovered there, breathing heavier than before, staring at the obstruction in front of him. Then he was forced to accept it. He couldn't break through. Michael slowly lowered his fist. Beyond the wall was the city. He had arrived only moments ago, but he had been too late. The city was already sealed and he was on the wrong side of it. For a moment he simply stared through the barrier, jaw tightening as he took in the chaos unfolding on the other side. His family was somewhere in there. Damn those demons who have nothing better to do. A cold rage settled into his chest. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the city, Jester finally noticed something. Master? Thanks to the connection shared between clone and master, both Jester and Michael could sense each other's presence. However, due to the distance between them, they could only get a rough sense of where the other was, and that brought another problem into focus immediately. They were on opposite ends of the city. Still, since arriving here this was the first genuinely good news Michael had received. If Jester was inside the city, there was a good chance he was close to his family. There were many things Michael could doubt about Jester, but not his intelligence or his capability. At least before the danger of the cracks fully manifested, and given that what was unfolding seemed similar to Woodstone, Jester should still be able to manage things on his end. What Michael needed now was a way through the barrier. And he happened to have an idea. He activated Wisdom State immediately. The moment he did, his perception changed. The world sharpened. The barrier before him no longer looked like a simple transparent wall. Unfortunately, even with his connection to the void strengthened in this state, he still could not teleport through it. The barrier was interfering directly with space. Any attempt to force a jump would either fail outright or send him somewhere far worse. But what he saw next made his eyes flicker. The barrier was not perfect. Strong, yes, extremely so. Sophisticated, certainly. But not perfect. Like most things in the world, it had weak points. They were subtle enough that without Wisdom State Michael doubted he would have found even one. A cold light entered his eyes. Without hesitation, he moved. His fist drove into one of the weak points. Boom. The ripple this time was different. Still small, still nowhere near enough to break through, but noticeably larger than anything his strikes had produced before. Michael's gaze sharpened immediately. He attacked again. Boom. And again. Boom. The weak point quivered slightly more with each impact, but it still wasn't enough. However, those results were enough for a theory to form. If I keep hitting the same point, maybe I can create a temporary opening. Even a gap no wider than a single person would be enough. Michael drew in a slow breath. Hope returned to his expression for the first time since he arrived. He knew it was easier said than done. A single weak point was still too resilient. Even with his attacks focused precisely where the barrier was least stable, progress was minimal. Then another thought came. His eyes moved across the barrier again. With his deepened perception, he could see that many of the weak points were not entirely isolated. They were separate, yes, but not truly independent. Several of them were connected through the same broader network of instability. Which made him wonder. What if he attacked enough of them simultaneously? If he lacked the individual power to force open one point alone, then perhaps overwhelming several connected weak points together would produce the result he needed. The moment the idea formed, Michael acted on it. He reached into his soul space and brought out the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. The coffin emerged beside him in midair and Michael did not waste a second. From within, undead began to emerge. One after another. Then by the dozens. Then in a flood. 100 of his strongest undead appeared in the air around him, their presence immediately thickening the atmosphere. Beginning was absent, still focused on comprehending the path toward rank 4. Lily could not be summoned for far too many reasons. And Lucky remained within Michael as an engraving. So these were the next strongest. Ghost. Fade. Blue. Purple. Prince. Undead humanoid warriors, casters, beasts, and more, all carrying at least rank 3 power. For a brief moment they hovered in silence around their master. Then Michael's voice cut through the air. Spread out. They moved immediately. Under Wisdom State, Michael identified one weak point after another, assigning groups to each location. Several undead rushed to each flawed section of the barrier he marked for them and stopped only when they reached their designated positions. Michael's eyes burned with cold focus. Keep hitting. The next instant, the sky outside Brightgate erupted in a storm of impacts. Boom. The barrier rippled across multiple points at once. An undead elephant rammed into one section with its full force. An enormous undead goat slammed into another. Spells burst outward from casters, striking weak points with concentrated energy. Heavy undead brutes hammered with fists, weapons, claws, and horns. Michael himself struck the central point of the pattern he had chosen, coordinating the sequence while the others assaulted the surrounding flaws. This time the result was immediate. The ripples grew far larger than anything produced before. They trembled across multiple sections simultaneously, waves interfering with one another as the strain began spreading through the connected weak points. Michael's eyes narrowed. Yes. The transparent wall began flashing irregularly under the combined assault. The distortion in the mana around it thickened. Michael did not relax. Harder. The undead obeyed instantly. The impacts intensified. Boom. From inside the city, anyone looking toward that section of the barrier would have seen something deeply unsettling. 100 undead suspended in the sky beyond the sealed wall, relentlessly hammering at it under their master's direction like an army trying to tear open the heavens themselves. In a secluded part of the city, hidden beneath an uncompleted complex, several figures stood around a massive magic circle. The chamber was dim, lit only by the unstable glow of inscriptions carved into the floor. Black-blue lines pulsed slowly through the formation like veins. At the center of the circle stood a figure with both hands raised slightly, eyes closed, maintaining a complicated flow of energy through the array. Around him the others waited in silence. Then one of them spoke. "How's the barrier?" His voice was low, but the tension inside it was impossible to miss. The higher-ups want confirmation it's functioning properly. If not, He paused briefly. We'll have to use our lives to compensate. A chill passed through the room. No one doubted that for even a second. This was the demonic faction. Among them, the strong preyed on the weak. If a mission of this scale collapsed because of incompetence, lives would indeed be taken. And not only one. The figure maintaining the circle finally opened his eyes. Yes, he said. It's stable. The room loosened by only the smallest amount. He continued calmly, his voice carrying quiet pride. In any case, we've been preparing here for years. Though the Federation's recent actions forced us to move ahead of schedule, we were never unprepared. To break this barrier they would need multiple Emperor-class supernaturals working in concert. And that's not something we're lacking on our end either. For all we know, both sides could be fighting right now. Hearing this, the other supernaturals smiled and began discussing among themselves, failing to notice that the expression on the face of the figure at the center had shifted briefly before he quickly concealed it. Did I sense that wrong? For just a moment, he had felt something. A gap, faint and fleeting, opening somewhere in the barrier. But the sensation had disappeared as fast as it came and he found himself genuinely uncertain. He almost said something. Then he stopped himself. It would be embarrassing to announce that a gap had just opened in the barrier immediately after declaring it stable. And besides, he had most likely sensed wrong. Most likely. Back at the city's edge, Michael found himself staring at the transparent wall behind him with a trace of fear still lingering in his eyes. Just now, exactly as he had hoped, the combined pressure on the connected weak points had been enough to force the barrier into instability. For a fraction of a second, a gap had opened. Michael had moved the instant it appeared, not allowing himself even a moment to think, recalling his undead at the limit of his speed. Even then, it had been too close. If he had not been fast enough to pull the coffin back through before the gap closed, he would have lost the hand holding it on the other side of the barrier. Michael exhaled slowly. Only after forcing his breathing to settle did he stop looking at the barrier and turn his focus inward. Jester. The connection was still there. And unlike outside the city, space within the barrier was still usable. Without hesitation Michael vanished, teleporting in Jester's direction. Each jump cut through large sections of the city, his figure appearing and disappearing so rapidly that to anyone who might have caught a glimpse of him, he would have looked like a flickering ghost. The ruined streets below blurred into fragments. Panicked civilians. Ground cracks splitting open. Supernaturals rising into the air. The darkened sky. Screams. Michael ignored all of it. Every jump brought him closer to Jester. On the opposite side of the city, Jester was still standing near the edge of the barrier with Aunt Mia and Lily in his arms when his eyes flickered slightly. A small smile formed on his lips. Master. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the space a short distance in front of him twisted. A figure stepped out of it. Michael. For 1 second neither of them spoke. Then Michael's eyes moved immediately to the two unconscious bodies in Jester's arms. Aunt Mia. Lily. The tension in his chest loosened at once. He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Michael stepped closer quickly, his eyes scanning both of them. Then his gaze lifted to Jester. What happened? Lily reacted badly to the cracks in the sky. And though Aunt Mia was cooperative, I needed to make things easier. Michael stared at him. Jester stared back, perfectly calm. After a brief pause, Michael said, "You knocked both of them out." Michael did not really know what to say or how to react. Due to Jester's nature, Michael had always been cautious around him, especially in the beginning. That caution had lessened as Michael grew stronger, but it had never fully disappeared, and so hearing that Jester had actually touched his family had nearly stirred something close to anger in him. Then he stopped himself and wondered what exactly he was supposed to be angry about. He recognized the bias in his own thinking almost immediately. Somewhere inside him he had always assumed Jester was up to no good simply because of what Jester was, and that assumption had nearly caused him to react to something that was not actually a problem. His family was safe, unconscious but accounted for. Michael forced himself to set the irritation aside and let it go. Jester looked at him. "What do we do now?" Michael's answer came without hesitation. "We get out of the city." Neither of them said anything beyond that. There was no mention of the people still trapped inside, no discussion of what would happen to Brightgate while they left. The silence on that subject was simply there, and both of them let it sit without comment. For Michael, the priority was his family. Getting them out and to safety came first. Everything else followed after that. For Jester, the reasoning was considerably simpler. He wanted things to go back to how they were yesterday. The city could handle its own problems. That was not his concern. "How?" Jester asked. "We're sealed in, but since you made it here I assume you already have something in mind." Michael nodded. "The barrier has weak points. They're barely visible under normal circumstances, but with the right perception they become readable. I found a pattern in how several of them connect, and if enough pressure is applied to those connected points at the same time." Jester completed the thought without pausing. "A temporary gap opens in the network before the formation can compensate." Michael looked at him for a moment. "How long does the gap stay open?" Jester asked. "Not long. A second at most, probably less. Which means we move the moment it appears and we do not hesitate." Jester glanced down at Aunt Mia and Lily, both still unconscious in his arms, then back at Michael. "Lead the way, Master." Michael nodded and had just summoned the damaged coffin of the Forgotten when his expression changed. "Come out," he said sharply, addressing a specific point in the air, and two figures immediately appeared. "To think you were able to sense us," one of them said, sounding almost impressed, only to be met with Michael's cold stare. The other looked at Jester and the two unconscious figures in his arms with quiet interest before shifting his attention to the transparent wall behind them. "Well," he said, "this makes things considerably easier for us." These two were the demonic supernaturals who had been stationed outside Michael's apartment, their assignment being to take his family. A short while earlier, when the ground cracks began opening and creatures started pouring into the city, they had taken that as their signal and entered Michael's home directly, only to find it empty. Fortunately for them, they had not been careless. Earlier that morning when Aunt Mia left for work, they had quietly placed a tracking spell on her without her knowledge. Through that connection they had followed her here. What they had not expected was to find Michael as well. For a moment both of them studied him. Michael's anger climbed steadily at the sight of the two hovering above him. He did not yet know the full story, but he did not need it. They were demonic supernaturals and they had clearly been after his family. That alone was enough. A cold pressure rolled off him as his eyes locked onto them, the fury in his chest building until even the already unstable air around them seemed to respond to it. Their presence also made one thing clear. As long as they were here, he could not focus entirely on breaking through the wall behind him. That irritated him further. Under the surprised eyes of the two intruders, Michael placed Jester and the two unconscious figures into the miniature coffin, which disappeared immediately after. For the first time, one of the demonic supernaturals lost his composure. His expression darkened. "Our targets." Then he stopped. The anger faded and a slow smile returned to his face. The family had never truly been the primary objective. Their only real value had been as leverage to reach Michael. Michael himself was always the one that mattered most. If the family had vanished into whatever that item was, that was fine. They would simply take him instead. The second demonic supernatural had clearly arrived at the same conclusion. His gaze on Michael shifted, settling into something calmer and more calculating. "Well," he said, "that works too." Michael said nothing. His eyes were cold. The first one looked him over carefully, reading his aura. Rank 3, clearly, and from everything they had heard about him he was likely stronger than the average rank 3. But they were both late-stage rank 3 with considerable experience behind them. They did not believe for a single moment that this boy could resist them. One of them took a slow step forward in midair. "Come quietly. If you do that, perhaps your family suffers less later." Michael's expression did not change. Inside, however, something dark settled deeper into his chest. He was already angry. That sentence made it considerably worse. The second one stepped forward as well, positioning himself slightly to the side, naturally cutting off retreat without needing to announce it. "This city is sealed. The Federation is trapped. You are trapped." A faint smile touched his lips. "You should understand by now that standing against us accomplishes nothing." Michael finally spoke, his voice completely flat. "You talk too much." The first one chuckled. "And you don't understand your position." Michael's shoulders loosened slightly. Then he moved first. His figure vanished and reappeared directly in front of the one on the left, fist already halfway to the man's face with enough force behind it to split the air open. And something did split open. The demonic supernatural's head. Bone, flesh, and blood exploded outward in a violent spray, the shockwave distorting the air around them for several meters in every direction. For a fraction of a second everything went still. The second demonic supernatural froze. His mind went blank. He had known Michael was stronger than the average rank 3. But there was a significant difference between accepting something as information and watching it happen directly in front of you. His partner's head had simply ceased to exist. Horror crept into his expression. Then his head burst open as well. Both bodies remained suspended in the air for the briefest instant, held up by nothing, before dropping lifelessly toward the ground below. The sound they made when they hit was distant and irrelevant. Silence followed. Michael stood there, his fist still slightly extended, then he lowered his arm slowly. TCH. Though he was not satisfied, the killing intent that had been building steadily around him since he saw those two step forward settled by a fraction. A moment later the miniature coffin reappeared at his side and his undead emerged around him, taking up their positions in the air. Without wasting any further time, Michael activated his Eye of Truth and layered it over the heightened perception that came with Wisdom State, combining both until the barrier in front of him became something he could read properly rather than simply feel. The weak points reappeared in his vision. More clearly this time. He could see the connections between them with greater precision than before. His family was currently safe within the coffin, but he would only feel settled once they were on the other side of that wall, before whatever was coming through those cracks in the sky fully arrived, so he needed to hurry. What Michael did not know was that his earlier breach had not gone as unnoticed as he believed. Inside the formation chamber somewhere within the city, the one maintaining the barrier had not actually dismissed that strange sensation when it first passed through him. He had wanted to. Fear of embarrassment had nearly won. But fear of death had a sharper edge, and it had kept pulling at his attention even after the others stopped paying him any mind. So he had continued watching. For a while nothing appeared visibly wrong and others around him talked amongst themselves. Ash said nothing. Then his eyes narrowed. Among the countless impacts striking the barrier from the outside, one section stood out. It was being struck harder than the rest. His expression changed completely. Something's wrong. As his reaction was quite visible, the others around focused on him. Since his expression wasn't subtle, the others around him immediately noticed. "What is it?" one of them asked, his tone tightening. The man hesitated for a brief moment, eyes still fixed on the formation. "I'm not sure yet," he said slowly. That answer did not reassure anyone. A few of them exchanged glances. "Then why are you looking like that?" another pressed. He did not reply immediately. Instead he raised his hand slightly and pointed in a specific direction. "Some of you should head there." Confusion appeared on their faces almost instantly. "That direction? Why?" "I said I'm not sure," he replied, this time with a sharper edge. "But something there is off." There was a brief pause. Then 3 of them stepped forward without further argument. If there was even a chance something was wrong with the barrier, ignoring it would prove foolish. It was better to confirm a mistake than to make one. The 3 left while the rest stayed behind. Michael knew none of this. He commanded his undead to strike harder at the points he had designated and watched the ripples grow larger with each impact. He increased his own output alongside them, trying to focus, though the sounds behind him made that difficult. Even before his advancement, his senses had already been sharp. The screams reached him clearly without needing to turn around. He did not need to look to know that the cracks below had erupted and the city had fallen into chaos. For a brief moment Michael felt a pull of guilt. People were dying behind him and he was leaving. He clenched his jaw slightly and forced the thought down. On the surface layer of the void, where reality could still be interfered with, the 3 demonic supernaturals finally arrived at Michael's location following the guidance of the one maintaining the barrier. Now they understood the expression on his face. None of them moved immediately. Their eyes were locked on the scene in front of them. 100 rank 3 undead, their collective presence making the air feel noticeably heavier. One of them swallowed without meaning to. How? The question slipped out before he could stop it. He could tell immediately that these undead had not come through the cracks. All 3 shifted their gaze from the undead to Michael, or rather to his back, since they could not see his face. But they could feel the power radiating from him. He's the one controlling them, one of them said quietly. What is a necromancer doing here? He's definitely not one of ours. He must be from the Federation. The third frowned slightly. Very possible. It was not that they had no desire to stop what was happening. They did. But they did not want to die. 100 rank 3 undead under the command of someone capable of reading and interfering with the barrier itself was not a fight they could confidently win. They were dangerous, not stupid. The 3 exchanged glances. Let's just report this, one of them said quietly. The others nodded. That was the safest choice. Slowly and carefully they began to withdraw. They still believed Michael hadn't noticed them, which was a reasonable assumption. There were not many powerful demonic supernaturals who could not conceal their presence effectively. But Michael had already been aware of them from the moment their attention settled fully on him. Just as the 3 prepared to teleport, they froze. A fine line appeared around each of their necks and they were forced out of the void simultaneously. The last thing they saw was a figure hovering in the air, watching their falling bodies with an unreadable expression. It was Fade. Michael's most capable undead assassin. After killing the 3, Fade did not linger. The moment the bodies began to fall his figure blurred and reappeared beside the barrier at his assigned position. Without waiting for an order he raised his arm and struck the exact point Michael had designated. Boom! The impact blended seamlessly into the rhythm of the others. Michael did not look back. He had registered everything the moment it happened and set it aside just as quickly. Keep hitting. His voice remained calm. The pressure on the barrier surged again, the instability reaching its peak. Then it opened. A gap. Michael moved instantly. In the same moment all his undead vanished, pulled back into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten at the limit of his speed. The coffin shrank and disappeared into his soul space immediately after. Michael moved forward and crossed. The moment his body passed through, the gap collapsed behind him, sealing shut as if it had never existed. The barrier stabilized again. Michael let out a slow breath the moment he cleared it. Relief came first. A brief sharp sense of release. He was outside. The barrier was behind him. His family was safe within the coffin. Everything he had pushed toward through the past stretch of chaos had been achieved. And yet the happiness he expected never came. Nothing settled in his chest the way he thought it would. Michael frowned slightly and rose higher into the air until the city spread out more clearly beneath him. From up here, Brightgate looked worse. Much worse. The cracks on the ground had already fully erupted in several districts. Dark fissures ran like infected wounds through streets and intersections, and from them creatures continued to pour out. Some were already dead, their bodies scattered across broken roads and collapsed storefronts, but many more were still moving. Fires had started in several places. Screams rose constantly, sometimes in bursts, sometimes all at once, blending into a single sound that reached him even at this height. Michael stared at all of it. He had made it out. His family was safe. But he could not pretend nothing was happening, could not turn away and act as though the city below meant nothing. To abandon all those people and behave as if it were someone else's problem entirely. That was not him. At least, not yet. Michael thought seriously. From what he could see, the current danger level of the city was not something beyond his ability anymore. If he were alone, with no burden and no family to protect, he would not even hesitate to stay. The only reason he had wanted to leave immediately was because Aunt Mia and Lily were here. He could not put them in danger. But he also knew something else. If he did absolutely nothing now, there was a good chance he would regret it later. Maybe not forever. But long enough to matter. His jaw tightened. A moment later Michael was back on the ground with two other figures beside him. Spartan and Ghost. Spartan was looking at the ring his master had just placed in his hand. Michael spoke without wasting time. What I want you to do is simple. Both Undead focused on him. Stay far from the city. But not too far. Find a safe distance. His gaze settled on Spartan's hand. And protect that ring at all costs. The ring was not ordinary. It was the epic-grade storage ring he had obtained from his advancement mission, and right now it contained his family and Jester. Spartan closed his fingers slightly, acknowledging the weight of the responsibility without needing to say anything. Michael watched him for a moment, then nodded faintly. After a brief pause he summoned his coffin again, and a ripple of space appeared beside him. A small figure blinked into existence, then out again, then back once more. Moss, Tur. Wisdom appeared, vanished, reappeared upside down, then corrected itself, its voice uneven but unmistakably cheerful. Michael gestured toward Spartan and Ghost. Teleport them somewhere safe. Not too far from here. Wisdom tilted slightly. Faye, but, near. Yes, Michael said. If you encounter anything you cannot handle, do not fight. Just keep teleporting. Wisdom's body shimmered as it processed the instruction. Run, keep, go. Exactly. Spartan stepped forward without hesitation. Ghost followed. Neither questioned the order. As Wisdom's space flickered around them, Michael spoke one last time. Do not let anything happen to that ring. Spartan nodded once. Then they were gone. The space around Michael fell quiet again, with only the distant sound of chaos remaining. He stood there alone for a second. Then he turned back toward the city. Using the same method as before, this time with considerably more proficiency, Michael entered the city again. Far away from him, deep within the formation chamber, the atmosphere had already turned tense. The three who had been sent out earlier had not returned. At first no one spoke of it. Then one voice broke the silence. They're late. One of the individuals frowned slightly. Could be the Federation holding them back. Another nodded faintly. Possible. But the man at the center said nothing. His eyes remained fixed on the formation. Then his expression shifted, just as it had a short while ago. His pupils contracted. Once could be dismissed. Twice could not. A cold thought formed and he trembled slightly. Someone that was not one of them could enter and leave the barrier at will. He ran through possibilities quickly. A king rank? No. Even among king rank individuals, very few should be capable of doing anything to this barrier. And even if it were one, that would mean someone extraordinarily powerful had entered the city. His fingers tightened. A worse thought followed. Emperor class. The words did not leave his mouth, but the possibility settled heavily in his mind. If that was true, none of them here could handle it. Not even together. Fear surfaced briefly before his expression hardened. Prepare the special communication. His voice cut through the chamber sharply. Everyone froze. What? One of them looked at him. For what? I said prepare it. There was no room for questioning this time. Several figures immediately began making preparations. A street not far from one of the larger ground cracks had once been crowded with ordinary life. Now it was chaos. People ran in every direction, their footsteps uneven and their breathing ragged. Some shouted warnings. Others screamed names. Many said nothing at all, driven forward by pure instinct. Among them was a family. The father ran in front with one hand gripping his son tightly. The boy could barely keep up, his legs stumbling as he tried to match the pace. Behind them the mother followed, her breathing already labored, one arm pressed against her side as she pushed herself forward. Don't stop, the father shouted without looking back. I'm trying, the boy cried, his voice breaking. A roar sounded behind them. The father risked a glance back and his face drained of color. Faster. The crowd surged. Someone struck him from the side. Another pushed past. The pressure increased as more people poured into the same street, all trying to force themselves through the same narrow path. Then it happened. A man shoved past harder than the rest and the father lost his footing. His grip on his son slipped. The boy stumbled and fell. Dad! The crowd did not stop. Feet struck the ground around the boy, some barely missing him, others not even registering his presence. The mother screamed and pushed forward trying to reach him, but someone slammed into her from the side and sent her crashing against the wall. Wait! Stop! No one listened. No one slowed. Because behind them the monsters were already there. The first creature leapt into the street, its body twisted and elongated, its limbs dragging unnaturally across the ground as it moved. Its mouth opened far too wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth as it let out a shriek that cut clean through the chaos. The father forced his way back, ignoring the bodies slamming into him. My son! He reached the boy just as the child tried to push himself upright. But it was already too late. A shadow fell over them both. The creature had arrived. Its head tilted slightly as if curious. Then it lunged. The father turned instinctively and pulled his son into his chest, shielding him with his own body. The mother screamed. And in that moment a strange sudden silence followed. The creature that had lunged froze mid-motion. Then its head slid off cleanly. Its body remained standing for a fraction of a second before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Then the others followed. One by one, every monster in the surrounding area lost its head, blood spreading across the cracked street in uneven lines. Slowly the people below looked up. High above them, suspended in the air, was a figure in black clothing. Even from a distance they could see the glowing green eyes, empty of any emotion. The father's grip tightened unconsciously around his son. The boy stared upward, trembling. The mother, still half on the ground, felt her breath catch in her chest. The figure did not speak. A second later it vanished. Across Brightgate the same scene repeated. Again and again and again. On one street, a group of civilians cornered inside a collapsed bus watched as something flickered into existence above them. A figure in black with glowing green eyes. The creatures clawing at the metal split apart before they even understood what had happened. In another district, a squad of exhausted cultivators from the Supers Association branch bracing for the worst saw a blur cut through the battlefield around them. Every monster in range lost its head in the same instant. When they looked up, they caught a glimpse of a figure standing in the air for less than a second before it disappeared. In a narrow alleyway choked with debris, 5 survivors pressed against broken stone as monsters closed in from both sides. One man raised a trembling weapon, even if he knew it was not enough to do anything. Then everything froze. The creatures collapsed one by one, heads sliding clean off before their bodies hit the ground. They looked up to find a figure floating in mid-air. Then it was gone a second later. High above the city, Michael watched in silence as something stirred inside him. Below, his undead had spread throughout Brightgate. At the same time he spotted other figures moving through the chaos. Cultivators from the Supers Association branch, some coordinating evacuations on the ground, others flying through the air and striking at larger threats, working to stop the damage from spreading further. Thanks to being in Fade's state, none of them noticed him hovering above. Michael's eyes trembled slightly. To think a day would come when he had the power to help defend an entire city. And it had not even been a full year since his awakening ceremony. That thought stirred too many things in him at once. Shock. Pride. Disbelief. Gratitude. And a faint trace of bitterness as well, because he knew exactly how much it had cost him to reach this point. Part of his attention remained fixed on his undead. Nearly 200 of them were now spread across the city. Looking at their identical black clothing, Michael found himself thinking it might be worth finding a wider variety of outfits for their human forms. Then he immediately shook his head. Later, perhaps. Besides, it was the most practical option. Most of his undead reverted to their true forms during combat anyway, and that usually left them without clothes once they returned to human form. Spending resources on clothing that would be destroyed every few fights was not sensible. Still, watching those black-clothed figures with glowing green eyes appear and vanish all across the city did produce a certain impression. Michael stared for a moment longer, then let out a breath somewhere between amusement and resignation. I really do look like some kind of evil final boss. He shook that thought away. In any case, with this many undead spread across the city, even when the remaining cracks open the situation should hold. The intensity of this attack felt similar to what had happened in Woodstone, where the strongest threats had capped out at rank 3. That level of danger was almost non-existent to the current Michael, given that all his undead operated at that level. The only thing that genuinely concerned him were the demonic supernaturals still hidden somewhere in the city. Even if he wanted to root them out, in a place this large it was not impossible, but it was far from easy. Maintaining stability across the city was the better use of his focus. As he watched the situation below, another thought surfaced. What could he actually gain from this? Back in Woodstone, every monster he killed had been sold to the Federation, earning him the largest single sum of money he had seen in the early days of his awakening. With his current capabilities and the potential to account for most of the monsters in this attack, he could not even begin to estimate what this might be worth. With this I might be able to pay my debt to Rin and leave some funds for my family before I leave. At least thanks to Director Lin I do not have to worry about the cost of repairing the manor. Then a different thought surfaced. What about the debt he owed the elves? Michael conveniently directed his mind elsewhere. That particular debt was not something the current version of him could afford to even begin thinking about. After this I should also deal with the situation inside the coffin, he thought, already feeling a mild headache forming. There was Lily's lightning tribulation still waiting. The frozen rank 4 demonic supernatural. Beginning, who would need to advance soon. And the body of the foreign rank 4 from the Drake race. As the situation across Brightgate slowly began to stabilize, a very different kind of panic was spreading in another part of the city. The demonic supernaturals hidden within the city felt their blood run cold. More than 100 king rank experts have appeared. That's impossible. Didn't he say the barrier was working? The accusations immediately turned on the figure seated within the magic circle. Voices rose with each passing second, curses mixing with fear as they demanded an explanation for how so many powerful existences had entered the sealed city. The man at the center had barely opened his mouth when space itself shook. A crack tore open within the chamber. The next instant, a man stepped through. The aura that entered with him was suffocating. It crashed into the room like a mountain falling from the sky. Every person present except the one inside the formation dropped to their knees instantly, bones straining, organs trembling, faces draining of color from the pressure alone. A king-rank demonic cultivator. The moment he appeared he struck first. His palm smashed into the figure maintaining the barrier, sending him crashing sideways out of the formation's center. Blood burst from the man's mouth and chest simultaneously. Half his meridians collapsed from the single impact and his aura fractured into disorder. The others pressed lower in terror, not daring to breathe too loudly. The king-rank cultivator looked down at the injured man with cold fury. "You told us the barrier was stable." The man coughed blood, his face pale with pain and fear. "It was. It is. I sensed fluctuations, but..." "But what?" The voice was like ice. The entire chamber felt colder. One of the kneeling supernaturals, unable to contain the fear any longer, forced out a trembling question. "How could so many people have entered the city?" The king-rank cultivator's expression darkened. He had already checked. The number of hostile presences inside Brightgate had grown far beyond what should have been possible. He stared at the half-crippled man for a few seconds longer, his expression unreadable. Then he exhaled slowly. "It doesn't matter." He straightened and withdrew his pressure slightly, his gaze moving across the kneeling figures one by one. "From the beginning, our numbers here were never large. And with the Federation's forces appearing at this scale, the plan is already beyond salvaging." He turned away. "If you want to live, leave the city. This place is finished." No one argued. The moment his figure began to fade, several of the others moved immediately as well. The departure of the demonic supernaturals caused no noticeable disturbance. Michael was not aware they had begun to retreat. From his position, the threat still appeared to be present within the city, so he did not relax for a single moment. He continued focusing entirely on suppressing the ongoing disaster, and the few demonic supernaturals who passed through his range of perception did not survive long enough to escape. The moment any of them revealed even the faintest presence, they were eliminated without hesitation. As the battle wore on, the final wave arrived. Rank 3 monsters began descending from the sky in scattered numbers, emerging from the last remaining unstable cracks. They met the same end as everything before them, cut down mid-descent before they could reach the ground. Then, one after another, the cracks began to close. The unstable tears in space sealed shut completely. And just like that, it was over. It couldn't be said that the chaos was truly over. Even after the last of the monsters fell, their bodies littering the streets and staining the city in dark streaks of blood, the barrier surrounding Brightgate remained intact. To Michael, that alone meant the threat had not been completely removed. There are probably still some demonic supernaturals in the city. From his perspective, the reason the barrier was still up was because remnants of the demonic faction were likely maintaining it from somewhere within. He immediately commanded his now idle undead to start searching the city for traces of demonic cultivators. With 200 rank 3 undead it likely would not take long. The moment the barrier came down, Michael would go and retrieve his family. Even now he could still sense the location of his undead and the storage ring bound to him. His undead spread out even further, no longer just eliminating visible threats but sweeping through the city with their senses extended, which at times made the people they passed shiver in a mix of fear and awe. Michael joined in as well, his senses stretched to their limit as he scanned for anything abnormal. Compared to his previous ceiling of 10,000 meters, he could now reach as far as 50,000. The load of information flooding his mind was enormous, but thanks to his high intelligence, which directly boosted his thinking capacity, it did not bother him. The search on his end did not last long. One of his undead had just entered a partially collapsed district when it was suddenly stopped by a cultivator from the Supers Association. The man stood in the middle of the street, his aura still unstable from the recent battle. Both sides stopped. The undead did not move and the cultivator did not attack, but the tension between them rose instantly. Reading the message relayed to him, Michael teleported in that direction without hesitation. Mike's time in Brightgate City, serving as one of the higher-ranking figures within the Supers Association branch, had been relatively uneventful. And truthfully, he preferred it that way. Compared to others who chased danger, conflict, and breakthroughs through life-and-death battles, Mike had always leaned toward stability. A life where things could be controlled, where disasters were rare and peace was maintained. Perhaps it was as they say. As one grows older, the realities of life wear down the burning fire they had in their youth. Perhaps it was exactly this mindset that had caused his progress to stagnate. Even after years, he remained at the peak of rank 2. There had been moments when he tried to justify it. At times he blamed the environment, being stationed in a cultivation academy instead of an awakener's academy, being surrounded by people who followed a different path, a different system, a different pace. But deep down he knew that was not the truth. If anything, that environment had benefited him. Within the cultivation academy, he stood out. An awakener among cultivators. His position, his authority, even his reputation were things he would not have had if he had been placed in an awakener's academy instead. He knew his limits. Not that he was worse than other awakeners, he was certainly not below average, but Mike understood this clearly. Which was why he never truly resented his situation. With his connections, Mike had been able to secure a stable position working for the Federation within Brightgate. The pay was good, the responsibilities were manageable, and while the city was not considered high-tier, among mid-tier cities it was decent enough to build a comfortable life. At least, that had been the case until about a month ago, when everything began to change. Traces of both the Federation and the demonic faction started appearing more frequently within the city. The workload that had once been steady quickly grew overwhelming. And Mike knew exactly why. Michael Norman. A certain talented awakener. After looking into the youth more carefully, Mike could not help feeling a trace of unease. The kind of growth that boy displayed was not normal. Someone like that would not remain below him for long. If anything, it was only a matter of time before their positions reversed entirely. He had probably never been truly below him from the start either. And that was where the unease lay. A few months ago, Mike had personally introduced Michael to what he privately called the tax-paying society, a system where logic did not always matter but money certainly did. It had been routine for him at the time. Just another task, another name on a list. But now, thinking back on it, he felt a faint headache forming. For someone who would likely surpass him in the future, that was not exactly the kind of first impression he wanted to leave behind. He had even considered approaching the family, building a better relationship under the reasonable guise of appreciating their talented member. Unfortunately, before he could take even a first step in that direction, the demonic faction struck and everything spiraled out of control. Fortunately, some mysterious individuals appeared just in time to support the city's defenses. What should have turned into a complete disaster instead became something unexpectedly manageable. The destruction was still severe and lives were lost, but it was far from the total collapse he had feared. However, for Mike, that fortunate development only deepened his unease. When hundreds of unknown figures suddenly appeared within a sealed city and displayed strength far beyond his own, fear naturally followed. As one of the leaders within the Supers Association branch, he had no choice but to investigate. No matter how dangerous it seemed, understanding their purpose was now part of his responsibility. That investigation had led to the current situation, where he stood face to face with something he could not easily explain. The first thing Mike noticed about the figure standing before him was not her appearance but the feeling she gave off. She looked human. There was nothing outwardly wrong. Her features were normal. But the longer he stood there, the more that faint sense of wrongness grew. Her skin carried a pale tone that somehow looked both healthy and unwell at the same time. And then there were her eyes. Green. Mike kept his expression calm even as his guard rose internally. "Who are you?" No response. She only looked at him. He frowned slightly and continued, his tone measured. "Are you part of the group that entered the city?" Federation support? Another branch? I would appreciate it if you could clear up my confusion. What he got in return was still silence. Mike asked more questions, one after another. Each time the result was the same. No reply. His unease deepened considerably. Just as he was about to pull back and reconsider his approach, the space beside the woman distorted. A tear opened silently and someone stepped through it. The moment Mike saw him, his expression changed. Everything suddenly made sense. The same pale tone. The same strange quality of looking both healthy and wrong at the same time. The same glowing green eyes. They were identical in nature. But unlike the woman, this one carried a presence Mike immediately recognized. His throat felt slightly dry. Michael Norman. Michael paused slightly when he saw the man in front of him. Mr. Mike. There was a trace of surprise in his voice. Out of all the people he expected to meet in this situation, Mike was not one of them. Still, their past interaction had left enough of an impression for Michael to recognize him immediately. Mike hesitated. Then he asked the question that had been forming since he first noticed the woman. Who is she to you? Michael glanced at the woman beside him, then answered calmly. She's my undead. The words landed like quiet thunder. Mike's pupils shrank. For a moment his mind went completely blank. His gaze shifted back to the woman, then to Michael, then back again. Everything clicked into place after seeing Michael properly. He had caught glimpses of similar figures moving through the city during the chaos, and now the connection was obvious. At the same time a thought surfaced that he could not suppress. Why did they look like this? He had seen necromancers before. Their undead were grotesque. Rotting flesh, exposed bone, twisted forms that clearly no longer belonged among the living. But these looked human. Too human. If Michael had not said it himself, Mike would never have guessed. The mystery only deepened, but Mike did not voice any of it. Some questions were better left unasked. But if what Michael said was true, with his current power, was he not already equivalent to a formidable supernatural organization on his own? At the same time, Michael's use of spatial movement had also revealed his rank 3 status to Mike clearly enough. Mike felt a chill run down his spine. He took a slow breath and lowered his head slightly. Thank you. No matter what Michael was, no matter how strange his power had become, one thing was undeniable. Without him, Brightgate would not have survived this. After briefly sharing his thoughts about the barrier, both of them reached the same conclusion. Mike chose to return to the Supers Association to gather manpower and organize a coordinated search across the city, leaving Michael to continue in his own way. With their roles silently divided, they parted without unnecessary words. Michael did not dwell on it. His undead were already spread across Brightgate, sweeping through every district with precision. Compared to the association's slower, more methodical approach, his network operated like a silent net closing in from all directions. Every movement was fed back to him in real time. Not long after, a signal came. Fade had found something. Without hesitation, Michael shifted through space. The next moment, the ruined streets of Brightgate were replaced by darkness. He appeared within a hidden underground chamber. The air carried the sharp scent of blood mixed with lingering traces of energy. A large magic circle occupied most of the floor space. At a distance from the formation lay a figure. A man. His body was drenched in blood, his breathing shallow and uneven. His aura was in complete disarray. Even without moving closer, it was obvious he had been critically injured. Without thinking too much, Michael already understood what this place was. A demonic hideout. The state of the chamber made it even clearer. Keeping Fade away from the magic circle, Michael stepped forward carefully. The man on the ground remained unconscious, his condition worsening by the second. Michael paused for a brief moment, considering his options. Killing him would be simple, but he figured there were better uses for someone in this condition. After a short thought, Michael decided. He raised his hand and used one of the few techniques he had picked up over the past months, casting a sleeping spell over the already unconscious figure to ensure he would not wake prematurely. Then, without hesitation, he opened the damaged coffin of the Forgotten and placed the body inside. The reason for this was straightforward. Michael wanted to investigate the demonic faction's current situation more thoroughly later, and he felt more at ease leaving that kind of work to Jester. If anything went wrong, it would not fall directly on him, and more importantly, Jester was far better suited for handling mines and extracting information cleanly. Only after that did Michael turn his attention to the magic circle. He studied it briefly. Compared to before, his knowledge of magical formations had improved significantly, but even so, what lay before him was far beyond something he could easily decipher. What he could tell was that it was drawing mana from the surroundings and sustaining something through that connection. Michael did not waste time trying to understand it further. Since it had been created by the demonic faction, it was reasonable to assume it was doing nothing good. He chose the simplest method. The most direct one. Mana gathered around his hand, reinforced by a trace of spatial energy. The air distorted slightly as the power condensed. Then he punched down. The magic circle shattered. The lines broke apart violently, the structure collapsing instantly as the flow of energy was severed. At the same moment, feedback came from across the city through his undead. The barrier covering Brightgate had disappeared. Michael was only mildly surprised. This outcome had already been part of his suspicion. From the moment he first sensed the abnormality of the barrier, he had considered the possibility that its source was hidden somewhere within the city. Now that the core had been destroyed, everything aligned with his expectations. More importantly, the biggest issue had been resolved. The barrier was gone. The city was no longer sealed. For the first time since the chaos began, Michael allowed a small part of his attention to relax. There were still remnants to clean up, but compared to before, the situation was now completely under control. That meant one thing. It was time to retrieve his family. In the time that followed, Michael moved through the outskirts of the city, locating and recalling several of his undead that had spread too far during the battle. At the same time, he left the majority of them within Brightgate, allowing them to continue assisting the Supers Association where necessary, but more importantly to maintain order and suppress any lingering unrest. With nearly 200 Rank 3 undead stationed across the city, even without direct commands, their mere presence was enough to keep the situation stable. Not long after, Michael returned. When he reappeared within Brightgate, the chaos had already begun settling into an uneasy calm. Fires were being put out, survivors were being gathered, and the association had started regaining control of the streets. In the sitting room of his home within the city, Michael stood quietly for a moment before raising his hand. The ring on his finger flickered. The next instant, figures began to appear one after another. Aside from Jester, his aunt, and Lily, there were several other undead that had been held within the space. Michael gathered them into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten without wasting time. Only then did he focus on the most immediate matter. His gaze shifted toward Jester. "Why are they still unconscious?" Jester responded calmly. Each time they had shown signs of waking, he had suppressed it, keeping them in a controlled state of sleep to prevent panic. Michael nodded slightly. Though the idea of keeping his family unconscious sat uncomfortably with him, he understood it had been the right call. At the very least, when they woke up, the city would have started showing some signs of life again. After having Jester take the two of them to a guest room, Michael sat down in the living room to think. He was going to be leaving Aurora soon. His original plan had been to move his family closer to the academy, but after what had just happened, Michael was no longer certain there was any truly safe place left in Aurora. That did not mean he thought his earlier decision was wrong, but he could see clearly now that it was not enough on its own. To Michael, there was only one real solution. He still intended to have his family move out of this city, but unlike before he was going to make them more secure in his own way. The plan to evolve Aunt Mia and Lily would be brought forward. Alongside that would come evolving his undead. Jester in particular was the only one still at rank 2, and unlike the others, evolving him carried no concerns. With Jester at rank 3 or potentially rank 4 if circumstances allowed, combined with another undead at rank 4 and his family having cultivated power of their own, Michael believed that level of protection would be enough to keep them safe in Aurora while he was away. It would be best if Lily can awaken a class within 3 months. I wonder if the academy can give me that much time before I need to leave. As Michael sat deep in thought about the future and whether the situation back at the academy had been resolved, Jester came to the sitting room, pulling Michael out of his thoughts. Jester inclined his head slightly. "Welcome back, Master." Michael's gaze lingered on him for a moment, his expression turning somewhat odd. Among all his undead, Jester stood apart. It was not just strength. It was everything else. Knowledge. Awareness. The way he thought, the way he acted, the way he spoke. If not for knowing the truth, it would have been easy to mistake him for a living person. In many ways, Jester felt more alive than most of the undead under Michael's command. He was at the very top. Placing someone like Jester here to guard his home was overkill, and yet because of those exact qualities, Michael felt completely at ease. There was a strange reliability in knowing that someone who could think, judge, and adapt like a human was the one watching over his family in his absence. After a brief silence, Michael spoke. "How has it been?" He did not specify. He did not need to. "The past few months have been stable," Jester replied calmly. "There were no incidents that posed a direct threat to your family." He paused briefly before continuing. "Most developments were centered around Lily." Michael's attention sharpened slightly. With consistent training, her combat capabilities have improved significantly. At her current level, she can disarm at least 5 grown men without difficulty. She is also proficient with 2 weapons and can switch between them seamlessly in combat. Michael nodded faintly. That level of progress was not ordinary. He found himself wondering what methods Jester had used to achieve it. Even without a system, even without formal awakening, she had already reached a level most ordinary people could never touch. Jester continued. "She is also approaching an awakening threshold." Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. "A supernatural threshold," Jester clarified. "Based on her current progress, she should be able to achieve it within 2 months. Michael fell silent for a moment. 2 months. Faster than he had expected, but not a bad thing. His gaze lowered slightly as thoughts moved rapidly beneath the surface. He found himself hoping Lily would awaken. But he did not have any real confidence in it. Awakening was rare. No matter how much potential someone showed beforehand, no matter how hard they trained, it did not guarantee anything. Too many people reached the age limit and remained ordinary. Lily was 16 now, which meant she still had 3 chances, 3 opportunities before she turned 18 and the window closed completely. Even so, failure was still very possible. Michael had seen enough to understand that reality clearly. Because of that, he could not base any of his plans around her awakening. Hope was one thing. Reliance was another. Those thoughts passed quickly before he looked back at Jester. "And you?" He already had an idea. He could see the level clearly. Level 50. But Jester was not following the same path as the others. Jester inclined his head slightly. "Thanks to your glorious body, Master, my progress has been smooth. I have already completed foundation establishment and formed a golden core." There was no pride in his voice. Just a statement of fact. "With some additional refinement, by the time Lily reaches her threshold I should already be preparing for the nascent soul stage." A brief pause. "In truth, I have already stepped into it." Michael did not respond immediately. Golden core. 1 foot into nascent soul. Even by that world standards, that was fast. Too fast. But considering who Jester was and what he had access to, it made sense. Whether it was Jester himself who was simply a freak of nature or whether the body Michael had given him was just that exceptional, Michael couldn't say. He did not think too deeply into it. "Jester, come. I have a task for you." He did not explain further. Instead he brought out the damaged coffin of the Forgotten and a body slid out onto the floor. It was the demonic supernatural he had captured earlier. The man's condition had stabilized somewhat. The wounds that should have taken his life had already closed, having received healing from the undead within the coffin space. Michael looked down at him briefly before speaking. "I want you to interrogate him about the demonic supernaturals. There should be value in what he knows. I want their movements, their purpose in this city, and anything related to their broader plans." His tone was calm. Jester's gaze lowered to the unconscious figure. A brief silence followed. Then he nodded. "It will be done." Michael did not doubt that. This was exactly the kind of task Jester was best suited for, and without needing to say anything else, he left the body to him. Jester's gaze lingered on the unconscious man for a moment longer before he spoke again, his tone as calm as always. "Master, interrogation is unnecessary." Michael paused slightly. "This individual is already in a weakened state. His mind is unstable and his resistance is minimal. Extracting information through conventional means would only waste time." Jester took a small step forward, looking down at the man. "Instead, I can directly devour his memories." There was no fluctuation in his voice. "As long as his consciousness remains intact to a certain degree, I can access everything. His knowledge, his experiences, his connections. Even details he himself may not consciously recall can be extracted." A brief pause. "More importantly, this method eliminates any risk of deception." Jester's eyes remained fixed on the target. "If you permit it, I will proceed." Hearing those words, Michael felt a deep sense of reassurance settle over him. Now that was the Jester he knew. After receiving Michael's permission, Jester moved. There was no visible surge of power or grand display. He simply placed a hand over the man's head. For a moment nothing seemed to happen. Then the man's body trembled faintly. His breathing stuttered, uneven and shallow. A low, almost inaudible sound escaped his throat before fading completely. Jester's eyes remained calm. Seconds passed. Then he withdrew his hand. The man remained still. His chest still rose and fell, but when Michael examined him he already knew. The man was effectively dead. Not in the physical sense. But everything that had made him who he was had been stripped away entirely. Now he was simply a shell. Michael's gaze lingered on the body. He found himself wondering what to do with it now. As much as he was a necromancer, he had come to prefer working with actual corpses rather than people reduced to this state. After a brief moment the damaged coffin of the Forgotten opened once more and Michael placed the body back inside. Another matter to be resolved later. For now it could wait. Michael shifted his attention back to Jester and waited quietly. Jester stood with his eyes closed, sorting through the memories he had just consumed. A minute passed before his eyes opened slowly. Michael spoke first. "What did you find?" Jester did not answer immediately. The information he had taken was vast, scattered, and layered with fragments that did not fit neatly together. He took a brief moment to arrange everything into something coherent before speaking. The chaos in the city was planned. Michael knew this much but did not interrupt. It is connected to the Federation's recent actions. Their attempt to bring ordinary civilians closer to the supernatural world has caused significant unrest among certain factions. The demonic faction in particular views this as a direct provocation. Their presence has been nearly non-existent in the public eye for a long time, yet they continue to be painted as a primary threat. Despite making no significant moves recently, they have been treated as pests and used for educational purposes. So they chose to respond. This was their way of stepping out into the public eye. It appears to be their usual method. Brightgate was simply one of several selected targets. Not the only one. Michael felt a wave of disgust rise within him. Meaningless destruction. Pointless casualties. All to make a statement. But before that feeling could settle, Jester spoke again. There is another factor. Michael's eyes narrowed. You. Silence filled the room for a brief moment. From the memories I accessed, there were plans to capture individuals close to you, which in this case would obviously be Aunt Mia and Lily. As Jester said this, his eyes went cold in their own quiet way. It was not anger exactly, not any strong emotion. To Jester, Lily was his master's property and his ongoing research subject. Had Michael known what Jester was actually thinking in that moment, he would have delivered a thorough lecture. But Michael's focus had already fixed entirely on the last words Jester had spoken. For a split second the air around Michael distorted. Mana surged outward uncontrollably, pressing against the walls of the room. The temperature dropped and the pressure in the air became briefly suffocating. Then it stopped. Just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished. Michael exhaled slowly. His expression returned to something close to normal, but his eyes were cold. I see. Once again the demonic supernaturals had pushed Michael further from any neutral stance toward them. At this point they were branded in his mind as mortal enemies. If he ever found himself with sufficient power and a clear enough situation, he would not hesitate. Jester watched him quietly for a moment longer before continuing. There is more. Michael's gaze shifted back to him. The one whose memories I consumed was over 40 years old and had been part of the demonic faction for nearly 20 years. During that time he gained access to several of their hideouts. Some were located in the wilds. Others were concealed inside cities. Michael's eyes sharpened. That piece of information alone carried significant weight. Before he could think further, Jester continued. Based on what I found, why don't we attack them? Michael did not answer immediately. His fingers tapped lightly against the arm of the chair as his mind worked through it. Attacking the hideouts made logical sense on the surface. The demonic faction had already made him and his family a target. They had acted first, so striking back was not without justification. But that same reasoning brought another problem to mind. If he moved against them now, there would be consequences. Not only from the demonic faction itself, but potentially from the Federation as well, depending on what he found, what he did, and how much attention he attracted in the process. Michael did not delude himself into thinking his situation with the Federation was resolved. He had seen enough to know how far they were willing to go for certain things. For all he knew, staying outside the academy too long would make him a target for kidnapping again, or making a visible mistake could give them exactly the leverage they needed. He had seen this kind of dynamic before, even back on Earth. Cases where the person who acted in response became the one blamed. Killing demonic supernaturals sounded righteous in principle, but if he struck first, it could be framed against him. The law, as that rank 4 demonic supernatural had once told him in hell, was often nothing more than a tool for those above. Still, the information itself was valuable. Even if he chose not to act directly, he could pass it along to the academy and let them determine what to do from there. Michael then asked whether the man had known of any treasure vaults belonging to the faction. He might not be tempted toward a kill streak just yet, but a treasure vault was an entirely different matter. For that, he was more than willing to get his hands dirty. Jester's expression did not change. No. He was an ordinary member. Useful, but not significant. He knew hideouts, routes, signals, and some operational methods, but had no direct contact with the true core figures. No names worth noting. No access to their deeper structure. Michael's eyes dimmed slightly. For a brief moment he had hoped they had caught a thread leading somewhere larger. But it was not entirely surprising. If the man had been truly important, he likely would not have been so easy to capture. Michael temporarily set aside the matter of the demonic faction and was about to give Jester another task regarding the half-dead rank 4 demonic supernatural still waiting in the coffin when he heard footsteps. They were uneven. Both Michael and Jester turned toward the hallway at the same time. A moment later 2 figures appeared at the entrance to the living room. Lily and Aunt Mia. Both of them looked as though they had only just woken up. Their movements were slightly unsteady and their expressions carried the particular disorientation of someone emerging from sleep they had not chosen. For a brief second neither of them spoke as they took in the living room. There were 2 Michaels. Or at least that was what it appeared to be at first glance. Realization hit almost immediately after. Michael? Aunt Mia's voice came first, carrying both relief and disbelief in equal measure. The next moment she moved, her step still slightly unsteady but not enough to slow her down. Michael stood just in time for her to reach him. She grabbed his arms, then his shoulders, as if checking that what she was seeing was real. "You're back." There was a slight tremble in her voice, though she tried to conceal it. Michael could feel it clearly. The fear from when she lost consciousness had not fully passed. The relief now was real enough to cover most of it, but not all. "I'm back," he said quietly. At the side, Lily had also moved, but unlike Aunt Mia she slowed before fully reaching him. Michael noticed it immediately. She was happy. That much was obvious. Her eyes had brightened the moment she recognized him. But there was restraint there as well. A strange and uncomfortable distance that she seemed unable to close entirely. Michael felt at the moment she stopped just a little short. For some reason that small gap made his chest tighten. Still, Lily looked at him and said softly, "You really came back." Michael felt there was far more contained in those words than what was spoken. Even he did not fully understand it yet, but somewhere along the way Lily had developed a trauma from what happened in Woodstone. When she saw those cracks opening above the city, the first person she had thought of was not her mother or any authority. It had been Michael. Seeing him now reminded her of who her cousin actually was. Thanks to the Federation, Lily was no longer as sheltered as she had been the year before. Michael nodded at her. "Of course I did." That seemed to help. The stiffness in her shoulders eased, though not completely. Aunt Mia had far less of that hesitation. Whatever distance existed in her was faint, almost negligible in comparison. To her, Michael was still Michael before anything else. Her hand remained on his arm as if she did not quite want to let go just yet. Michael looked between the 2 of them, then at Jester standing silently nearby. After so long, he was finally back home. The rest of the day passed in a blur. After everything that had happened, the quiet that came almost felt unreal. Conversations were short and scattered as everyone started to pay attention to the situation outside their immediate surroundings. Using the Supers Association, Michael managed to find out that many cities had been attacked this time, though a lesser number than during the attack on Woodstone City, but more absolute barriers were present, making the quality of this attack richer. Though most people did not speak their underlying thoughts directly, Michael could see what the demonic faction wanted to do and gritted his teeth. Total annihilation. Yes. For the cities that were barrier-trapped and had no way to come out, if it was exactly the same barrier that had enveloped Brightgate City, then there was only one conclusion. By the time help came, the whole city could have been dead. Fortunately, though the demonic faction was strong, the Federation together with other organizations were stronger. While Michael focused on the supernatural news, ordinary people used the means they had, which was mainly social media, and the terror they were met with was no less than what Michael saw on the Supers Association platform. In short, across all of Aurora, not just in Michael's country, there were traces of demonic panic and supernatural action. A lot had died. Michael had even overheard Lily on the phone saying that many of her classmates had almost died. Fortunately, thanks to his interference, there were not many casualties in the city, which would have been unavoidable even if Michael had acted early, something he wished he had done after finding out he was just paranoid about the possibility of something being stronger than him out there, a side effect that from the appearance of rank 4 beings turning common to him. Even if he had acted from the very start, it would have been fairly impossible, since he was still trapped outside when the cracks were on the verge of opening, and casualties would still have occurred, except perhaps if Michael had unleashed all his monsters the moment he crossed the gap and had not immediately focused on his family's whereabouts. By the time night fell, exhaustion had finally caught up with everyone. In Michael's home, one after the other, Lily and Aunt Mia retired to their rooms and fell asleep without much resistance. Only then did the house fall completely silent. Michael remained in the living room, seated alone. The calm stretched on for a while before a faint vibration broke it. Michael glanced down and found it was a message notification. His eyes narrowed slightly as he opened it. It was from the academy. The contents were straightforward. The incident had been classified as a demonic faction attack. Despite the scale of the event, the city had successfully defended itself. Order was already being restored, and the situation was under control. The academy then went on to state that all students, whether they had been inside or outside the academy at the time, were required to return within 2 weeks. Except for special cases, failure to comply would result in consequences. Michael read through it once, then again more slowly. A small part of him relaxed. If the academy was sending out a message like this, then it meant the situation had not spiraled beyond recovery. Millions of people lived in that city, and there was a possibility that most of them had likely survived. Though Michael was not naive enough to think there had been no losses. Even from the brief moment he had stayed back, he could tell the attack on the academy side had been much stronger, especially those cracks in the sky. He had thought about what might have come out from them but hoped it wasn't the case. Michael's gaze lingered on the message a moment longer before shifting to the final lines. Various thoughts passed through his mind in quick succession. To Michael, the message gave him a feeling like the early signs of a storm gathering. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to contact an acquaintance about what could possibly be happening at the academy, to calm his rising unease. In the whole academy, Michael only had the contact of 2 people, both of whom he had interacted with to a certain degree. One was Rin, for obvious reasons, and the other was Michael's first acquaintance in the whole academy, his direct upper-year senior, Lyra. He had started typing in the message bar but stopped and decided that calling was better. This way he would know whether communication was even possible, and if she did not answer, he would just text Rin, who he felt also had a greater chance of knowing more information. The call connected faster than Michael expected. For a brief second there was only silence on the other end, then Lyra's voice came through, bright, lively, and completely out of place compared to everything that had been happening. "Wow, Michael, calling me first. What is this?" she said, her tone full of teasing amusement. "Don't tell me you're getting married. You even took the initiative to contact me first." Several dry responses surfaced in Michael's mind immediately. He ignored all of them. "How are you?" he asked instead, his voice steady. "Are you in the academy right now?" There was a slight pause, then a soft hum from Lyra. "I'm fine," she replied. "And yeah, I'm inside the academy." Michael didn't say anything right away, but inwardly, he had already drawn one conclusion. If she could joke like that, then the situation at the academy wasn't at its worst. That alone eased a small part of the tension in his chest. Lyra continued without waiting for him to ask further. "If you're calling about what happened, it's already past," she said. "The academy took a hit, but the foundation wasn't damaged. So overall, it's still stable." Michael listened quietly. Then Lyra's tone shifted. "We still lost people." Michael's expression darkened. "A few students," she added, more quietly now. "Some instructors too. And one of the directors, the one who was in charge of protecting the ordinary population around the academy, he was severely injured." Michael's grip tightened slightly around the device. His mood sank. So many casualties. He had expected losses, but hearing it like this weighed heavily. Instructors were at least rank 3 awakeners. And even a director, someone at rank 4, had been pushed to that extent. Just how strong had the attack been? Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Was it from the dimensional cracks? He asked. For some reason he felt like this much damage was too much to have been caused by monsters. Lyra answered immediately. No. It was the demonic supernaturals. Michael's brows tightened slightly. That bad, he muttered under his breath. It's not surprising, Lyra said. Not only did the Academy have to deal with monsters coming out of the dimensional cracks, some of them reaching rank 4, they also had to handle those troublesome demonic bastards at the same time. And they did it while being half-staffed. Michael understood what Lyra meant. The Academy was never fully gathered in one place. Instructors had assignments, directors had responsibilities beyond the Academy grounds, some were always away handling external matters, and stronger or upper-year students were not always around. If he wasn't mistaken. Even the dean and vice-dean were not around most of the time. At least since he had entered the Academy, they had never once appeared in the flesh, and even the dean who had wanted to see him months ago was nowhere to be found. All of this meant that when the attack happened, the Academy had not been at full strength, which should also have been the case for other similar organizations around. Michael leaned back slightly, his gaze lowering. A faint chill settled in his chest. His hatred for the demonic faction grew stronger with every passing moment. And yet, there was almost nothing he could do. Not at his current position. Michael closed his eyes briefly and forced himself to calm down. Letting emotions take control would not change anything. When he opened his eyes again, his expression had returned to normal. Right, he said quietly. That's not actually why I called. Lyra made a soft sound of acknowledgement on the other end. What is it then? Michael's gaze flickered slightly as he glanced at the message still open on his device. The Academy message, he said. The one about everyone returning in 2 weeks, do you know anything about it? There was a brief pause. When Lyra spoke again, her tone had changed slightly, still casual, but with a trace of hesitation beneath it. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling the Academy might be preparing for something. She paused. It feels like they might be going to war soon. Before Michael could ask anything further, Lyra spoke again. I can't talk for long, she said. Things are still a bit busy here. Michael understood. All right. There was a brief pause. Take care, Lyra added. You too. The call ended. The line went silent. Michael lowered the device slowly, his gaze unfocused for a moment. War. The unease in his chest did not fade but only grew heavier. However, Michael's thoughts were cut short when he received another call. This time it was from someone unexpected. Mira. For this particular former classmate of his with a special class, Michael had a bit of an impression of her that made her memorable, but due to their limited contact they were also not close. Just former classmates. Michael picked up the call as there was no reason to refuse, especially in these sensitive times. He had also been preparing to text a few people, like Rin for example, to see if they were fine, so having one more person on the list wasn't difficult. As expected, the call went in the direction he thought it would. It was related to demonic supernaturals, the hottest topic in the world right now, except Mira had just happened to be lucky enough to be in a city the demonic faction had not selected for their chaos. As they were not particularly close they had nothing else to talk about, leading to an awkward ending. Michael felt like Mira had more to say but for some reason gave up, and since his mind was not particularly settled and he was distracted, he did not press her. The moment Michael hung up the call, he turned to look at the space within the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Surrounded by many humanoid corpses at varying distances was Jester, and beside him sat the ice-cold coffin Michael had created for the rank 4 demonic supernatural he had met on the first floor of Hell. After giving it some thought, Michael decided the greatest value the man held was in his memories and body. After Jester was done extracting them, Michael planned to turn the old man into an undead for an immediate boost in strength. While he was worried about the possibility of needing to go through 2,000 lightning tribulations when he evolved all his current legion to rank 4, there was no need for that if ready-made materials already existed. Because of this, Michael also planned to have the dead Drake revived as an undead. Even if he failed in resurrecting one, he could still have one at the end of the day if the goddess of misfortune did not have his time, and if the goddess of fortune did. Michael hoped that by the time he was done with these two precious materials he would have 2 rank 4 undead, which would boost his overall strength. At this point Michael could tell the damaged coffin of the Forgotten had the power to block the heaven's gaze, which was why his lightning tribulation had not immediately started after he completed his mission, and how Lily, who should have started hers, was currently sheltered from it. Michael planned to release her in a few days after finding a good spot, and if she survived, that would be another rank 4 power in his legion. As for beginning, though he may be stronger than other rank 4 awakeners he didn't know, but he felt almost sure she wasn't as strong as the old kidnappers from the academy, and definitely not as terrifying as Director Arvin. All these factors made Michael excited for his undead advancements. Even if the huge feedback might drop off after a few dozen advancements, as long as he himself did not advance rapidly in strength in a short time, the other hundreds of undead when put together would accumulate their feedback into something great. Michael didn't doubt this. It had happened at his lower ranks, so why would it stop at his higher ranks? Every improvement to his stats, even if only a dozen units, was still improvement. Anyone would kill for that sort of progress. Of course, his undead advancements aside, there was also something else that could strengthen him personally. Michael wasn't sure, as he had no one to test it with, but if he could engrave 20 rank 4 undead to himself, how strong would he be? Together with being able to fully use the abilities of his undead, plus the bonus stats and all, Michael couldn't help but imagine how powerful he would become. Engraving also didn't affect the chosen undead beyond changing their constitution. Many of Michael's undead were flesh monsters, or to put it plainly, zombies. As zombies they still had some flesh and blood characteristics, and normally in other flesh undead even with these characteristics it was obvious they were living dead. It was only thanks to multiple evolutions that Michael's undead differed from others, and as more evolutions happened Michael could tell his talent was steering them towards the undying status, very similar to the legendary vampires who Michael knew actually existed in some realm, though he wasn't sure if they existed in Aurora. To be honest, after working so much with flesh undead Michael wanted to branch towards more variants, like ghosts, creatures from the netherworld, undead skeletons, and so on. He even had a few materials stored, and when he had time in the future this would be part of his focus. Shifting back to his engraving, after summoning Lucky back, though on the surface he still looked largely the same, his insides were dead. No organs or anything. Just ash. For the trade of power he got, Michael didn't see this as a bad exchange. Lucky also didn't care if he had the thoughts to think that. Also, after summoning Lucky, Michael felt lighter, and a brief series of tests later showed that engraving was also linked to the constitutional strength of the host, as Michael could foresee himself growing heavier in weight in the future. Though this pointed toward more training, it didn't dampen Michael's spirits. Thinking of the possibility of pairing his law with certain forms, Michael turned to look at the huge dragon a certain distance away from him, and the thoughts that came to him made him even more excited. It took a bit of effort before he could calm himself down. Michael couldn't be blamed, after all. He was only just 19, and thoughts like transforming into a dragon were exciting. Even if one accounted for his past life he had barely reached 22, and thanks to his illness much of his life had been taken away. Thoughts like this still made him very much excited. Soon, Michael received a mental message from Jester. He was done digesting the memories of the rank 4 demonic supernatural. A hint of anticipation rose within him. Without hesitation, Michael disappeared and reappeared beside Jester. His gaze immediately fell on the frozen body of the old man. Since the man's consciousness had been erased, the old man should now be nothing more than a shell. Michael observed him for a moment longer before finally turning his attention to Jester. "You took your time this time," he said calmly. Jester inclined his head slightly. "It could not be helped, Master." His gaze remained steady as he continued. Unlike the previous demonic supernatural, who was at most comparable to me in strength, this individual far surpassed me. Even in a defenseless state, the difference was vast. Michael's expression did not change, but he listened closely. There were multiple layers of mental defenses that needed to be broken down, Jester added. Even after that, the volume of memories alone was immense. He paused briefly before continuing. Ordinary memories were not the issue. However, the supernatural knowledge he possessed required far more time to process and stabilize. This individual had also reached the third layer of the void, he said calmly. In terms of actual existence, he is far older than what his time in Aurora suggests. His accumulated memories span more than a century. I see, Michael said quietly. Michael now understood why Jester had taken hours this time compared to before. A rank 4 supernatural was indeed still a rank 4 supernatural, even if unconscious. Michael's gaze lingered on the old man's body for a moment longer. The third layer of the void. He muttered inwardly. He also understood what that meant. The void was not a single place. It had layers. 3, to be exact. The first layer was the surface layer. It was the closest to the material world, where the boundary between both sides was thin. In that layer, one could still influence the material world from the void and vice versa. The second layer went deeper. At that point, one had completely left the material world, but not the plane itself. It was still tied to the same realm. Then came the third layer. The moment one entered it, they had completely left the plane of their world. It was no longer just the void tied to Aurora. It was the void connected to the universe. For Michael, the easiest way to understand it was simple. The third layer was like space. Not empty, not silent, and definitely not safe. Just vast and supernatural. Within it, there were other realms, unknown territories, strange creatures, and countless hidden treasures waiting for those fortunate enough to find them. But it was also dangerous beyond reason. Time itself did not flow normally there. Depending on where one was, 10 years in the void could pass as a single month in Aurora. Or the opposite. Because of this, anyone who had traveled through the void, even briefly, was often far older than they appeared. If Michael ever entered the void, he would have to measure his life in 2 ways. His true age. And his Aurora age. The age he would have been if he had never left. To be honest, Michael felt that time was not far off. After all, he was also a rank 3 supernatural who could now use spatial powers. As long as he wanted progress for his physical body, he would eventually need to leave. Of course not permanently, but a few travels here and there were inevitable. Michael finally turned fully toward Jester. So, he started, unable to hide a trace of expectation, what did we actually get from him? Jester's expression remained calm, but his next words made Michael's attention sharpen immediately. This time, Master will be satisfied. Michael raised a brow. That alone was enough to stir his anticipation further. What? Michael asked. Did the old man have a treasure vault? Yes, Jester replied without delay. A few, in fact. However, retrieving what is inside will require effort. They are not simple locations, and some are protected by methods beyond ordinary means. Michael was not surprised by that. The other party had been a realm above him. Anything related to a rank 4 demonic supernatural was bound to be troublesome. But treasure was still treasure. And Michael, who was eternally greedy when money was involved, felt a fresh surge of energy run through him. Before he could ask more, Jester continued. That is not all. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Compared to the previous one, this man was a core member. Because of that, he knew much more. Now Michael's full attention was fixed on him. Jester continued. Outside our country, he knew at least 20% of the major demonic hideouts. Inside our country, the number is greater than 50%. For a brief second, Michael went still. Only then did the true value of what had landed in his hands settle properly in his mind. This was no longer just simple information. This was a knife aimed directly at the hidden body of the demonic faction. Michael's breathing slowed slightly as his thoughts accelerated. If this was true, then even without acting personally, this knowledge alone could reshape how the Federation, the Academy, or other major powers moved against the demonic faction. There were many possibilities available to Michael. His gaze drifted briefly toward the old man's frozen shell. This was valuable information. And now all that value sat in Jester's hands. To be honest, Michael could not deny it. The longer Jester remained by his side, the more terrifying his usefulness became. He should pay more attention on Jester abilities and how to better utilize them himself. Michael exhaled softly. Good, he said at last, though the word felt too small for what he was actually thinking. Very good. Because now, for the first time since the demonic faction made his family a target, Michael felt that what he held in his hands was not just anger or hatred. It was leverage. Michael's gaze remained on the frozen body, but his thoughts had already moved far ahead. Now the question was simple: what could he actually do with it? At first, several possibilities flashed through his mind. In the end, it returned to the same conclusion he had reached before, though unlike before, this level of information was too large and too dangerous to act on alone. This wasn't Michael being too cautious. The whole demonic faction wasn't something Michael could afford to offend. Even with the hatred in his heart, he was still self-aware of where his power stood. Even if he wanted to act alone, he could not cover everything. And acting recklessly might only alert the demonic faction instead. The best option was still the Academy. Or more precisely, the Federation and the Academy. If this information was handed over, it would not just result in 1 or 2 victories. It could shift the entire situation. I'll give it to them, Michael decided. However, there was still one issue. The source of this information. If they asked where he got it from, what would he say? Michael's gaze flickered slightly. Jester and the old man could not be exposed, but compared to the benefits this information could bring, that problem was minor. There were ways to avoid answering directly, or to give a partial truth. Michael did not dwell on it too much. Instead, his thoughts shifted to something more immediate. It was time to power Jester up. In the limited space he could afford in the coffin, Michael created a small gathering with him and Jester in it. Now that it was finally time to evolve his undead was when Michael actually realized this would be the first time for Jester. Then again, it wasn't surprising. There was a reason Jester wasn't any less important than his other undead, because compared to all of them that were evolved with his talent, Jester was a natural extraordinary grade creature from the start. And the highest grade too. Basically this meant the next evolution form for Jester was epic grade. Michael considered his own current form at this grade, and when he had wanted to evolve the last time he needed as many as 1,500 evolution points, which was 15 times the amount he needed to evolve to a high human. Though his evolution just made him more of an evolved high human than changed him to a new race, it should be different for monsters or creatures like Jester and the rest. Even before looking at the points needed to evolve Jester, it was going to be a huge amount. Michael quickly ran through the numbers in his head. The system of evolution was simple in structure, but the cost scaled sharply with each step. To begin with, evolving a 1-star common creature to 3-star common required only 1 evolution point. This was the most basic stage, almost negligible now. From there, advancing into the next grade took 5 evolution points to move from 3-star common to 1-star rare. Once within the rare grade, the scaling continued. To evolve from 1-star rare to 3-star rare, the cost increased again by 5 times. That meant 25 evolution points. Breaking into the extraordinary grade required another 5-fold increase. From 3-star rare to 1-star extraordinary, the cost rose to 125 evolution points. From 1-star extraordinary to 3-star extraordinary, it required 625 evolution points. Michael had more than 2,000 3-star extraordinary grade creatures, meaning to reach this number his talent had generated at least more than 1,000,000 evolution points. No wonder he was in serious student debt to the academy, and this was after almost exhausting his territory's raw material reserves back in the land of Oregon, hunting monsters in the Everlong forest, and devouring all the law seeds he had after studying them. Thanks to his current number of undead, Michael was getting at least 2,000 evolution points a day, but to accumulate it to 1,000,000 he would need at least 500 days, which was already more than a year. No wonder they said that as one grew in power it became incredibly hard to progress. If he relied solely on natural accumulation his progress would be painfully slow. Fortunately the current stage was still sufficient for him. If others knew of Michael's thoughts now, they would not care whether they could beat him or not before trying it out. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind he finally saw the amount of points needed to evolve Jester and sucked in a deep breath. Do you want to use 9,375 evolution points to evolve Jester to 1-star epic grade? 9,000. Though he had suspected the amount would be 15 times like his own, Michael was still shocked, and he turned to look at the thousands of undead around him as his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. To this day he still wondered why the evolutions of intelligent creatures and monsters were calculated differently. The first thought that came to Michael was that being a Viscount was now insufficient. At this rate of consumption he would need to be a king or emperor to have the resources to fund his future endeavors. Of course, Michael could also go and hunt in hell if he wasn't afraid of the risks. Putting aside the points needed to evolve Jester, it was almost certain that the same thing that had happened during his own last evolution might potentially happen to Jester. Fortunately Jester did not have a primary and secondary body like Michael, so his main body could be evolved inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Just as Michael was about to evolve Jester he noticed something else. Aside from evolving Jester, his talent had given him another option. Merge Jester and Pseudo-Divine Clone for 1,000 evolution points. Yes. Merge was also another function of his talent. He actually didn't know he could merge his body with Jester, or more accurately, hadn't thought in that direction, but after a quick thought it made sense. Michael could already imagine that if he were to take this option, the slight difference between his clone body and Jester, in that Jester just functioned as the brain, would disappear and they would become one. However, as attractive as the option was, Michael knew this wasn't the time for that yet. Though Michael had complete control over Jester and Jester would do whatever he wanted, Michael was interested in the plan this unique undead had for itself. He knew that Jester had wanted his clone body not just for convenience, like being able to move around more effectively, but also because of the potential it held. There were many reasons, but thanks to the influence of Li Yang, Jester had settled on a cultivation path that belonged to a realm far stronger than Aurora by many points. Michael did not have anything against this, since the clone was partly a failure and couldn't handle his consciousness well. Now, merging this specially cultivated body with Jester's main body would likely not change its foundation, but evolving it would, because if Jester and the body were one whole entity, evolving it would mean giving it a law. For this, Michael was a bit confused, because it seemed like Jester had a way to not only comprehend its own law but to comprehend one for the clone body as well. Michael was not sure how possible that was, but this was the supernatural world. If something was not possible it was only because certain conditions had yet to be met. Michael wasn't sure if Jester would succeed, but if anybody had a chance then Jester was one of them. From what Michael could see, Jester's main focus was on the clone body rather than its own for some reason, so it getting a law directly from evolution wouldn't be a problem. Jester had said this itself in its own words. It wasn't that Michael was treating his undead's opinion as his own thoughts, but he was more curious about what would happen if he merged a rank 3 clone of his own with a rank 3 Jester. Michael didn't know what to expect, but he felt he was heading down the rabbit hole of making Jester an even more taboo existence than it already was. After making his decision, Michael gave a simple command. Separate. There was no hesitation from Jester. The clone's body stiffened for a brief moment, then a wet tearing sound echoed in the confined space. A bloody hole suddenly opened at the top of the clone's head. It wasn't a clean split. Flesh peeled back. Bone cracked. Dark blood spilled out in uneven streams, sliding down the face of the motionless body. For a fraction of a second, nothing else happened. Then something moved. A ball of flesh forced its way out from within the opening and leapt out. Michael didn't flinch. He caught it midair. The impact was light, but the sensation was warm. The flesh shifted slightly in his palm. This was Jester's true body. Michael paid attention to the clone body and saw the open wound was already closing. He wondered if his original body could do that too. He felt it could be even stronger, but he had no intention of having a hole in his head. Michael made his decision. The merge option was tempting, but not now. There were too many unknowns, and Jester clearly had his own plans regarding the clone body and the path he was taking. For now, interfering would only disrupt something that might grow into something far more valuable in the future. Without wasting time, he stepped into an open space within the coffin and placed Jester down. Then he connected with his talent. Immediately, Michael's accumulated evolution points dropped sharply. More than 9,000 vanished in an instant. Yet nothing happened. Jester remained exactly the same. No transformation. No surge. No change. Michael's eyes narrowed. A bad feeling rose in his chest. There was only one situation where advancement would be paused like this. Universe blessing, he muttered. That was the only explanation. Some advancements could not be completed in the coffin. They required acknowledgement. They required the heavens. Which meant they could not happen inside the damaged coffin of the forgotten. Jester tilted his head slightly as he shared his feeling with Michael. Master, something is trying to descend, he said. But it is being blocked. This space is preventing it. Michael exhaled slowly. That's expected, he replied. Your evolution requires something external. It can't happen here, but at the same time I'm almost sure you would draw far too much attention. Michael had been unconscious when he evolved the last time, so he was ignorant of many things, but even the normal evolution effect would be attention-grabbing. Jester understood immediately. Then the concern is concealment, he said calmly. Michael did not deny it. That was exactly the problem. Before he could think further, a surge of foreign information entered his mind. Jester had used memory infusion. Michael could have resisted, but he didn't. He knew Jester wouldn't harm him, so he accepted it. It was a technique. Darkness-based, obtained from the old man's memories. It required corpses as a medium, but in exchange it offered strong concealment. Michael absorbed it quickly. His expression eased slightly. This will work, he said, thinking of his class effect and a particular title effect. Jester nodded. We can also receive the blessing in the second layer of the void, he added. It is closer to the heavens than the material world. Michael considered it. That option was even better. With a plan in place, Michael didn't hesitate and left the coffin. The city was currently filled with corpses, so taking a few from the gathering grounds didn't alert anyone, especially since Michael had concealed himself carefully. Immediately after, Michael entered the second layer of the void after a bit of effort. It was his first time after all, but he had a bit of experience thanks to a certain elder who was a kidnapper in his free time. In the second layer of the void, filled with nothing but darkness, Michael placed the several monster corpses he had gathered from the chaos outside in positions based on the memory Jester had infused into his mind. The name of the technique surfaced clearly in Michael's mind. Shroud of the Silent Dead. It was a concealment method that used corpses as anchors to distort perception. It made the senses register anything the user of the technique desired as dead, like how inanimate objects had no life, or how the air itself was empty. That was what the technique achieved. It was also a gradeless technique, meaning its effect depended entirely on the user's means. For this operation Michael made sure the main anchors were all rank 3 corpses. Gathering them had not taken much effort, but to avoid detection he only took one from here and there. By the time the Supers Association noticed, it would no longer be his concern. Most likely they would suspect him if they crossed out the involvement of demonic supernaturals, since he was, after all, a necromancer and the only one who would want to use corpses for anything in the area. But Michael didn't particularly care. After all, he was the one who had killed them. Shouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted with them? He didn't like attention, but for things like this Michael didn't shy away from it. Without wasting time, Michael activated the technique once the preparations were complete. The moment he did, a dull gray fog began to spread outward, expanding steadily and swallowing the surroundings in silence. From where Michael stood, all he could see was gray fog in front of him, but when he extended his senses outward there was nothing. It was as if the area the fog covered had been cut out of existence. Impressive. This wasn't something a normal technique could achieve. As expected of one of the tools a rank 4 supernatural held. Though given the old man's line of business, this technique had probably not been used for good things. In any case, Michael could already tell that after Jester evolved he would need to have him imprint more techniques like this. Jester had done the same during the case of Li Yang, and now that they were at a higher level of power, the knowledge of the old man had come at the right time. Of course, Michael could simply request the entire memory too, rather than just the techniques, but that came with risks. Jester's methods were not exactly unique in the supernatural world. It was just that anything capable of achieving a similar effect existed in the gray area, at the very least, because it could cause harm not only to the target but to the user as well. Foreign memories were not harmless. They could interfere with the user's own thoughts, blurring identity. At worst, they could overwrite parts of who someone was. Even if not completely, subtle changes could accumulate over time. This was why, even when dealing with the evil cultivator Li Yang's memories, Michael had avoided direct memory assimilation. What he took was filtered knowledge. Perhaps only something like Jester, a mind-based existence, would truly benefit from consuming such things whole. Looking at the gray fog that gradually began to turn black, mixing with the darkness of the void, Michael knew the effect of his new class, Death Air, was already in play. Perhaps it had been in play from the very beginning and the darkening color was just an after effect, since Michael's senses toward the gray fog didn't register anything particularly different with the color change. Class effect, enhances all death and dark-related abilities by 50%. Shroud of the Silent Dead happened to fit the bill for this class passive to take effect. Michael no longer hesitated. With everything prepared, he stepped forward and entered the gray fog. The moment he crossed into it, the world seemed to dim even further. Even the flow of mana around him became muted. Without wasting time, Michael released Jester. The moment Jester left his hand, light erupted. A sharp, piercing glow burst out from the mass of flesh, expanding rapidly. At the same time, mana surged. From all directions the surrounding mana began to converge toward Jester in a frenzy, twisting and compressing as it formed a vortex centered on him. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. Sensing the intensity, he didn't stay close. He stepped back and exited the fog. Outside, he paused to check the concealment effect. Even from beyond it, he could still faintly see what was happening within, but it was subtle. Compared to what he had just witnessed inside, the outside reaction was almost negligible. Michael couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise. This technique. Even this level of disturbance had been suppressed to such an extent. If someone wasn't specifically paying attention, they might not even notice anything unusual. After a brief observation, Michael stepped back into the fog. Inside, everything was different. The light had intensified. Mana continued to spiral inward violently, forming layers upon layers of condensed energy around Jester. Michael extended his senses and tried to connect. Jester. No response. Jester. Still nothing. Michael wasn't surprised. When he had last evolved, he had been completely unconscious for more than 2 days. If Jester followed the same pattern, this would take time. Michael didn't disturb him further and continued to observe. Soon, something changed. Around Jester, runes began to appear. At first there were only a few, then more followed. One after another, glowing symbols manifested in the air, circling Jester slowly, and as more of them appeared Michael felt a subtle shift within himself. His comprehension seemed to have increased. He wasn't trying to understand anything yet, but concepts he had thought about before felt clearer. His thoughts moved faster as connections formed more easily. It was as if just standing there was enough to benefit from the process. Michael wasn't particularly surprised by this. After obtaining the Eye of Truth, whenever Michael evolved his undead he sometimes used it on them, and though he didn't understand many things that happened during that time, he still benefited in several areas. Michael tried to do the same again, but what he saw with the Eye of Truth made him feel like he was staring at letters appearing in a foreign language. His mana was also draining fast, which eventually made Michael give up for now. At the same time a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He recalled that when he last evolved, dozens of monsters had appeared around him because they sensed him as a treasure, and Prince and Lucky had been noticeably stronger than he had left them by the time he woke up. A thought quickly formed in Michael's mind. He summoned Beginning from the damaged coffin of the Forgotten and had it stay close to Jester. The moment Beginning arrived, its eyes opened, and for the first time Michael saw something resembling confusion from Beginning, who immediately closed his eyes again as Michael sensed the pressure around Beginning subtly begin to increase. Seeing this, Michael immediately released more undead into the restricted space the black fog could contain. To be honest, Beginning was the only undead who would benefit more from this, since Michael could simply evolve his other undead who weren't at the peak yet to the next rank. However, something that hadn't changed since he first discovered the use of his talent was that the stronger the undead before evolution, the stronger it was after. In any case there was no disadvantage to his current actions, so it was better than nothing. Like that, time passed in a blur. 1 hour. 2. 4. 12. Then it turned to a day. Then it became 2 days. By the third day, to cover the increasing effect of Jester's evolution Michael had to borrow more corpses to cast Shroud of the Silent Dead multiple times around the area. At this point, many of Michael's undead were at the peak of rank 3. Ghost, Fade, Prince, Lucky, Spartan, and many more now only needed a bit of enlightenment to begin the next stage, or to have Michael evolve them directly. Then there was Beginning. By the end of the second day it seemed Jester's evolution could help him no further. In the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, Michael looked at the 60-meter-tall Beginning with an odd expression on his face. Thinking something over, he then turned to look at Lily, who was a distance away, and a determined look came to Michael's face. Yes. Beginning had also warranted the heaven's gaze. When this appeared Michael was frustrated. He wanted to finally have a rank 4 undead of his own so he could stop being cautious. If he had one, he would dare to evolve his undead on the higher floors of hell. Thinking on this, Michael revisited another idea he had pushed to the back of his mind, which was to evolve his undead in the land of origin. These days the kingdom and the others around it were in a tense state thanks to the disappearance of Prince Roy. Though he was far from the capital now, Michael knew this much, and as the culprit he wanted to keep a low profile. Even so, the only reason he feared the Empire was because he lacked rank 4 power of his own. He just needed at least 2 rank 4 undead. Together with his other undead, by then it wouldn't be him being wary of the Empire. It would be the Empire being wary of him. At this point Michael had made his decision. Of course this would come after he had tried to revive the dead rank 4 old man and the Drake following Jester's evolution. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, finally on the third day Jester finished his evolution. The void shifted, tearing open into a vast starry sky that didn't belong to the void. Michael's eyes narrowed. What is this? The stars pulsed, and threads of pale light began to descend, passing through the fog without resistance. The moment the light touched Jester, the surrounding mana surged violently, compressing further as his aura rose sharply and climbed upward. At the same time, the nearby undead reacted. Ghost. Fade. Prince. Lucky. Spartan. Their auras trembled as the light brushed past them. It refined their energy slightly, stabilizing their foundations, but the effect was limited. They had already reached the peak, and this opportunity wasn't for them. Michael watched in silence. Soon a long-awaited notification appeared in front of him. Your undead, Jester, has evolved to epic grade, Undead Valeth. Your Undead Valeth has advanced to rank 3. Your Undead Valeth has leveled up. Your Undead Valeth has leveled up. Your Undead Valeth has leveled up. Your Undead Valeth has leveled up to level 68. More panels began to appear, and this time they were skill-related. However, a quick glance showed they were things Jester had learned to do before, but there were two that immediately caught Michael's attention. Your Undead, Jester, has acquired a new skill. Skill, Thought Seed. Description: plants an almost undetectable seed within a target's consciousness, as long as the target is not more than one rank higher than the caster. The seed slowly integrates with the target's mind. Over time, thoughts, decisions, and even identity may begin to shift in subtle ways that appear natural to the host. Once fully rooted, the seed cannot be removed without destroying the entire mental structure. Your Undead, Jester, has acquired a new skill. Skill, Profaned Fate Thread. Description: allows the user to perceive and latch onto the threads of fate connected to a target. Once grasped, outcomes are no longer merely observed but influenced. Minor events may shift subtly, while major outcomes require time, preparation, or sacrifice. Repeated interference carries risks entanglement. The moment the final panel faded, Michael didn't linger long in the void. He only spared the notifications a brief glance before moving immediately. With a thought, he recalled his undead. One after another their presences vanished from the gray fog. But Michael didn't stop there. He also cleared traces of his presence in the void. He didn't do this for any particularly deep reason. It was more like instinctively wiping down a table after a meal. After clearing any traces of himself and his undead from that layer, Michael didn't stay any longer. With a single step, space distorted around him, and in the next moment he was gone. Back in the material world, inside his home, Michael reappeared quietly in the living room. The shift between realms was smooth. Lily and Aunt Mia were still asleep, though he expected them to wake soon since dawn was only a few hours away. The house was silent and unchanged, as if the chaos of the past few days had never reached this place. Michael settled onto the couch and a small object appeared in his hand. It was Jester. Or, to refer to his new race properly, a Valeth. Michael lowered his gaze to the small mass resting in his palm. It no longer looked the way it had before. What sat in his hand was unmistakably a brain, yet not one that belonged to anything human. It was also smaller than a human brain, its surface smooth yet layered with intricate folds that seemed too deliberate to be purely biological. There was a strange balance to it. A strange beauty as well. Faint patterns traced across its surface. Michael recognized them immediately as runes. A dull golden glow lingered along those markings, not bright enough to illuminate the room but just enough to make them stand out against the pale, almost lifeless flesh. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed it more closely. So this is epic grade. If you weren't undead, your glow would probably light up the whole house, he muttered. He closed his fingers slightly around it. The flesh responded faintly, shifting almost imperceptibly, as if acknowledging his presence. Then a calm voice echoed in his mind. Master. Michael's gaze stilled. Jester. How do you feel? Michael asked. There were many things a panel could display, but only the individual themselves could truly understand their own condition. Jester's voice remained as calm as ever. Better, Master. Much better. Then after a brief pause he added, your prowess are as expected, magnificent. To be able to possess abilities so divine before the heavens themselves, truly, this servant is fortunate beyond measure. Michael stared at him. Then the lines appeared across his forehead. Where did you learn flattery from? Jester answered without hesitation. From the political dramas Lily watches with me. Michael fell silent for a second. You watch political dramas? Yes, master. With Lily? Yes, master. Michael felt that if he kept asking questions, he would only hear things he wasn't prepared for. In the end, he let it go. Forget it, he muttered. Jester naturally obeyed and shifted the topic back to himself. My changes are significant. The first is mobility. At rank 3, flight becomes possible. I also have the ability to move through space, so unlike before where I needed to inhabit a body, my current state can be considered whole and self-sufficient. Though I have no intention of abandoning the body gifted to me by Master. Ignoring the last part, Michael nodded slightly. That much was expected. The second is my senses, Jester continued. My natural detection range is now 80,000 meters. That made Michael's brows rise. 80,000. That number was not small. Michael himself could reach that level if he deliberately stretched his senses, but his natural resting range was only 50,000 meters. For Jester to exceed him there immediately after evolving was enough to show just how abnormal the new race was. I also gained several new skills, Jester said. Most are refinements of abilities I already possessed. Not entirely new in concept, but remolded into stronger and more complete forms. My weaknesses at this rank are few. He paused before adding in an even tone, as long as I am dealing with beings that possess a mind or some form of consciousness, aside from Master, there is likely no one at the same rank who can stand against me. Michael was genuinely impressed. Still, he said, that sounds a bit arrogant. I am only stating what I perceive, Master, Jester replied. Michael didn't dismiss it. He believed there was truth in those words. But even so, he still found the claim somewhat excessive. A newly advanced creature declaring near invincibility within the same rank was not something Michael could simply accept at face value. What Michael failed to consider was that he himself was an anomaly, and he was still 3 levels below Jester within the same rank. Considering that, perhaps Jester's words were not as exaggerated as they sounded. Michael let that matter rest and shifted to what actually mattered most. At rank 3, skills, senses, and mobility all played a role, but none of them were the true dividing line. The real difference between a creature at this stage and one below it was the presence of a law. That was the foundation. That was what truly made rank 3 a higher realm. And your law? Michael asked. Law of heavenly revelation. Michael's brows rose immediately. For the first time since Jester finished evolving, genuine surprise appeared clearly on his face. Heavenly revelation. That was not what he had expected. It sounded grand. Too grand, even. More importantly, it did not sound like a law tied purely to the mind. It sounded considerably broader than that. Jester's voice remained calm. Yes, Master. That is the name of my law. Michael fell silent. Law of heavenly revelation. He couldn't help thinking of one particular skill panel that had appeared earlier. Skill, Profaned Fate Thread. Description, allows the user to perceive and latch onto the threads of fate connected to a target. Once grasped, outcomes are no longer merely observed but influenced. Minor events may shift subtly, while major outcomes require time, preparation, or sacrifice. Repeated interference carries risks of entanglement. Michael couldn't help but wonder. Was Jester somehow drifting away from purely mind-related abilities? After being revived by his master, Jester couldn't remember much of his past. His memories were fragmented, incomplete, like torn pages scattered across a void he could no longer reach. All he truly knew, what remained clear and undeniable, was that his master was the closest existence in the world to him. Even after becoming undead, it didn't dull Jester's senses. If anything, his awareness had sharpened. And because of that, he could sense it. His master disliked him. Not openly. Not with hostility. But there was a distance. A faint rejection buried beneath indifference. To any other being it might have gone unnoticed. But Jester saw it clearly. Yet as a creature governed by logic, he could not understand why. He had done nothing wrong. He existed for his master. Everything he was, everything he could become, belonged to that one figure. By all reason, there should have been no flaw in his existence. But still, the distance remained. Even so, it didn't change anything. Jester loved his master. Not out of emotion, not in the way humans understood it, but in the only way he could define it. Absolute recognition of importance. His master was also special. Not simply because he was his master, but because he was genuinely, fundamentally special. There was something about him. Something different at a level that defied easy explanation. His master could change the nature of things. Not metaphorically, but at a deeper level, something that contradicted the very structure of existence itself. Jester had always wondered if this was normal. It wasn't until he devoured the memories of Li Yuan that he finally understood the truth. It was not normal. Not even among cultivators, who counted among the most powerful beings in the world. His master was abnormal. Unique. Jester couldn't help but wonder when his master would evolve him. Time passed. He watched. One by one, his brothers and sisters proved their usefulness. They fought. They grew. They stood beside their master and carved their place at his side. And Jester remained a mass of flesh. He wanted to do more. He needed to do more. Fortunately, the opportunity came. When his master created a clone, his master viewed it as a failure. To Jester, it was a gift. But even after gaining a body, his master did not keep him close. Instead he was placed far away, entrusted with something else entirely. His master's family. Jester did not understand it at first. He believed, logically, that he could be of far greater use at his master's side. If his master invested in him, refined him, evolved him, his value would increase well beyond what it currently was. But since it was an order, Jester obeyed. Time moved forward. And slowly, he began to understand. His master was not lacking power. He was not lacking capable subordinates either. Among his many siblings were beings just as special as himself. Some were even more suited for direct combat, for destruction, for standing at the forefront of whatever came. Jester was not the only one. And so he found his place. If he could not serve his master on the front lines, then he would serve him from the shadows. Just as protecting the family allowed his master to act without restraint, Jester would become that unseen support. The silent guardian. The one who ensured that everything behind his master remained stable. An unshakable foundation. But to do that, he needed to grow stronger. And then, 3 days ago, the opportunity finally came. His master had decided to evolve him. Jester did not know what he was thinking at that moment. There were no emotions guiding him. No sudden enlightenment. No grand realization like those recorded in the memories of cultivators who spoke of epiphanies beneath the heavens. There was only one thing. A goal. To become useful to his master. To reach a state where his existence would no longer be lacking. And under his master's blessing, something changed. That singular obsession, pure and untainted by distraction, condensed. It evolved. It gave birth to something greater. A law. A law born from calculation. From observation. From countless silent analyses of cause and effect. From watching, waiting, and determining the most optimal path forward. A law that did not seek to fight fate. But to read it. To dissect it. To use it. The law of heavenly revelation. At its core, it was not a power-oriented law. It was a law that allowed the unseen to be seen. But not in the crude sense of perception, not merely sensing danger or predicting attacks. This law touched something deeper. Fate. To most beings, fate was abstract. A vague concept used to explain coincidence, destiny, or inevitability. Even among powerful cultivators, fate was something only the highest tiers could barely glimpse. But Jester's law treated fate differently. To him, fate was structure. It was a network. Connections extending from every being, every action, every possible outcome. Invisible lines that dictated probability, possibility, and direction. And through the law of heavenly revelation, Jester could see them. Law of heavenly revelation. A law that allows its user to perceive the hidden structure of fate as an interconnected web of possibilities. Through this, the user can analyze how events, choices, and outcomes are linked, enabling accurate foresight. By applying calculation and precise control, the user can subtly influence these pathways, guiding events toward desired results while remaining within the natural flow and constraints of destiny. Jester was satisfied with this law. Not because it was powerful in a direct sense, but because it was perfect for him. He had never been a being meant for brute force. Even at his peak, his strength had always come from understanding rather than destruction. This law did not force him to change that nature. Instead it refined it. It gave structure to the way he already existed. More importantly, it aligned with his purpose. Jester did not need to stand beside his master on the battlefield. He did not need to be the strongest. As long as he could see the paths ahead, his value would not be inferior to any of his siblings. In fact, it might surpass them. Because while strength could destroy enemies, control could prevent them from ever becoming threats in the first place. Jester no longer questioned his place. He had found it. Not at the front. Not at the center. But everywhere. In every choice. In every possibility. In every unseen thread guiding the future forward. And in that quiet, precise domain, Jester was content. After hearing the details of Jester's law, Michael was almost certain Jester was shifting away from being solely a mind-controlling creature towards something fate-based. He didn't know how that would play out in the future, but he had his expectations. After all, the law of heavenly revelation sounded genuinely impressive. Based on Jester's choice of words, it was clear he was satisfied with it too. Still, Michael couldn't help feeling curious about how the law could actually be applied. It was fate-related, after all. The mystery surrounding it stirred something deep in him. Why don't we try using your law a bit to better understand it? As Jester's master, this was his right and responsibility. Only Michael knew this was really just his curiosity pushing through. Jester did not hesitate. As master wishes. There was no resistance in his tone. Though the knowledge of his law existed within him, it was still just knowledge. Even if Michael had not suggested it, Jester would have tested it in private eventually. Practical experience was necessary. The faint golden runes etched across Jester's surface began to glow slightly brighter. My law requires a reference point, Jester began. A target, to be precise. Fate cannot be observed in isolation. It must be anchored to something. Michael nodded slightly. That makes sense. To allow Master to better understand, I request permission to connect to your senses. Michael didn't hesitate. Do it. The moment he agreed, a subtle shift occurred. It felt less like something new and more like an additional layer had been placed over his existing perception. His vision remained the same, but something else overlapped it. The sensation reminded Michael of a skill he hadn't used in some time, the one that allowed him to share senses with his undead. As that brief nostalgia passed, the world around him expanded through Jester's perspective. Michael's senses stretched outward rapidly, far beyond his usual range. Streets, buildings, distant figures, movement across the entire city, everything within 80,000 meters became perceivable at once. Interesting, Michael muttered. Within that vast field of perception, countless targets appeared. Ordinary people. Awakeners. Some loose creatures still roaming the aftermath. Though dawn had barely begun to approach, there was movement everywhere. Jester's voice followed calmly. "We will select a simple target." Michael didn't object. Within that massive field, Jester filtered through countless presences with a precision that bordered on unsettling before finally settling on one. "They will suffice." Michael's perception shifted focus. Under a building some distance away, two ordinary Supers Association staff members stood in partial cover, speaking quietly to each other. Their voices were low, tired, and rough from exhaustion, but through Jester's senses Michael heard them with unnatural clarity, as though he were standing only a few steps away rather than tens of thousands of meters distant. "I really thought I was going to die back there," one of them said, letting out a shaky breath. He was leaning against the wall, one hand pressed to his side. "When those things came out of the cracks, I honestly thought that was it." The other gave a bitter laugh. "You weren't the only one." He lowered himself onto a broken slab of concrete and rubbed his face hard, as if trying to push away the lingering fear. Fortunately those strong individuals appeared. If not for them, Brightgate would have been finished. "Us too." The other fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "When I graduated from the Cultivation Academy and chose to work for the Supers Association instead of going to the front line with the Federation soldiers." He let out a dry breath. "Almost dying in my own city wasn't exactly part of the plan." The first one gave a weak snort. "That's because you were naive." "Maybe. In the end, the world was never truly safe." His tone turned quieter. "Whether you hide in a city, join the association, or go to the front line, danger is danger. The only real protection anyone has is their own strength." The other man didn't argue. After a moment he nodded faintly. "At least we're still better off than ordinary people. They couldn't even defend themselves." Michael listened from the living room, his expression turning slightly odd. The clarity of it all surprised him. Not the words themselves, but everything surrounding the people saying them. Their breathing. The rhythm of their heartbeats. The slight tremble of lingering fear still present in their voices. Even the scrape of cloth when one of them adjusted his sleeve reached him with perfect precision. It was absurd. This wasn't merely enhanced hearing. It was closer to direct interception of everything happening around a target, regardless of distance. Michael couldn't help feeling impressed. Even if Jester's current use of his law couldn't yet produce anything spectacular in direct application, this alone was already deeply unsettling for information gathering. As long as Jester's senses could reach someone, very little would remain truly private. At the same time, Michael's mouth twitched faintly. "Why does this make me feel like a gossiper?" Jester's calm voice answered immediately. "Because Master is listening to a private conversation." Michael was silent for a second. Then he admitted, "Fair enough." He let the silence sit briefly before asking the more important question. "Will this affect them?" Jester understood immediately. "No, Master. As long as I do not interfere with their fate directly, they will not be affected in any way. They will not notice my observation, nor detect anything abnormal. Not at all." "At my current stage," Jester answered, "one would likely need to be at least a rank above me to sense my gaze with any reliability. If the target is ordinary, it becomes even harder. Their senses would be too dull to perceive something like this unless I made direct contact. This is based on what I absorbed from the old man's memories. I would only need to be cautious of those within that rank." That made Michael even more impressed. At the same time, the mention of interfering with fate brought something else to the surface of his mind. Jester's new skill. The fate-related one. Michael's gaze sharpened slightly. "If you touch their fate now, will it affect them?" Jester was silent for a second before replying. "Based on the knowledge I currently possess, it should." Michael's expression changed slightly. Jester continued before he could misunderstand. "It should affect them, but not necessarily in a harmful way. At least not if the interference is minor." My current understanding suggests that light contact with a thread causes only subtle adjustments. The danger increases only if the interference becomes forceful, repeated, or directed toward a major outcome. Michael thought for a moment. So it wasn't harmless. But it also wasn't automatically dangerous. That made sense. In the end, fate was still fate. Anything related to it couldn't be treated casually. Still, his curiosity was already fully awake. Then let's try it, Michael said. But if it turns bad, we stop immediately. I'm serious. We're not going to accidentally harm innocent people just because we're testing something. Jester accepted it without question. As master wishes. The faint golden runes across Jester's body pulsed once. Below the building, the two Supers Association staff members continued speaking. In Jester's vision, which Michael could now see as clearly as if it were his own, something changed. Around the two men, several faint golden bubbles began to appear. They floated quietly around them, some close, some slightly farther away, each one shimmering with a vague instability that made them seem as though they might burst at any moment. Michael narrowed his eyes. What are those? Their fate, Jester replied calmly. That many? It depends, Jester said. If one were to count the totality of a person's fate across an entire lifetime, it would be beyond counting. The world is not fixed. It is unpredictable. Even the smallest change can give rise to new paths. These are only the immediate outcomes most strongly connected to their present state. Michael understood partially. And at the same time, he didn't. Before he could say more, Jester had already reached toward one of the bubbles. The moment his will touched it, Michael's vision blurred. Then a scene appeared. The two men were still standing beneath the building, still talking. For a few seconds nothing changed. Then the building above them groaned. A fracture spread. And in the next moment, the damaged structure gave way. Stone, steel, and broken concrete crashed downward. The two men didn't even have time to react before they were buried beneath it. They died. Michael's pupils shrank. The vision disappeared. What was that? One of their immediate fates, Jester answered at once. Then he turned to another bubble. Again a vision formed. This time there were differences. The man on the left shifted first. The other laughed a little more. Their words were not exactly the same. A bird flew overhead in this version. One of them looked up for half a second. Then the building still collapsed. Again they died. Jester moved to another. One of the men tried to leave earlier. The other stopped him to say one last thing. The timing shifted. Their positions shifted. The angle of the collapse changed slightly. But the result was the same. They died. Michael fell silent. Bubble after bubble revealed slight variations but ultimately the same end. By the seventh one, Michael had already understood enough. His expression changed slowly as the meaning settled in. So this was fate. Not some poetic concept. These bubbles were possible outcomes already gathered around the present. And if nothing changed, those two men were going to die. Michael stared at the golden bubbles with a weight that had not been there before. I see. For the first time, fate became a little clearer in his mind. It wasn't a single fixed line. It was a cluster of likely paths born from the current state of things. His voice turned lower. So if no one interferes, this is what happens. Yes, Master. At least from the immediate futures currently gathered around them. Michael's eyes remained on the bubbles. Then his gaze shifted toward the damaged building above the two men. He disappeared from the living room and appeared in midair above the city. Below him, the building in question sat directly beneath his position. He was just about to move when Jester's voice stopped him. Master. Wait. Michael's body paused mid-motion, his gaze still fixed on the building below. What? I would like to try something first. Michael frowned faintly. Under normal circumstances he would not have entertained the idea. But at this distance with his current power, stopping the collapse at any moment was not difficult. Even if something went wrong, he could intervene before the two men died. So after a brief pause he said, "Fine. But be quick. As Master wishes." Jester's voice remained calm. There are two ways to change fate. The first is direct. The second is indirect. The direct method is what Master intended to do. Appear physically, interfere with the material sequence of events, and force the outcome to change. Michael understood that immediately. And the indirect? Interfering with fate itself. The moment Jester said that, Michael's shared vision shifted again. Around the two men, the golden bubbles changed. More of them began to appear, but unlike before, these new ones were blank. They emerged rapidly one after another, surrounding the two men in far greater numbers than before. At first they contained nothing. Then scenes began flashing inside them. One bubble formed a scene, then vanished. Another emerged in its place. More appeared. More vanished. Some flickered violently. Some stayed a fraction longer before disappearing, as if rejected by something unseen. Michael watched in silence, feeling as though he were observing a system rapidly recalculating itself. Then gradually the number of bubbles began to shrink. 10. 7. 4. 2. And then only one remained. But unlike the others, this final bubble did not simply fade. It burst outward in a silent golden rupture. Michael was still processing what had caused the change when he noticed something different below. The two Supers Association staff members were still talking. Then one of them suddenly paused. "Why do I feel hungry all of a sudden?" The other blinked. "Now that you mention it, same." The first let out a tired breath. "Let's go back to the branch and grab something before I collapse for real." The second gave a weak laugh. Without delay, both of them stepped out from beneath the building. The damaged structure above them groaned. And in the next instant, the building collapsed exactly as it had in every other bubble Michael had seen. Stone, steel, and broken concrete crashed down violently. But this time, the two men were no longer beneath it. They stumbled back in shock, staring as dust and debris exploded across the street where they had been standing only moments before. One of them went pale. The other cursed loudly. Neither of them knew it. But this was the first time they had survived. For a brief second, Michael simply stared. The dust from the collapse was still spreading through the street below, rolling outward in slow gray waves that swallowed the base of the surrounding buildings. Chunks of broken stone and shattered concrete had scattered across the road in every direction. The two staff members were still frozen in shock. Neither spoke or moved immediately. Then one of them exhaled. "That was close," he finally said. The other man said nothing. He just kept staring. Michael watched from above, the city spread out beneath him in the pale gray light of early dawn, and felt something settle quietly in his chest. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly. So this is fate. His voice was quiet. Then his gaze shifted to the flesh resting in his hand. "Jester." "Yes, Master." "What's the cost?" Michael didn't hesitate to ask. There was no excitement in his tone now. Having seen the effect of Jester's law and skill, Michael did not believe for even a moment that something capable of interfering with fate itself came without a price. "It consumes vital essence," Jester answered. "But you're undead." Michael's gaze flickered faintly. "You have essence, yes, but it doesn't function like a living being's. Undead didn't rely on vitality in the same way. Their existence was sustained differently. Their essence was closer to a fixed core than a flowing resource." "So how does it consume yours?" Michael asked. "The heavens are fair, Master. To touch their secrets or gain something from them, one must give something in return. Status does not matter. Whether one is living or dead, rich or poor, the requirement remains the same. Jester's tone remained unchanged. Though I am undead, my essence is still being consumed. In any case, vital energy is recoverable if one ignores the slow speed of recovery. Michael clicked his tongue softly. There are faster methods, Jester continued. Michael already had a guess. Say it. Consumption. Michael's expression darkened slightly. Of others? Yes, Master. Absorbing the essence of other beings can accelerate recovery. Michael's grip on Jester tightened slightly. For a brief moment the air around him seemed to grow colder. That includes humans? Yes. The answer came without emotion. I see. There was no immediate response after that. However, Jester added, it is not limited to intelligent races. Michael's eyes shifted slightly. Explain. Monsters can also be used. The efficiency is lower, but they are viable. Michael's expression eased. He didn't bother asking about the exact rate. As long as enough resources were available, what was lost would be recovered. That was simply how things like this worked. His gaze shifted back to the city below. The two men were already leaving the area, still shaken but alive. Michael's lips curved faintly. He found himself wondering whether he could use a skill like that himself at some point. But something of this nature wouldn't be simple to grasp. Better to watch what Jester did with it over the coming days, build enough understanding through observation, and then try it himself when the time was right and Jester had enough experience to guide him through it. Of course Michael could also use his law. It was just that for something as mysterious as this he'd rather have relevant knowledge of how it worked than blindly push forward. It would be bad if he touched something he shouldn't have. The space around Michael distorted slightly. Let's go back. He disappeared immediately. With Jester's evolution settled, Michael no longer lingered on the matter. It was time to move forward. Among his more than 2,000 undead, not a single one remained below rank 3. This had always been his pattern. Before every advancement, he had always possessed power beyond his current stage, and his undead would stand one step ahead of him, forming a foundation he could rely on. Even after breaking through himself, that advantage remained. But now, after entering rank 3, the road ahead was no longer as straightforward. Rank 4 was different. The gap wasn't just strength. It was a qualitative change. Even for Michael, the path forward had become complicated. But that didn't change what needed to be done. After returning home, Michael reappeared within the damaged coffin of the Forgotten. Before him a figure lay motionless. The body remained intact, but it was hollow. Jester had devoured the consciousness completely. What remained was nothing more than a shell. A rank 4 shell. Michael stopped a few steps away, his gaze calm as he observed the body. This was one of the 2 rank 4 corpses he currently possessed. The demonic supernatural elder. The other was the Drake. Between the two, his eyes settled on the old man first. I'll start with you. There was no particular reason beyond the fact that the old man's size made the process look more manageable. After all, even for reviving an undead, the size was also something that mattered. It would be naive to think a rank 3 giant would cost the same as reviving a rank 3 butterfly. Though the old man was nothing more than a shell now, he was still technically alive. To turn him into an undead properly, Michael had to kill him first. For a brief moment Michael stood there in silence, staring at the motionless body with a faintly strange expression on his face. It wasn't fear, and it wasn't hesitation born from pity. It was just discomfort. The kind that came from doing something unpleasant even when it was clearly necessary. He likened it privately to killing a chicken before eating it. There was no real moral struggle in it, but that didn't make the process itself feel pleasant. Michael exhaled softly. The old man had tried to kill him. More than that, he had been part of the group that wanted to use Aunt Mia and Lily as leverage against him. Just thinking of that made whatever discomfort remained fade considerably. He decided to give the man a clean death. In his current state the old man wouldn't feel anything regardless, but Michael had no particular fondness for the sight of blood. Michael raised his right hand slowly. Mana gathered at his fingertips, condensing into a thin, almost invisible point. Then his hand shot forward, fingers pushing into the old man's chest. He was met with resistance. Even in this state, the body of a rank 4 existence was far from fragile. Flesh, muscle, and bone had all been tempered to a level far beyond ordinary beings. Under normal circumstances, even a reinforced blade would struggle to penetrate it cleanly. But with no will behind the resistance, it was hollow. It gave way after sustained effort. Michael's fingers pierced through flesh and bone, sliding forward until they reached the heart. Warmth brushed against his skin. With a slight twist of his wrist, the condensed mana at his fingertips expanded inward, silently crushing what remained of the organ. The old man's body trembled faintly. What genuinely surprised Michael was that even with the heart destroyed, the man's life force clung on stubbornly, a testament to what rank 4 tempering truly meant. Michael exhaled faintly in quiet awe of those in the rank above him. Unfortunately for the old man, with his heart destroyed, death came regardless. The faint lingering trace of life vanished. Michael slowly withdrew his hand. A small opening remained in the chest. He glanced at it briefly, then looked away. With the old man now truly dead, the requirement for undead creation had been fulfilled. There were 2 methods to create an undead. The first was through the undead revival skill, a direct instinctive method granted by his class since the very beginning of his awakening. Simple and efficient in its own way. No preparation or materials required. Just a corpse and his will. Even if it failed, he could attempt it again, up to 3 times total. After the 3rd attempt, success or failure, the opportunity to convert that particular target would be lost permanently. But more importantly, success was not guaranteed. The stronger the target compared to Michael, the lower the chance, and each failure reduced it further. This was a rank 4 corpse. An existence beyond his current level. Even if the old man was nothing but a shell, the quality of the body itself had not changed. Which meant relying on the skill alone made failure a very real possibility. Michael didn't like that. His thoughts shifted naturally to the second method. The ritual. Unlike the skill, this was not something freely granted. It required knowledge, preparation, and materials. But in exchange, it offered something far more stable. A significantly higher success rate across the same number of attempts. From the moment he gained access to the Academy's deeper resources, Michael had already acquired knowledge of the ritual. This concerned his foundation after all. And more importantly, he didn't lack the necessary materials either. Michael's lips curved faintly. There's no reason to gamble. This was not a situation where he needed to take risks. There were 2 methods when it came to creating ritual formations. Ritual could mean many things, but the one Michael focused on was the formation method, more commonly known as magic circles. The first method relied on a concoction. This was created by combining various materials rich in a desired energy, things like monster parts, specific herbs, and other compatible components, then processing them together until the mixture could be applied directly as the medium for drawing the circle itself. Once drawn, the caster would invoke their mana into the completed formation to activate it. The grade of the resulting circle was not fixed. It rose and fell entirely with the quality of the materials used to produce the concoction. Better materials produced a higher grade formation, which meant greater stability throughout the process and a meaningfully better chance of success. The method was flexible by nature, since the range of usable components was broad enough that a resourceful practitioner could work with whatever was available rather than hunting for specific items. The formation mattered more than the mixture. It only needed to be rich in the desired element. The second method placed its emphasis on treasures rather than the concoction. The circle was still drawn, but the concoction used to create it could be deliberately kept simple and inexpensive, since it was not the primary driver of the ritual's power. The real weight of the process fell on dark-aligned treasures placed at the anchor points of the formation. Rather than relying on the concoction to generate the necessary elemental energy, the treasures served as attachable conduits, channeling relative energy steadily through the anchors and into the circle for as long as they remained in position. This produced a formation that was considerably more stable from the moment it activated and maintained that stability throughout the entire process. Using both methods together, a high-quality concoction applied across the circle lines and substantial treasures placed at the anchor points, produced the most reliable outcome that ritual means could offer. Since Michael wanted to use a ritual formation created specifically to revive undead, all his resources needed to be rich in dark elemental energy. Unfortunately, between the two methods, Michael could only realistically use the first. He had a few treasures, but their elemental properties were scattered across different affinities and could not be repurposed for this. He was severely lacking in dark-aligned treasures. That left only the concoction method, which Michael happened to have materials for. His blood. After his first evolution to high human, Michael had become something beyond the ordinary. In the supernatural world, as one grew stronger they tended to begin embodying the nature of their own power. Someone deeply aligned with life or nature energy would develop extraordinary regenerative traits, their blood and even their body fluids gradually becoming closer to elixirs. The stronger they were, the more pronounced those properties became. It was precisely this reason that the bodies of high-ranking supernaturals were always considered treasures in their own right. Every part of them carried the concentration of decades of cultivated power. Michael's evolution had made this more pronounced in his own case. Even when he was still a standard necromancer, his highest elemental affinity had been darkness. He could use other elements before and after his evolution, but darkness had always remained dominant. His transition to true human had granted him a divine body embryo, which continued that trend and deepened it further. But after his class transition from necromancer to death's heir, the connection became something closer to identity. The class forced him to use darkness as his primary element freely while suppressing all others in comparison, and combined with his divine body embryo growing stronger, Michael's current physique had become something that could genuinely be described as a physical representation of the dark element itself. His blood carried that same quality. For the concoction method, what better material was there than that? Michael called Lucky to his side. The wolf in its humanoid form responded as he stepped out. At Michael's silent instruction, Lucky let the wood aspect energy flow from his body. Thick roots pushed upward from the floor of the coffin space, twisting and curling around each other as they grew. Within moments a wide bowl had formed, constructed from interlocked tree trunks dense enough to hold liquid without leaking, its interior smooth from the compression of the wood itself. Michael glanced at it briefly. It would do. He held his left wrist over the bowl and opened a small hole in the skin. There was no usage of tool. Just precise internal pressure applied to a single point until the flesh parted cleanly. As one grew stronger, control over one's own body extended to things like this. It was the same principle that allowed Michael to wear earring-type equipment without needing to pierce himself in any permanent sense. He simply opened what was needed and closed it again, leaving no mark behind. Dark red blood welled up from the opening and began to flow down into the bowl. It was not the red of ordinary blood. It carried a deep golden undertone that shifted toward green depending on the angle, the two colors sitting beneath the dark red. The volume built steadily. When the bowl had filled to a level Michael was satisfied with, he closed the wound and flexed his wrist once. Just one more step now. The concoction on its own would produce a workable circle, but there was one more step that would raise the quality of what he was working with considerably. Michael decided to include his blood essence to the mix. Blood essence was not the same as ordinary blood. Ordinary blood carried the surface qualities of a person's cultivation, blood essence carried the core of it. It was denser, more concentrated, and losing too much of it had consequences that took significant time and resources to recover from. Compared to the bowl of ordinary blood already collected, a single drop of blood essence would carry more concentrated dark elemental energy. The current Michael could condense his blood essence into 10 large drops, and from each large drop he could produce 3 smaller ones. He contemplated for a moment and decided to start with 2 large drops. Michael extended one finger over the bowl. A dark red drop formed at the tip and he let it fall. The moment it touched the surface of the blood below, the entire mixture darkened. The gold-green undertone spread outward from the point of contact like ink dropped into still water, threading through the collected blood until the whole bowl had taken on the same quality. The air above it grew noticeably heavier. He let the second drop fall. The quality deepened further. Michael looked at it for a moment. That should be enough. He stepped back slightly, giving himself a full view of the space he had prepared. At the center lay the corpse of the rank 4 demonic supernatural. Michael began to move. He dipped his fingers into the darkened mixture within the wooden bowl. The moment his skin touched it, the blood responded faintly, rippling as though aware of him. Then he crouched and began drawing the magic circle for the undead revival ritual from memory. Each stroke was deliberate. The smell of blood spread faintly through the air, though it was not unpleasant. Lines extended outward from the corpse, weaving into each other in complex patterns. Some formed loops. Others branched into smaller nodes before reconnecting at entirely different angles. At certain points Michael paused briefly to deepen a line or reinforce a junction, ensuring the flow would not break when mana was introduced. Time passed quietly. By the time he finally stopped, the entire open space had been filled. The circle was relatively massive, reflecting that it was a high-tier formation. Size and scale alone did not guarantee a better grade, but they were still meaningful indicators. Michael straightened slowly. The bowl behind him was completely empty. Not a single drop remained. He glanced at the formation once more, a faint hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Good thing I started with you. His gaze shifted briefly toward the distance where the drake's enormous body lay. If he had chosen that first, the scale of the formation alone would have demanded considerably more blood. Even in death the drake remained in its original form, not the humanoid state it had once taken. If it had reverted, the process would have been simpler. That thought passed quickly. His expression shifted slightly. I'm getting ahead of myself. He hadn't even succeeded with this one yet. Thinking about the next step before completing the current one served no purpose. Michael exhaled slowly and refocused entirely on the circle before him. He extended his hand toward the formation and infused his mana into it. The moment his mana entered the circle, the entire formation reacted. A low resonance spread outward, followed by a flash of light. A deep eerie green glow surged through the lines of the circle, spreading instantly across the entire formation like living veins illuminating themselves all at once. At the same time Michael felt the effect of his class take hold. Since the ritual counted as a dark art, its potency was boosted by 50%, raising it roughly half a grade beyond what the formation alone would have produced. The space around the circle dimmed slightly as the dark element within was drawn together and amplified. Creating an undead involved matters of the soul. Had he been using the undead revival skill, there would have been no concern since he was intimately familiar with that method. But this was his first ritual at this level, and even with the knowledge and prior experience he carried, he remained cautious and deliberate in every movement. A few minutes passed. At the center of the magic circle, the corpse trembled faintly. Just as Michael's mana was nearly fully drained, the body opened its eyes. They white with no iris. Empty. The moment they opened, Michael felt it. A clear and undeniable connection formed between him and the body before him, firm and immediate. At the same time a familiar notification surfaced in his mind as one of his contract slots was filled. His lips curved slightly. Success. The word left his mouth quietly, but the satisfaction behind it was plain. He stood there for a moment, watching as the rank 4 body rose from the ground. Then he exhaled and stepped back before sitting on one of the raised roots Lucky had formed, and gave a simple command. Stand up. The undead obeyed instantly, rising without delay, stiffness, or resistance. Come here. Again it responded immediately, stepping forward without hesitation. There was no instability, no rejection, no backlash. Everything was clean. Michael observed closely. He had seen undead rise more than 2,000 times, so the act itself was nothing new. But there was a difference this time. Among all his undead, this was the first at this level. The first rank 4 existence under his control, and the only one for now. Leaning back slightly, he studied it and felt the difference without needing any skill to confirm it. The presence alone made it clear that this was not something a rank 3 undead could be compared to. Even at the peak of rank 3, a clear qualitative gap remained between the two. So this is it. Michael's eyes narrowed faintly as a subtle pressure radiated from the undead, not directed or intentional, simply existing as a natural consequence of what it was. That alone would be enough to make a normal rank 3 feel suppressed just from proximity. His lips curved in quiet satisfaction. Not only because the ritual had succeeded, but because of what he now possessed. With this, I'm stepping into rank 4 territory. Not personally. But he now had a foothold, a foundation that allowed him to stand on more equal ground with the tier above him than he ever had before. His gaze flickered briefly toward where the drake lay, then returned to the old man. One isn't enough. Michael lay on the ground, pale and exhausted. His skin, which had always been fair enough to draw comparisons to a maiden's complexion, now looked dried out and faintly sickly. As expected, he muttered. I needed more material. For the drake blood specifically, the scale of what was required had been in a different category entirely. 3 bowls, each 3 times the size of the one he had used for the rank 4 demonic supernatural. Michael had known going in that reviving something of that caliber would not be cheap. He had prepared himself mentally for the cost. And yet. Michael turned his head slightly and looked at the empty bowls beside him. As one grew stronger, many things stopped making conventional sense. He understood that. But watching his own blood flow like a continuous river without stopping, filling bowl after bowl, was a new experience even for him. There was something deeply strange about watching your body produce that volume without dying from it. What truly left him looking listless was the blood essence. Out of caution and a desire to give the ritual every advantage he could, Michael had gone all out. 5 large drops of blood essence added to the second mixture. Combined with the 2 he had already used previously, that brought the total to 7 large drops out of 10. With this level of consumption it made sense that he felt this weak. Blood essence was not something the body shrugged off losing in that quantity. Natural recovery would take a significant amount of time. Michael exhaled slowly through his nose. Evolving my undead really is the easier path. He meant it sincerely. It was truly difficult for those without a cheat to lean on. If there was an orthodox and unorthodox way to gaining power, Michael's usual progress was undoubtedly the latter. Procedures like his recent blood consumption were considered orthodox instead, which was a bit ironic since the good path was the slow and complex one. After resting for a while, Michael reached out to his rank 3 healing worm. The creature was not particularly impressive to look at, especially after seeing Jester's new form, but what it lacked in appearance it made up for entirely in function. Michael held still as it worked, feeling the steady pull of its healing energy moving through him. When it finished, Michael sat up slowly and took stock of himself. 3 large drops of his blood essence had been restored in a single session. Michael exhaled quietly, genuinely relieved. Without the worm, sitting at 3 remaining out of 10 would have been a recovery process measured in weeks. Getting back to 6 changed the calculation considerably. But he could already feel the limit pressing against him. His body's response to the healing had a ceiling. If he pushed for another round, he would be pulling at his foundation instead. That was not a trade worth making for the sake of speed. The good news was that his mortal god physique was not ordinary. Even passive recovery at his current stage moved faster than it would have for most people at the same rank. Michael did a quiet calculation in his head. The academy had given him until next week before he was expected back. That was enough time to recover considerably, as long as he didn't do anything else that cost him more blood essence between now and then. Michael dismissed the worm and stretched his body slightly. Though the cost had been enormous, the benefit was not small either. Michael turned to look at the two figures standing before him. The rank 4 demonic supernatural and the Drake blood, now settled into its humanoid form. His rank 4 undead. He studied them quietly for a moment. Compared to his other undead, who in their humanoid forms tended to mirror certain aspects of Michael's own appearance, these two were different. Their eyes were white. Flat and pale, a characteristic look of flesh-type undead in their most direct form. Bluntly put, they carried the visual quality of what ordinary people would simply call zombies. Michael had never particularly cared about the appearance of his undead. What mattered was what they could do, and by that measure these two sat at the top of everything he currently had. The rank 4 demonic supernatural had been a significant opponent in life. Whatever it had been before death, its power had not diminished in any way that made it unimpressive now. If anything, death had stripped away everything except capability. And the Drake blood. Michael's eyes lingered on it slightly longer. Among the two undead it was the strongest. Michael, who was now their master, could use detect on them whenever he liked. If they were alive he wouldn't dare attempt this. The demonic supernatural was graded at level 85, equivalent to a peak early stage rank 4 superpower. If it had been one level higher and Michael wasn't its master, he wouldn't have even been able to see its level at all, thanks to the 20-level difference between them. The Drake blood, on the other hand, was at level 90, which genuinely shocked Michael. This was only 10 levels away from level 100, and one level beyond that was the threshold of a demigod. Thinking about it now, Michael felt truly fortunate to have succeeded in reviving the Drake blood, especially on his first attempt. It was all thanks to the many advantages that made him an anomaly. Compared to the rank 4 demonic supernatural, which looked as human as Michael save for its undead features, the Drake blood was only humanoid in shape. In its humanoid form it had dragon-like horns on its head with scales covering several parts of its body. Michael knew this was characteristic of the Drake blood race. Based on the knowledge he had of them, the stronger the individual, the more purified their bloodline became, and the more dragon-like their appearance grew. The more dragon-like they appeared, the more perfect they were considered to be. Thousands of years ago, a true dragon had descended upon a human variant world and indulged itself. The dragon slaughtered every adult male it encountered without exception and took every viable female for itself. Some of the offspring those females birthed survived, enduring the incompatible blood warring inside them from birth. The survival rate was not high. The process was not gentle. But those who made it through matured into something that was neither fully human nor anything close to dragon, occupying a space between the two that had never existed before. When they were old enough, they were able to reproduce among themselves. That was how the Drake blood race was born. Their strength was undeniable. Each Drake blood carried diluted dragon blood within them, granting terrifying physical capability, abnormal vitality, accelerated recovery, and resistances that made them difficult opponents at virtually every stage of growth. The closer their blood ran to the original, the more pronounced these traits became. Unfortunately, as generations passed and the bloodline spread further, that concentration naturally thinned. To preserve their power and purify it for later generations, the Drake blood became one of the many races in the universe that practiced internal breeding between related bloodlines. Cousins. Siblings in some cases. The goal was always the same. Keep the dragon blood concentrated to keep the race strong. In the wider universe this was not generally frowned upon. Dragons themselves were creatures that did not recognize bloodlines or kinship when it came to reproduction. That the race born from one would adopt similar practices struck most as fitting rather than troubling. However, all of this was far removed from Michael's current concerns. Whether it was a true dragon or not, the current Michael was not even qualified to meet the minor leaders of the Drake blood race. And due to their violent tendencies, he could not allow the race to find out he had turned one of their kin into an undead, or they would hunt him down without hesitation. This was common among top races when it came to their kin. There was an unspoken rule that ran through the universe at every level. The treatment of one's people reflected directly on the strength and standing of the race itself. A weak race could do little when its members were mistreated, enslaved, or killed by outsiders. A strong race could do a great deal, and the stronger they were, the less they needed a formal reason to act. One could still bypass the worst consequences if the victim was an ordinary resident of their home realm with no particular standing. Someone no one would miss or rally behind. The calculus changed entirely the moment the person held any degree of importance within their race. And it changed catastrophically if someone bold enough, or foolish enough, decided to use a significant number of a top race's citizens for something that crossed the line. There was a record in the Academy Library significant enough to have been written down and preserved. It involved the elves. An entire realm had been wiped out. The reason was straightforward. A good number of elves had been hunted and traded around like commodities. Race trade itself was not rare in the universe. It existed, it had always existed, and many looked the other way as long as it remained quiet and the victims had no one powerful standing behind them. But the moment the elves found out what had been happening to their kin in that realm, the outcome had been total. There was no warning or negotiation. Complete erasure. The lesson was simple enough. If one was caught doing something like that and the victims happened to belong to a race with real power behind it, the trouble that followed would not end until one side was gone. This was precisely why Michael had decided months ago that even if he had an elven undead, he would exercise caution about bringing it out anywhere in the real world. The land of origin was a different matter. But in the open world, the risk was genuine. The same logic applied to the Drakeblood. However, in practical terms, the Drakeblood realm and Aurora were so distant from each other that the immediate danger was limited. The concern existed in principle. It was not something Michael needed to lose sleep over right now. Still, he noted it. Looking at his two undead, Michael felt a growing satisfaction settling in his chest. But it was exactly as people said. The moment someone had something, they found themselves wanting more. Michael had initially planned that after reviving these two he would head to the land of origin immediately and focus on Beginning and Lily. That had been the intent going in. Then he turned to look at the rank 4 demonic supernatural and noticed something. This person had been an ordinary human in life. Ordinary human. Two words that carried an entirely different weight for Michael than they did for anyone else, and the reason for that came down to one thing. His talent. Infinite evolution did not treat all starting points equally. An ordinary human was not a ceiling. It was a foundation, and foundations could be built upon. In other words, despite how strong this undead already was, it could be stronger. Michael's eyes moved over the figure standing before him, white-eyed and still. Level 85. Peak early stage rank 4. And yet still an ordinary human underneath all of it. The thought that followed arrived quietly and then refused to leave. What would happen if Michael evolved it to high human? A rank 4 high human. The implications of that alone were enough to make his mind move in directions he hadn't planned for. A rank 4 undead with the baseline of an ordinary human evolved upward into something higher. The multiplier that came with high human applied to a foundation already operating at that level. The best part was the cost. 100 evolution points. That was all it would take. Michael looked at the demonic supernatural for a long moment. He had originally planned to leave immediately. He reconsidered that plan. High humans were many times stronger than ordinary humans. This was not a subtle difference or a matter of degree. It was a categorical gap, one that expressed itself across every relevant metric from physical capability to mana capacity to the ceiling of what they could ultimately achieve. This was precisely why in the wider universe one's race could determine one's standing as much as one's personal strength could. A person did not choose the body they were born into, but that body set the baseline for everything that came after. The Starborn were perhaps the clearest example of this principle taken to its extreme. A human variant race by classification, they were not an impressive sight on paper. Their bodies were physically weak even by the standards of other human variants, and their lifespans were short, again even in comparison to races that were themselves not particularly long-lived. By those two metrics alone, most would have dismissed them as unremarkable. And yet they had climbed to the status of a top race in the universe. What they lacked in body and longevity they compensated for through two things that could not easily be replicated. Minds of extraordinary quality, capable of processing and understanding at levels that left most other races behind, and a racial talent tied to rare energies that most races never even encountered, let alone learned to wield. The combination of those two advantages, applied consistently across generations, had allowed them to build themselves into arguably the most technologically advanced race in existence. The gap between ordinary humans and high humans followed the same logic, if on a smaller scale. An ordinary human could grow powerful. History had proven that repeatedly. But a high human began from a higher point. The same effort, the same talent, the same years of cultivation applied to a high human body produced a result that a regular human body simply could not match at its ceiling. It was only when one started cultivating laws that ordinary races could begin to bridge the gap created by racial differences. However, if it were that easy, the concept of a great race would not exist, and great civilizations would have taken its place instead. Michael had read somewhere in the Academy library that races like dragons and phoenixes were so strong that it normally required someone of a higher rank to defeat, surpass, or at worst match them. The saying that dragons and phoenixes had barely any equals was not wrong. Michael felt that he and his undead were not a bad example of this principle in practice. Though he did not know exactly how he compared to weaker rank 4 superpowers if they were to fight with their lives on the line, he found it hard to believe any rank 3 could force him into a desperate state. With the possible exception of facing a true dragon. In any case, this only proved that a stronger race equaled a stronger starting point. Though it would be a stretch to say a single evolution to high human would make the undead demonic supernatural overpowered, it would surely make him at least 50% stronger than he was now. And who knew, after further evolution he might even be able to match the undead Drakeblood in power. He also did not need to worry about the undead advancing to rank 5 through evolution. 100 points was far too little to accomplish that. And when it came to intelligent races, his talent only evolved their racial baseline while their rank remained the same. Michael theorized that this was because intelligent races with sufficient talent had no fixed limit if they pushed hard enough, while monsters did. Even those who cultivated laws and pushed themselves beyond their racial limits still had to find external ways to improve their race. Since his talent evolved races directly, it made sense that it would strengthen them while simultaneously raising their ceiling. Thinking this far, Michael knew his mind would not rest until he evolved the undead demonic supernatural. Though in reality only a few seconds had passed. Soon a bright light flashed in the coffin space, accompanied by a large amount of surrounding mana being consumed. Time passed and Michael turned to look at the undead in front of him. For one thing, it had gained Michael's characteristic green eyes that his other undead usually developed after evolving or merging with his blood. The old man, though he still gave off a cold feeling that was simply the nature of what he was, looked noticeably more alive than before. That was perhaps an odd thing to say about an undead, but the difference was visible. Before the evolution he had carried the flat, slightly hollow quality common to flesh-type undead. Now that quality remained, but it sat beneath a surface that had been considerably refined. Long black hair fell cleanly around his face, dark and smooth in a way that suited the overall picture rather than clashing with it. His features were fine, carrying a mature and settled quality rather than anything youthful or soft. His skin was pale rather than the characteristic grayish tone of undead humans after revival. Michael looked at him for a moment. Not bad. Unfortunately, Michael could only tell through his senses that the demonic supernatural had grown stronger. The change was there, present and real, radiating outward in a way that his perception picked up clearly. But he did not dare test it personally. The honest truth was that to properly understand the ceiling of what his rank 4 undead could do, he needed a controlled environment with appropriate opposition. A monster nest with creatures of relative power would serve that purpose far better than anything he could arrange here. The Academy was the obvious answer. They had resources, connections, and access to locations that most people could not simply walk into on their own. A request for access to a high-level monster nest was not unreasonable. Though he had a fairly clear picture of how that conversation would go. They would surely want to know where his confidence was coming from. Michael exhaled quietly through his nose. He would figure out how to frame that conversation when the time came. Of course, he could also have the two rank 4 undead go at each other, but the shockwave will probably kill anything else in the coffin space. Unfortunately, after the evolution Michael didn't have enough points remaining to do anything significant. The recent consumptions had hit his accumulation hard, and looking at what was left sitting in his reserves, the options were limited. Unless he went after the corpses still lying in the city from the recent chaos and devoured them for evolution points, he could only wait for his daily accumulation to refresh. But Michael couldn't help but feel a little greedy after the successful evolution of the undead demonic supernatural. He had just evolved the demonic supernatural to high human, and already he was looking at the next step. True human. Thanks to the concealment technique Jester had given him, Michael felt a degree of boldness. Though he could not yet accurately gauge the ceiling of rank 4 power, one thing seemed reasonable to assume. A true human undead at rank 4 would not be ordinary. The gap between high human and true human was not trivial, and applied to something already operating at that level, the result would be something genuinely difficult to account for. Michael found himself thinking about his own case. He was a true human himself, and within his rank he was already something that didn't fit neatly into normal expectations. Perhaps a true human undead at rank 4 would carry a similar quality. Something almost invisible to others operating at the same rank. The expectation for the future was not small. Michael looked at his daily refresh timer and decided he should be patient. As for the Drake blood undead, Michael had already given its situation some thought. Dragon blood ran through its veins, but that did not classify it as a monster. Then again, dragons themselves were not classified as monsters either. They occupied their own category entirely. Out of curiosity more than expectation, Michael checked whether he could apply an evolution to the Drake blood with his current remaining points. He couldn't. Insufficient points, even with a few hundred evolution points remaining. But that was not what caught his attention. What caught his attention was the threshold itself. Since a few hundred points couldn't do anything, it likely meant the Drake blood was not sitting at the same baseline as ordinary members of its race. Michael turned the implication over in his mind. If the demonic supernatural had been an ordinary human requiring 100 points to evolve to high human, and the Drake blood's evolution cost was already beyond what he currently had, then the most reasonable explanation was that the Drake blood was likely already what could be called a high Drake blood, or whatever the equivalent classification was within its race. The terminology might differ, but the structure was probably the same. Ordinary, high, true, each step a meaningful leap above the last. Which meant its next step was probably true Drake blood. The thought made Michael rub his palms together like a thief. A true Drake blood at level 90. Michael did not have the numbers to calculate exactly what that would look like, but he had enough context to understand that it would not be something easily categorized alongside normal rank 4 power. The Drake blood was already the strongest undead he had. Evolving it upward from its current position was not a minor upgrade. It was potentially something that crossed into a different tier entirely. Michael exhaled slowly, a faint smile forming without him fully intending it. For the first time since entering rank 3, he found himself genuinely entertaining a thought he had not allowed himself before. Perhaps he might actually reach the point where the power under his command spanned 2 full ranks above his own. The expectation for the future was not small at all. With nothing left to do in the coffin space, Michael knew it was time to leave for the land of origin. Either Beginning or Lily needed to advance in rank, and that process required his full attention and presence. He had delayed it long enough. It was time to move. Before leaving though, he made sure to check on Jester. Jester had reinserted itself back into Michael's clone body. From the outside, the body looked exactly as it always had. Michael's face. Michael's build in a younger form. The same appearance that had been causing chaos on streaming platforms for months. But inside was a rank 3 mind operating behind that face. Michael looked at the clone for a moment. Feels like I'm making some kind of chimera. Whether he thought of his Genesis skill and the plans he had for it, Michael couldn't help but think this way. It was the same feeling that surfaced whenever he saw Jester inhabiting his body. The more he thought about it, the stranger it became. Does it feel any different? Jester's green eyes shifted toward him. No, Jester said. My original body is stronger now, but that does not affect my control over this one. If anything, I can do more with it than before. Michael looked at him. More how? The precision is better. The ceiling of what I can push through this body has risen. Jester paused briefly, as if running through something internally. My previous calculations also need to be revised. I had estimated a certain timeline for advancing this body to the next rank. At the current rate, I may only need a month. Michael stared at him for a moment. Try not to push past your limit. Act with caution. Jester's green eyes held his gaze with an expression that communicated absolutely nothing reassuring. Yes, Master. After returning Jester to Aurora, Michael placed his full attention on his other body in the land of origin. Michael actually didn't need to switch his focus anywhere since after his advancement to rank 2 he could simultaneously control both bodies. The only reason the other body was currently unable to do anything was because the damaged coffin of the Forgotten was being used by Michael's origin body, and though it was bound to his soul, only one body could use it at a time. Since Thorndale was at least 3 hours behind Aurora time, at least in the regions Michael frequented, it was still dark in the land of origin. There were still several hours before any hint of an approaching dawn. Michael's other body stood deep within the Everlong forest. He had left his territory earlier in preparation. Though he could not do anything due to the coffin being used by his other body, it did not mean this body had to remain idle. This should be good enough. What he planned to do in the land of origin required space. He also needed to distance himself from anything he did not wish to implicate, or have implicated, in the lightning tribulation of his undead. Though given how much commotion he had caused during his own lightning tribulation, Michael felt that unless he was willing to go deeper into the Everlong forest, distance alone wouldn't hide anything. However, the current Michael felt bolder than he had been a few days ago. After all, he now had rank 4 undead. Not just 1 but 2. Even if something bad were to happen, Michael felt it wouldn't affect him much. This was what he loved about the land of origin compared to reality, where he was restricted on many levels. Here, though he was still restricted to a certain degree, his level of freedom was undoubtedly higher than in Aurora. At least the stronger you were in the land of origin, the more freedom you gained. In the real world it didn't matter how strong you were. There was always someone stronger. Michael looked around at the trees surrounding him. The canopy above was thick enough that almost no light reached the ground. He felt a certain unfamiliar comfort in the darkness. Unfortunately, he had to cut the trees down to create a clearing. After all, a disaster was soon going to wash over this place and he didn't want it to spread any further than necessary. The lightning that came down during a tribulation was not ordinary atmospheric discharge. It carried an elemental intensity that left lasting marks on the environment it touched, and fire was one of the more predictable consequences of that contact. Michael had already seen what his own tribulation had done to the terrain around it. The crater. The fused earth. Cutting down the trees was not something he particularly wanted to do. But the alternative was allowing a fire to chase its own path through the canopy after the tribulation ended, which would cause considerably more destruction than clearing a controlled radius now. It didn't matter that the flames couldn't hurt him, or that he could intervene and stop a spreading fire if he chose to. He simply did not want to destroy the forest any more than the situation required. Soon a clearing 2 kilometers across had been carved out of the everlong forest. The work had not taken long. At Michael's current level, uprooting trees was not meaningfully different from pulling weeds. As for the uprooted trees, he made sure to stack them in orderly arrangements scattered around the forest's edge, waiting to be used in the future according to his territorial plans. When everything was done, Michael stood at the center of the clearing and looked around at what he had made. Satisfied with his work, he summoned the damaged coffin of the forgotten out of his soul space but did not immediately rush to release his undead. After taking a deep breath, he first released his rank 4 undead, then based on first come first served, Michael released Lily as well. The moment Lily appeared in the material world, a dreadful aura and a smell of death immediately enveloped the area. Michael instinctively teleported outside the range of the 2-kilometer clearing. Fortunately, he had ordered the rank 4 undead to depart the moment they appeared. It was only now that Michael clearly understood the Academy director's reaction to not wanting anything to do with him during his tribulation. Though this was his first time witnessing it from the outside, Michael immediately understood that if he stayed close to Lily long enough to be recognized by the heavens, it wouldn't only be her receiving a lightning tribulation. As that thought flashed through his mind, Michael turned to focus on the phenomenon that had immediately appeared in the dark sky the moment Lily was summoned out of the coffin space. Stormy clouds filled the sky above the clearing almost immediately, spreading outward with a speed that had nothing gradual about it. Michael watched from his position well outside the 2-kilometer perimeter as the coverage continued to expand, pushing further and further beyond the immediate area in every direction. Michael noticed almost immediately that the phenomenon was significantly larger than what had accompanied his own tribulation. It made sense when he thought about it. His own lightning tribulation had arrived early, triggered by circumstances that had pushed the boundary ahead of its natural timing, and it had appeared when he was advancing from rank 2 to rank 3. Lily was preparing to advance to rank 4. The difference between those two thresholds was not something that could be expressed in the same terms. The clouds continued spreading as Michael watched, the pressure they carried already pressing down across a range that dwarfed anything he had experienced standing at the center of his own tribulation. Michael turned his gaze slowly across the horizon in every direction. There was no angle from which this could be described as subtle. The phenomenon was visible across a distance that would draw attention from every corner of the region. Anyone with even basic sensitivity to mana would feel it long before they saw it. This is going to be a long night. Just as Michael had suspected, the surrounding regions felt it. His territory, being the closest, felt it first. People stepped out into the night air and looked upward. The sky above had changed in a way that was difficult to articulate but impossible to ignore, and the instinct to look up at it was apparently universal. The ordinary folk among them reached the most immediate conclusion available to them. A storm was coming. A seemingly bad one. Worried voices passed between neighbors as eyes moved from the sky to the fields and back again. They wondered what destruction the storm might bring down on them. However, among those with a degree of power and sensitivity to mana, the reaction was different. More than a few felt a chill move through them. This was not a storm. They did not know what it was exactly, but it was not a storm. Strangely, through all of it, the master of the territory was nowhere to be found, which left a certain knight captain deep in thought. Compared to the thoughts her lightning tribulation caused in the surrounding regions, Lily, who stood at the center of it all, looked up at the lightning gathering above her with light in her eyes. She could tell immediately, almost instinctively, that this was something very important. The feeling lasted for a brief moment. Then hunger arrived and overrode everything else. This was not her first encounter with a tribulation. It was her master's tribulation she was remembering. She had been there in the midst of it, and more than that, she remembered what it had tasted like when she swallowed it. The sheer density of it. The way it had filled her in a manner that nothing else had quite replicated before. Well, maybe except for that garden belonging to those long-eared, thin two-legged creatures that had healed her master. The memory surfaced with remarkable clarity as she looked up at the storm forming above her now. Whether what moved through her was excitement for the taste, or anticipation of what she would become once the lightning had passed, or some combination of both that she could not separate, Lily opened her mouth wide and let out a loud roar. Immediately the first strand of lightning descended rapidly. Michael watched from his position outside the clearing as the first strike descended. His eyelids twitched slightly. The first round of Lily's tribulation looked closer to his second than his first. The gap between a first strike and a second strike was not trivial. The fact that Lily's tribulation opened at that level said something clear about what the heavens considered appropriate for what she was. Michael exhaled slowly through his nose. At this level though, he was not worried. He had survived to his 9th round thanks to Lily. If she could do that for him at the stage she had been in then, this opening round was not going to give her any difficulty at all. As if to confirm the thought, Lily met the descending lightning with her mouth wide open. The lightning descended in a single column and went straight down her throat. Without any of the explosive scattering that had characterized Michael's own tribulation, where strikes had detonated against him and sent energy tearing outward across the field in every direction from him tanking the lightning with his body, Lily simply swallowed it. The effect on the surrounding area was minimal to the point of being almost unremarkable. The ground beneath Lily's feet cracked slightly from the weight of what had passed through her, and a faint smell of ozone spread across the clearing. That was all. Michael's eyelids twitched. It seemed like the last time Lily devoured his lightning she had grown a bit stronger. He had cleared 2 kilometers of forest for this, and the first round had not even scorched the earth. Seemingly angered by the undead's audacity, the second round began to form above. However, whether it was the second round or the 5th, Lily handled all of it. Each strike descended with more intensity than the last, the tribulation pressing harder with each successive round. Lily swallowed every single one. What made it more remarkable was what was happening on the inside. Michael could feel it through their connection. The lightning she devoured was not simply being absorbed and neutralized. She was using it. Each round that passed through her was being broken down and fed back into her body, the raw elemental energy of a tribulation being converted into something that strengthened and repaired her simultaneously. By the 5th round, Michael could already feel that she was meaningfully stronger than she had been when she first appeared. The clearing around her remained largely intact. A few additional cracks in the ground. The faint persistent smell of ozone. Nothing that could reasonably be called destruction. The 6th round changed that. What descended was not comparable to anything that had come before it. The columns of lightning were visibly thicker, the pressure carrying outward in a wave that Michael felt as a chill even from his position well beyond the clearing's edge. He thought briefly about how he would have fared against a 6th round before his advancement. Then he stopped himself. If the 5th round had left him nearly dead, the 6th would have simply finished the job. There was nothing to calculate there. What made him narrow his eyes now was the nature of the 6th strike itself. By that round the lightning had crossed just over the boundary of rank 3 and was touching rank 4. And it came in 6 columns. Lily caught all of them with her mouth as she had caught everything else, but this time her body shook with the impact and the surroundings were not spared. The 7th followed quickly, as if the tribulation had decided patience was no longer warranted. It struck before the energy of the 6th had fully settled inside her. To combat the raging energy tearing through her from within, Lily instinctively expanded, shifting into her Titan form. The ground beneath her feet collapsed inward under the weight of the transformation, a wide circular depression forming around her as she rose. 30 meters. 40. She stabilized somewhere above that and held. The 8th round followed. At this point the clearing that had survived the first 5 rounds largely intact was no longer intact. The ground fractured in radiating lines. A section of the remaining earth near the center was simply gone, compressed into something that was neither soil nor stone. Lily's massive form bore visible injuries across her torso and arms, deep fractures in her outer layer where the lightning had torn through rather than been swallowed, gray and blackened tissue at the edges. The wounds showed faint signs of healing, but the pace was too slow to matter between rounds. Lily was still standing regardless. Michael watched from beyond the perimeter, his expression anxious but attentive. His heart ached at Lily's state, but he knew it couldn't be helped. If a lightning tribulation were easy, it would not be what it was, and it would not carry the weight of the heavens' acknowledgement. The difficulty was the point. The damage was the point. The fact that one survived it was what gave it meaning. Neither of them paid much attention to the ruined surroundings. The 9th round was already forming above. The final round. Michael's gaze moved upward to the storm still churning overhead, dense and dark and heavier than it had been at any point in the night. He exhaled slowly. This is it. I hope you survive, Lily. He meant it. Though his journey as a supernatural had been short by most measures, many of the undead who had carried him to where he now stood had been with him from the very beginning. Lily was among the first. Whether what he felt was attachment, or reluctance to lose something he had invested so much in, or simply the desire to grow stronger alongside her rather than without her, Michael genuinely wanted her to pass this final round. The final round did not build the way the others had. There was no gradual gathering, no visible compression of clouds into a tighter formation. It simply arrived. A single column of lightning descended from the storm above with a flash that turned the entire clearing white for one complete moment, a light so total that it swallowed all distinction between ground and sky and forest and left nothing but itself. Michael instinctively moved back further. The pressure wave that preceded the actual strike reached him before the sound did, pushing against his body with enough force to make him shift his footing in midair. Even from the increased distance, he could feel the residual energy pressing against his skin. The lightning completely enveloped Lily. From his position he could see almost nothing of her within it. Michael stood there and waited, his attention fixed entirely on his connection with her. The second stretched. Then the column began to dim, contracting inward before fading away entirely. At the center of the ruined clearing, where the 40-meter Titan had stood, Lily's small humanoid form knelt in a shallow pit of compressed earth. Her body was damaged, wounds visible across her frame. But she was alive. Michael exhaled a breath he had been holding without fully realizing it. You made it. Michael was about to fly over to Lily when a surge of energy filled him. He stopped mid-motion. He understood immediately what was happening. This was the feedback from his undead advancing in rank. Michael let himself settle into the experience. He didn't know whether it was because Lily was now a rank 4 undead, crossing a rank he himself had not yet reached, or whether it was something specific to her nature that made the quality of the feedback this dense. Lily was not ordinary. Just like his other main undead, thanks to his talent, her qualities were not easily categorized. Though she was a 3-star extraordinary creature, Michael felt she was probably half an epic grade with all the resources that had been poured into her over time. Whatever the reason, the feedback was rich. In quality and in quantity. Michael stayed still and let it move through him, feeling his strength adjust upward. When was the last time he had felt feedback this intense? Only when his undead were first entering ranks he hadn't yet reached had the feedback been substantial every time. But at some point the returns had begun to diminish, and then for many of his undead they had stopped producing meaningful feedback entirely. The reason was not complicated. It was two things working together. The first was that once he entered the same rank as an undead, the feedback from that undead advancing further within the rank became considerably less. There was less distance between them, less of a gap for the feedback to bridge. The second was his own stats. They had grown to a point where the numbers coming back through the feedback loop simply did not register as meaningfully against what he already had. What would have been a significant gain at an earlier stage became something closer to rounding. The two were connected. Higher rank meant closer proximity to his undead's level, which meant less gap, which meant less feedback. This was why the first 10 to 20 feedbacks from a new undead tended to give him the most substantial gains before the returns tapered, shifting toward accumulation from a large number of undead advancing later. Soon the surge finished and Michael turned to check his stats. What the? Each of his attributes had increased by at least 100 points. Not a combined total across all four. Each one individually. Strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, all of them had climbed by 100 points or more from a single feedback event. Michael stared at the numbers in shock. After all, even leveling up to level 75 wouldn't produce that kind of growth without using his accumulated attribute points. He had known the feedback from a rank 4 undead would be significant. But seeing the actual numbers in the panel was a different experience from knowing something in the abstract. Unfortunately and expectedly, there were no new skills. Michael noticed that without particular surprise. He had grown accustomed to it. The stronger one grew, the less frequently skills appeared through natural stat increments, and the skills that did eventually appear were correspondingly stronger to compensate for the reduced frequency. Quantity in the early stages, quality in the later ones. He could live with that. He already had more skills than he could comfortably rotate through in a standard fight. Michael brought his excitement down slightly and descended toward the clearing. The lingering energy from the tribulation washed over him the moment he entered the perimeter, but he could handle it. This was just residual, not the actual lightning itself. Even so, the area around Lily's position would be inaccessible to most for a while. An ordinary person would not have made it 2 steps in before the residual charge tore through them. And it wasn't only ordinary people who would struggle. Weaker supernaturals would have difficulty enduring it as well. The moment Michael reached Lily's position, the first thing he wanted to do was check her condition. A lightning tribulation was the heaven's acknowledgement and came with its benefits, but it did not leave the one who survived it in a clean state. The lightning could cause lingering damage that sat beneath the surface. He was already considering whether to call out the healing worm when he noticed something. Not only were Lily's injuries healing on their own, her aura was growing. The first he could accept. That was not a new ability. But the latter left him briefly confused. It took a moment for Michael to understand what was actually happening. The elven treasures. Lily had, to put it plainly, eaten things that were not hers to eat. Stolen was the more accurate word. Michael had assumed those treasures were fully devoured. She had gone from the mid-levels of rank 3 to the peak almost immediately after waking him, which had led him to conclude the resources had been processed completely. It turned out that was not quite right. She had not finished digesting everything. Some portion of what she had taken in had remained stored inside her, sitting in a state of partial absorption, held there by whatever internal process Lily used to manage energy she hadn't fully processed yet. Now, after ascending, everything she had been holding back was being absorbed at once. Michael watched her aura continue to expand and said nothing for a moment. He wasn't sure whether he was more amused or impressed. Probably both. Michael, together with his other rank 4 undead standing at a distance, kept still to guard Lily as she digested the gains from her ascension. A few minutes passed. Then her aura settled, the growth tapering off into something stable and contained. Michael turned to check her progress. Undead Titan, level 83. Though leveling up more than 7 times after ascending was unexpected, it was very welcomed nevertheless. The peak of rank 3 was level 75. One needed to be at level 76 at the very least to be considered a rank 4 supernatural. Thanks to Lily's previous accumulation, she was now at the very edge of advancing to the middle ranks of rank 4. Perhaps her current strength might even be able to match late-stage rank 4 superpowers. With Lily's successful advancement, Michael now had 3 rank 4 undead. Just a week ago he had been worrying about this, yet a few days later he was acquiring them consecutively. What made him even happier was that they were not weak either. The undead Drake blood at level 90, thanks to its bloodline, should probably be stronger than most at the same level. Perhaps against other rank 4 beings at that level it would be relatively dominant. Then there was the rank 4 demonic supernatural. Michael had once been a high human himself, so he knew what that meant. This undead should also be relatively strong for its level. Together with Lily, Michael felt that as long as he did not cross paths with a demigod or some half-step demigod nonsense, and the numbers remained manageable, he now had the capability to stand against rank 4 superpowers. One should not think 3 was too few. There were many races in the universe that probably only had 3 at the peak of their entire realm. However, putting everything aside, Lily's advancement has proven to be far too expensive. It's hard to say if this is a gain or a loss compared to evolving her directly. Thanks to her actions back at the Elven realm, Michael was now in massive debt that even the Academy was unwilling to touch despite how highly they rated him. Thanks to the treasures Lily stole, not only did she advance to rank 4 in less than 3 months, she advanced further into the rank as well. However, this would probably have been the same case if he had evolved her directly. No, my thinking is a bit shallow. Though Lily's race did not change, thanks to those treasures she devoured, her foundation has only deepened further. Saying she's half-step epic grade is not an exaggeration. If I were to evolve her now, I fear she'd jump straight to the peak of rank 4, and if she were just a little stronger, advancing to rank 5 immediately would not be impossible. Also at epic grade she would probably still be stronger than her peers. Short term this doesn't look like a benefit, but long term it's quite advantageous. There was also the matter of shortened cultivation time. The stronger one was, the harder it was to progress. Perhaps through normal cultivation Lily would have advanced to rank 4 in at least a decade, and another decade to reach her current level, but thanks to those treasures it was shortened to less than 3 months. Looking at it from this angle, it depended entirely on the thinker as to whether the debt had its pros or only cons. Though Michael had gone deep into the Everlong forest, the scale of Lily's advancement could not be contained by distance alone. Many could not see the lightning itself, but depending on their proximity, the sound from the lightning strikes traveled far. Then there were the flashes. The final round especially had been visible as a distant brightening beyond the horizon, a pulse of white that lasted long enough to be unmistakable. Many had seen it, causing various emotions to well up. However, the majority were relieved when the oppressive weight that had been pressing down from the sky began to lift, the stormy clouds losing their density and starting to drift apart. One by one, the people watching let out breaths they had not fully realized they were holding. The storm, as most of them understood it, had passed. Michael did not know what was happening outside his immediate circle. But as the one closest to Lily who had felt the intensity firsthand, he knew this matter could not be concealed. Before, he might have been a little worried. But thanks to his rank 4 undead he felt considerably bolder. In the end, what could anyone do to him? Times like this, when he had thoughts like this, Michael felt the land of origin was cultivating a tyrant out of his other identity. Amid everything, what Michael had not really expected was that Lily's tribulation had awakened certain figures deeper within the Everlong forest, drawing their attention toward his location. After seeing the stormy clouds fade, whether man or monster, everyone in the surrounding regions reached the same conclusion. It was over. People went back inside. Monsters that had gone still and cautious during the disturbance began to settle down. Then the clouds returned. The coverage spread quickly across the sky, and within moments the oppressive weight that had just finished lifting was back, pressing down from above with a density that was, if anything, slightly more pronounced than what had come before. The reactions below were considerably less calm this time. Back at Michael's location, he and his 2 rank 4 undead had already moved back outside the clearing's perimeter. Lily had been placed back into the damaged coffin of the Forgotten to stabilize her advancement. The ruined ground at the center, fractured and compressed from Lily's tribulation, now held a different figure. It was Beginning. Beginning stood at the center of the clearing, massive even in a smaller state. Michael had made the decision to strike while the iron was hot. Beginning had been sitting at the edge of his own threshold as well, and there was no practical reason to delay when the conditions were already in place and the clearing had already been prepared. Michael's expression was composed, but his eyes were attentive. He felt Beginning's ascension was going to be different from Lily's. As expected, Beginning's ascension was indeed different from Lily's. The first strike made that clear immediately. What descended as an opening round looked closer to Lily's third. The ground beneath Beginning's feet cracked from the impact alone before the lightning had even fully landed. Beginning did not open his mouth like Lily to swallow it. He simply stood there and took it. By the second round Michael had already noted the difference in approach. By the third it was fully apparent. Beginning's method was not consumption or deflection or any form of avoidance. It was endurance, using the damage taken to fuel what came after. Each strike landed against him, tore through him, and damaged him, but Beginning grew from the damage rather than despite it. His body absorbed the injuries the way soil absorbed rain, pulling the destruction inward and converting it into strength. The fourth round made Michael feel a chill run down his spine. He and his 2 rank 4 undead retreated further without hesitation. Michael watched from the new distance and thought about what he understood of Beginning. Among all his undead, Beginning was singular in one specific way. His constitution held more life force than even living creatures at comparable levels, which was deeply ironic for an undead creature. Michael linked this feature to Beginning's law of rebirth. Sometimes Michael felt less like he had a powerful undead and more like he had a powerful medicinal vessel of concentrated life force. If someone could devour Beginning, or even a meaningful portion of what he carried, the life force density alone would probably be enough to push past a cultivation bottleneck that had been sitting immovable for years. Perhaps longer. As his mind wandered to distract himself from the anxiety building in his chest, most of his attention remained fixed on Beginning. As the rounds continued, Beginning grew. Not just in size, though that happened too, but in strength. Thanks to his law of rebirth, Beginning used the injuries sustained from each round to grow stronger for the next. The tribulation was, in the most direct sense, fueling the very thing it was trying to break. By the 5th round Beginning was meaningfully stronger than he had been at the start of the tribulation. By the 7th, a change occurred. Beginning had taken the accumulated strength of everything the tribulation had given him and used it to forcefully push himself across the threshold. He crossed into rank 4 before the tribulation had finished with him, forcing the transition through sheer accumulated force rather than waiting for the natural completion of the process. The sky responded immediately. Whatever calculation the heavens used to determine the intensity of the remaining rounds, the answer it produced after Beginning's forced crossing was different from what it had been producing before. The 8th round descended with a violence that made Michael's jaw tighten. The ground where Beginning stood did not just crack. A wide section of the already ruined clearing dropped several meters as the impact transferred downward through the earth. Beginning took it without moving from his position. The 9th round formed almost immediately after. Michael watched the sky above the clearing grow heavier and descend with a final strike, completely enveloping Beginning, who had forcefully pushed himself to level 85. Michael didn't know how long it took, but when the lightning stopped enveloping Beginning's massive figure it faded away along with every sign of the tribulation. Beginning sank back into its smaller size and lay motionless at the center of the ruined clearing. After a brief hesitation Michael appeared beside Beginning, and a moment later a smile emerged on his face. "I'm pretty lucky today, aren't I?" he couldn't help but say. Whether it was Jester's transformation or suddenly gaining 4 rank 4 undead in quick succession, each development was quite significant to the current Michael. Though there had been a few surprises along the way, it had ended well. "You leveled up as well. I wonder if it has something to do with devouring that rank 4 Amarazi elder." Thinking about it, Michael felt it was quite a coincidence that both of his titans had, one way or another, devoured something above their class to cheat their way up to rank 4, with side benefits following along in each case. However, if possible, Michael sincerely hoped a repeat of either method would not happen again. At their current stage, if Lily followed her previous path and ate someone's belongings without permission again to ascend to rank 5, Michael would rather fight to the death than carry a debt of that scale on his head. As for Beginning's method of devouring someone above his rank in an all-out life and death battle, if he had any choice in the matter, Michael really did not enjoy courting death. Whatever. At least it ended well. With the foundation provided from devouring that rank 4 Amarazi elder, Beginning had been able to level up to level 80 immediately after ascending. Michael could tell this was just the surface benefit Beginning had gained from his previous actions, much like Lily, but he could only look deeper into it another time. The current location was not suitable. Just after Michael placed beginning into the coffin space to stabilize his ascension, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he turned to look at the sky. At some point his two other rank 4 undead had appeared by his side. The three of them stood together and stared upward without speaking. Two tribulations in succession had cleared the immediate area of everything that breathed. The usual ambient sounds of a deep forest at night were completely absent. The night sky above the ruined clearing was exceptionally clear as a result, unobstructed and dark, with nothing moving across it. Except for the figure far above them, staring down. Michael's eyes stayed narrowed as he tried his best not to lose composure. The aura coming from the figure was the first thing that registered. The feeling it produced was no less heavy than what radiated from either of the two undead standing beside him, which meant whoever was up there was at a level that put them firmly in the same category as his strongest. The second thing Michael registered was their appearance. They were completely naked. Not a single piece of clothing anywhere. A few seconds passed in silence. The figure spoke. "Could you stop staring at my privates?" The voice that came down from above was unhurried and carried no particular embarrassment behind it. "I do not particularly care about covering myself the way humans and certain other races do. But I still appreciate not being stared at down there." Michael's gaze snapped upward immediately. "Senior, I apologize. I couldn't help myself." A brief pause followed from above. "You couldn't help yourself," the figure repeated back to him without inflection. Then, after a moment, "You couldn't help yourself from staring at a naked man?" Michael opened his mouth. Then closed it. He had no response to that which would improve his situation in any meaningful way, so he chose silence as the most dignified available option and kept his eyes firmly fixed on the figure's face instead, or at least on the general region of the face, which at this distance and angle required some effort. The figure did not seem particularly bothered either way. Michael took the opportunity to observe more carefully, and a guess came to him immediately. Rank 4 superpowers were not common in the surrounding regions, and there was only one place something like this could appear from so quickly and in such a manner. "Senior, are you from the inner regions of the forest?" Michael inquired carefully. "Yes," the figure said without denying it. Though there was no hostile feeling coming from either side, Michael immediately felt a wave of worry settle over him. He had known the tribulation couldn't be hidden. What he had not quite anticipated was gaining the personal attention of a rank 4 entity from the deeper regions of the forest. This indirectly confirmed that the rumors about the everlong forest concealing something monstrous in its depths were true. But what concerned Michael more than the confirmation itself was what this attention meant for him going forward. His territory sat just outside the edge of the forest. That was not a meaningful distance for something operating at rank 4. Would he be able to sleep in peace from this point forward? Would he need to keep a rank 4 undead following him everywhere he went just to feel secure in his own territory? Michael exhaled slowly through his nose and kept his expression neutral. "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" He kept his tone carefully neutral as he asked. The figure looked down at him. The silence stretched for several seconds. Then the figure spoke. "Would it be possible for you to allow me to devour you?" Michael's expression twisted immediately. The twisted expression lasted only a moment before a neutral expression settled over Michael's face. He didn't know why this particular entity had its attention fixed on him specifically, but Michael was not the same person he had been even a week ago. He had 4 rank 4 undead. 2 of them were standing beside him right now. If it were before this, the moment he heard something like that he would have switched to wisdom state already and ran as fast as he could. Michael had no problem with running to live another day. Michael's eyes moved briefly to the 2 figures flanking him. Then back up to the naked entity floating above. "I'm afraid that won't be possible," Michael said eventually. "Okay," the figure said when both sides moved at the same time. The heavens were truly equal to everything and biased toward only a few chosen ones. Regardless of whether it was monsters or intelligent races, the heavens gave everyone a chance based on their own fortune and fate to challenge what it. The path might look different depending on what you were, but the opportunity existed for all things with sufficient that were willing to reach for it. Monsters received their advantages in the form of bloodline and longevity. A powerful bloodline meant a stronger starting point with capabilities that intelligent races would have to cultivate for decades to approximate. And time. Monsters lived far longer than most intelligent races by default, which meant that even a creature of middling talent had centuries to accumulate strength that a shorter-lived being could only match through effort, talent, or opportunities. Intelligent races, by contrast, received something different. Most could not rely on bloodline as their bodies were not built with the same inherent advantages. What they had instead was wisdom. Shoujo was a beast, and though at rank 4 it had wisdom no less than some intelligent races, it was still a beast in the end. Its path was different from theirs. 1,000 years ago, Shoujo had been nothing more than an ordinary deer. Not a remarkable one. Just a deer, existing in the way deer existed, until the day an opportunity descended on it that had no particular reason to have chosen it over anything else in the vicinity. That was the heaven's equality in its most honest form. It did not always choose the worthy. Sometimes it simply chose. The opportunity had granted Shoujo the ability to devour other creatures and convert what they carried into its own strength. The path that followed was not gentle. But the heavens had given it something precious, and it had used that something to the fullest extent available to it. More than 5 centuries ago, Shoujo had settled here and turned the everlong forest into a farm. It cultivated monsters within its borders, nurturing them with the patience that only something with its lifespan could sustain, and when they reached a level worth harvesting it devoured them. The cycle had fed its growth for generations of creatures that never understood what the forest they lived in actually was. A while ago, when Lily's ascension had split the night sky open and sent its pressure rolling outward through the deep forest, it had woken Shoujo from a long period of stillness. He thought it was one of his crops ascending, but he did not rush to devour it. This was not unusual for him. Shoujo had learned centuries ago that patience produced better results than haste. A newly ascended creature still carried the turbulence of its breakthrough. It was better to wait, let things settle, allow the new rank to be absorbed properly. The flavor improved and the yield was higher. What it hadn't expected was that almost immediately, a second one of his crops ascended to rank 4 as well. 2 in the same night. Shoujo was filled with suspicion. In 5 centuries of running this forest as his personal cultivation ground, a great many things had happened under his nose. For example, a group of mages experimenting with taboo magic had once set up in a corner of his territory, and he had eaten a few of them for entertainment before they got too far with whatever they were attempting. Strange occurrences were not new to him. But 2 of his crops ascending to his rank on the same night from the same location had never happened once in all that time. The probability alone felt wrong. And anything that felt wrong in his forest warranted investigation. This was how it found Michael. After devouring that opportunity many years ago, as Shoujo grew in power it had gained something beyond simple strength. It gained the ability to sense fortune. Intelligent races seemed to call it bloodline or something similar, and the terminology varied depending on who was speaking, but Shoujo understood it in simpler terms. Certain creatures carried something special in their blood, a density of fate or fortune that set them apart from ordinary existence in ways that went beyond rank or level. When Shoujo encountered one of these individuals, it knew. The sensation was distinct and unmistakable, like the difference between ordinary food and something rare. It preferred devouring the special ones. The quality was simply better. The gains that followed were not comparable to what it received from consuming ordinary creatures, no matter how strong those ordinary creatures happened to be. At one point, centuries ago, Shoujo had attempted to cultivate its own supply. The logic had seemed sound at the time. If special bloodlines produced better results, then breeding them deliberately within his territory should have been more efficient than waiting and hoping. The process had been slower than farming ordinary monsters. The special quality in the bloodline did not accelerate under cultivation the way ordinary strength did. It developed at its own pace and could not be meaningfully rushed. In the end, impatience had won over strategy. Shoujo had devoured its undeveloped offspring and their mothers before the experiment could reach its intended conclusion. The breakthrough that followed had been significant, bittersweet, but significant nonetheless. It had not attempted the experiment again. The last time Shoujo had encountered someone carrying that special quality had been less than a decade ago. That individual had carried themselves with the bearing of a dragon and seemed to have been of important status among humans given how they conducted themselves. They had been of similar strength. The fight had been dangerous and Shoujo had won only narrowly and with injuries. However, risk and profit went hand in hand. The advancement that followed had been the most significant Shoujo had experienced in a very long time. But the injuries and the recovery that followed were also what had pushed it toward the extended period of rest it had only recently emerged from. Since that battle, Shoujo had not encountered another being carrying that quality. Until tonight. In its entire life, Michael was the most special being Shoujo had ever encountered. That was not a small statement. Shoujo had lived for 1,000 years and had crossed paths with countless creatures. None of them had felt like this. Shoujo was not a creature that sought death. Seeing two rank 4 peers standing beside the human youth should have been enough to discourage it, but for some reason it did not feel like turning away. The pull of what it sensed in Michael's blood was stronger than the calculation. It made Shoujo remember a long-forgotten feeling from when it had first received that opportunity. It felt exactly like this moment. This was fate. Yes. The heavens were blessing it again. Perhaps if Shoujo had stilled itself properly and taken the time to examine its own behavior, it would have noticed that something was off. But Shoujo did not stop to examine itself. It believed what it had always believed. Risks and profits went hand in hand. Every significant gain in its long life had come attached to genuine danger, and the greatest gains had come attached to the greatest dangers. If it devoured this human youth, everything would be worth it. Rank 4 supernaturals did not fight the way those below rank 3 fought. Below rank 3, combat was largely a matter of applying the forces of nature available, or pure, or mixed bodily strength. Powerful in its own right, capable of devastating results when wielded with enough force, but ultimately grounded in direct application. One thing hitting another thing, with varying degrees of sophistication in how that contact was arranged. Rank 3 represented a step beyond that. At that stage the strongest attacks were law skills, abilities born from the cultivator's personal law seed. But rank 4 was different again. When rank 4 beings fought, the first priority was not attack or defense in the conventional sense. It was to gain home ground advantage. The ability to drag an opponent into one's own domain and hold them there was the defining advantage available at that stage, and the ones who understood how to establish and maintain that advantage were the ones who won fights more often than they lost. The law domain was what separated rank 4 from everything below it. Where a law seed existed internally, cultivated and refined within the soul that had partially merged with the physical body, a law domain was the external manifestation of that same law projected outward into the surrounding world. A rank 4 supernatural who activated their domain did not simply become stronger. They changed the rules of the space they occupied, bending the conditions of the fight toward themselves. When two rank 4 beings of similar strength activated their domains simultaneously, the competing influences tended to cancel each other out, producing a contested space where neither held a clean advantage and raw strength became the primary deciding factor again. This meant the one who established their domain first had the biggest advantage in most exchanges. Being inside someone else's domain was not simply disadvantageous. Getting out of a domain once inside it was possible, but it required exceptional strength capable of overpowering the influence directly. In most rank 4 battles, who moved first carried the greatest advantage. Which was why the first move in a serious rank 4 confrontation was rarely an attack. It was a domain clash. The moment Shoujo showed intent to attack, Michael's two other rank 4 undead reacted. But they were a beat too slow. In the end they were just two newly revived undead. However capable they were in terms of raw power, or however much of their original strength they had retained or gained through the resurrection process, they were still operating with the particular dullness that came with being freshly raised. The instincts were there, preserved in some form within the body and the remnants of what they had been, but the edges were not sharp yet. The rank 4 demonic supernatural was a particular case as well, as its consciousness had been devoured by Jester to extract information. One's true self was ultimately rooted in the soul rather than the mind, so there had been no catastrophic loss, but an empty skull was still an empty skull. A problem like this would have resolved itself naturally given time. It did not require focused training or special intervention. Even without deliberate effort, a new undead left to simply exist would gradually accumulate traces of a new identity, filling in the gaps that resurrection had left behind. Unfortunately, at the moment Michael 2 rank 4 undead were more like new AI tools. All three released their domains at the same time, though the 2 undead were a fraction slower. The sky changed immediately. Above them, centered on Shoujo, the sky reddened, spreading outward from Shoujo's position toward the ground where Michael and his undead stood. It wanted to envelop them. On Michael's left, the demonic supernatural released its domain. The ground in that direction changed first. A dark empty world spread outward from where it stood, colorless and flat, with black water lying still across its surface. On Michael's right, the Drakeblood's domain opened. A fiery mountain range erupted into being, peaks appearing in an instant, their surfaces deep red and black with veins of molten rock running between them. Heat radiated outward immediately, pressing against the air. The three domains met at their midpoints, but instead of any dramatic explosion as Michael had expected, they cancelled themselves out. Every phenomenon that had just appeared disappeared without a trace, as though the three worlds that had briefly existed had never manifested at all. Michael knew a bit about the methods of rank 4 supernaturals, but what he knew was at most the basics, leaving him largely clueless as he could only watch as his undead and Shoujo exchange a move. If Michael had been a bit more knowledgeable about rank 4 combat, he would have understood immediately why the domains had cancelled themselves out rather than any of the three producing any clear advantage. Every rank 4 domain was independent. Each one was a projection of its owner's law outward into the surrounding world. The strength of a domain was directly tied to the strength of the one behind it, which meant two domains of similar power pressing against each other would produce exactly what had happened here. A cancellation. The logic extended further than that, however, and this was where things became complicated in a way Michael has yet to realize. Shoujo had faced a 2-on-1 situation. One domain against two. By any surface reading, that should have been an advantage for Michael's side. But that was not how domains worked. Two domains released in the same space did not combine their strength. They remained independent of each other even when their owners were on the same side, each one occupying the contested area as a separate influence. The result was not double pressure against Shoujo. It was three separate domains all pressing against each other simultaneously, with the same cancellation logic applying across all three relationships at once. What should have been a coordinated advantage had instead produced a three-way stalemate. If one of the two undead happened to be individually stronger than Shoujo in terms of domain strength, that undead might have been able to gain a genuine advantage in a direct one-on-one clash. But the moment the second undead released its domain alongside it, that potential advantage collapsed. Unless the gap in power between the parties was large enough that one domain could simply overpower everything else present, releasing multiple domains in the same space was counterproductive. Clueless, Michael watched from his position and thought his undead were doing reasonably well. However, the cancellation did not mean the exchange was over. Shoujo seemed to have expected his first move would fail, but what Michael and his group did not expect was for Shoujo to immediately release its domain a second time. The red sky returned and enveloped them. Michael saw a mass of red mist envelope him, but it was too late and he plus his two undead entered Shoujo's domain. The world shifted. One moment Michael was standing on the fractured earth of the clearing beneath an open sky. The next, the scene in front of him changed. The ground beneath his feet was soft and yielding, muddy and wet. It was deep red in color and one look sent a chill down Michael's spine. Not only was the ground red and wet with red liquid, but the sky above was also red. Perhaps it was more accurate to say the sky was a mass of liquid blood hovering in mid-air. Most importantly, everything smelled of iron. Michael looked around at the space they had been pulled into and felt the pressure pressing against him from every direction at once. At the same time he felt his strength reduced, which he immediately linked to being inside Shoujo's domain. The current situation reminded him of hell, where certain rules related to the alternate space suppressed many things. This was home ground advantage. Just as Michael noticed the reduction in his strength, a figure appeared above him and his undead under the blood sky. It was Shoujo, except this time it was not in its human form but in its true form. The figure that descended through the blood sky was not the naked human form Michael had been speaking with moments ago. What appeared above them was a deer. It was massive. The scale of it only became clear as it descended further. The body alone stood at a height that made the surrounding hills look modest by comparison. Its coat was red with unusual coloring. The antlers were the most striking part. They branched high and wide, and along their length they were threaded with what looked like dark veins, pulsing faintly like they were alive. It was eerie. This was Michael's first thought when he saw Shoujo's true form. The surroundings only made it worse. Against the red ground and the blood sky and the iron smell that saturated everything, Shoujo's form sent a chill through his bones. Yet at the same time Michael couldn't help but feel a little awe at its beauty. One's class could influence its owner in ways that were not always obvious from the outside. A fire mage who had spent years immersed in their element would often find fire to be the most beautiful and comforting thing in the world. A class centered on poison would eventually shift its owner's relationship with toxins entirely. The taste of things that would kill an ordinary person might become pleasant. Some poison practitioners developed a preference for it that extended beyond combat utility into something closer to appetite, and over time developed a discomfort with anything that lacked that quality. Class influence was subtle in the early stages and pronounced in the later ones, though this was not universally true for everyone. Michael was a necromancer. More accurately now, death's heir. He had only been in the profession for a matter of months, which was essentially nothing by the standard of people who spent decades or centuries on the same path. Though by reasonable measure the influence on him should have been minimal, it still existed. Trust was one of them. He found himself extending more natural trust toward the dead than toward the living. Beauty was another. One should not be deceived by the pleasing appearance his undead had developed after entering the great stage and gaining their human forms. Underneath it, many of them retained grotesque true forms. Michael had been around corpses and undead in various states almost every day for close to a year now. The threshold of what registered to him as strange had shifted considerably in that time. Things that would have unsettled him before simply did not produce the same reaction anymore. The unusual had become familiar. The two undead did not care what their master found beautiful or unsettling. They only registered that Shoujo was a threat to their master. Instinctively understanding they were at a disadvantage within the opponent's domain, both of them activated their own domains simultaneously. Compared to their previous actions, this was a reasonable method to cancel out a domain. Activating one's domain within an enemy domain was one of the crudest methods available for breaking out from the inside, but the effectiveness of that cancellation was considerably reduced when one party was already established within their own space. Breaking out from the inside required either raw power sufficient to overwhelm the established influence, or a sustained contest of competing domains that gradually eroded the home ground advantage from within, which was an exhausting approach. It was because of reasons like this that as one grew in power, battles were either extremely short or extremely long. After all, the more on grew in power, so did their method multiply. Unless the gap in strength was large enough to force an immediate resolution, a battle between equals at high strength would not end quick. Shoujo saw the two domains activate and made a strange sound from its mouth. Spears of blood formed in the air, dozens of them condensed from the liquid sky overhead, and descended. The undead drake blood roared and flew upward to meet the attack. It shifted in the same moment, its humanoid form giving way as its true form emerged. The sky darkened below Michael as he watched the undead drake blood launch itself upward to meet the descending spears directly. On the ground beside Michael, the undead demonic supernatural moved as well. Black water rose from nothing around it, pulling upward and spreading outward in a curved formation that positioned itself between itself and Michael's position. The water solidified as it shaped itself, forming a shield dense enough that the blood spears that curved toward them struck the surface and stopped, absorbed into the black water rather than penetrating through. All of it happened in the space of a moment. Michael's eyes widened with a flash of fear. He had been present from the very beginning, but his brain and senses had managed to follow it only partially, catching impressions and afterimages rather than the actual sequence of events. His mood turned grave. He thought about the legendary stage fights he had survived before this. Looking at what was happening above him right now and feeling the gap between what his senses could track and what was actually occurring, he understood with new clarity just how close to death he had been in each of those encounters. However, with danger present around him, Michael forced himself to calm down and brought his attention back to the present. Above him the undead Drake Blood and Shoujo were exchanging in the blood sky, impact sending ripples through the liquid overhead in expanding rings. This domain was wide and it was not an exaggeration to call it its own world. Michael was almost certain that if they fought close to him the shockwaves alone would leave him at the gates of death. Michael watched with surprise as Shoujo matched the Drake Blood. He could not tell which had the advantage, but this meant Shoujo's level was extremely high, most likely a late-stage legendary creature. On the other hand, the undead demonic supernatural held its position beside him, the black water shield absorbing the diverted attacks that curved away from the main exchange above. Michael's mind settled into a focused state as he quickly determined his next step. He had to cancel the domain. In the blood-soaked world, Shoujo's heart was not calm. It had initiated the exchange with confidence, and yet the undead Drake Blood was matching it. Shoujo had not felt this in less than a decade. The last time it had faced something of this caliber had been that individual with the dragon bearing, the one whose blood had carried that special quality and whose strength had pushed Shoujo to a narrow and costly victory. That encounter had stood alone in Shoujo's recent memory as the one genuine test it had faced in years. Now here was another one. No, there were two. The one below was simply not fighting yet. Were beings of this strength simply becoming more common? Had the standards it had calibrated itself against over 1,000 years shifted during its extended rest? Shoujo had seen creatures reach its level across its long life. Most of them had been fortunate ascendants from its farm, but even those numbers were few. The bulk of its growth had come from devouring large numbers of great stage creatures. Great stage creatures were simply more available, easier to cultivate in large numbers, and far less dangerous to pursue. The yield per individual was lower but the volume compensated. In any case, this all pointed to how limited the number of legendary stage beings truly was. Wait. If it was not mistaken, was the very reason it had come here not because of two creatures ascending to the legendary stage? The thought hit Shoujo like a physical impact. A cold and heavy regret moved through it as it broke off from the Drake Blood and turned its attention downward toward Michael's position with sudden urgent focus. What it saw confirmed the worst of what it had just realized. Two more figures stood beside the human youth. 4 legendary stage creatures. The human youth had 4 legendary stage creatures. Fear moved through Shoujo in a way it had not felt in a very long time. It watched as all 3 undead below activated their domains simultaneously. The Drake Blood above rejoined them, its own domain spreading outward to add a 4th competing influence to the space. 4 domains activated simultaneously inside the Crimson Burial Ground. It did not matter how strong Shoujo was. The Crimson Burial Ground trembled and then scattered. The blood sky broke apart. The red ground dissolved. The iron smell faded. The hills and the channels and the liquid overhead all came apart at once as the domain collapsed entirely. They all appeared outside again. The night sky of the everlong forest returned above them, clear and dark, and Shoujo stood in its true form in the open air. Shoujo was many things but he was not stupid. Greedy, yes. Stupid, no. If he had truly been stupid, even with the opportunity granted to him 1,000 years ago, he would never have reached his current level. The moment the crimson burial ground scattered, Shoujo turned and fled with no hesitation. He did not count this as cowardice. A coward fled from fights that carried danger. Shoujo fled from fights that carried very unreasonable and unacceptable risk to its life, which was an entirely different calculation. There was no shame in the latter. Only the foolish confused bravery with the willingness to die for no gain. In any case, retreating now was not the end of anything. The human youth was not going to suddenly disappear from the surface of the world. It could always try again later. However, this was exactly what Michael feared. In a direct confrontation where he had his undead present, a single legendary stage creature was not something he needed to lose sleep over. The numbers were on his side, and as long as he could deploy what he had, the equation was manageable. But a creature that might choose to stay in the shadows over direct confrontation was a different problem entirely. Michael was not his undead. He was only a great stage awakener. Against a creature he feared was very close to being a demigod, one punch from Shoujo would likely be enough to end his life. This was why even before the crimson burial ground had finished collapsing, Michael had already given the order for his undead to go all out. He had no choice. His territory sat at the forest's edge. He would never be fully at ease within it, knowing that something of Shoujo's caliber was likely eyeing him. Until this creature was dead, Michael could not rest with genuine peace of mind. A good enemy was a dead enemy. Michael was a devout believer of this. Just as Shoujo gathered itself to use its spatial prowess and put distance between itself and this situation, it felt the gaze of the Drake blood lock onto it. A claw attack came immediately after. Shoujo could see the Drakeblood's fire elemental law threaded through it, the heat distorting the air around the extended claw as it crossed the distance. A fire-based law was not particularly surprising for anything related to dragon lineage. The blood of dragons ran hot, and the affinities that emerged from that lineage tended toward the destructive end of the elemental spectrum. What was more hateful was that this Drakeblood's physical strength was just as much of a threat as its law. Shoujo moved to avoid it and felt a spike of anger move through it at the same time. It had not even breathed the open air for a tenth of a second before an attack came. Shoujo could immediately tell it was being given no room at all. The anger settled quickly into something colder. Though Shoujo felt a pang of regret over letting its greed cloud its judgment, and was paying for that now, it was not going to let these people gain an easy advantage over it. As for teleporting away, Shoujo was well aware that beings at the legendary stage were capable in spatial matters in ways that those at the great stage simply could not compete with. At the legendary stage, limiting an opponent's ability to teleport was a genuine and commonly employed capability. A careless teleport against the wrong opponent at this level, say against a true spatial master, could result in the attempt being intercepted and the one teleporting being brought back directly into the battle. Of course, opponents of that level were rare. Most times it would simply result in a failed teleportation attempt. Shoujo deflected the Drakeblood's claw attack with enough force to send a shockwave rippling outward through the surrounding trees, sending many of them flying. After successfully defending itself, Shoujo immediately turned to run when all of a sudden its vision changed. The surroundings were no longer the forest. Below was a world of black water. Above and around, there was nothing but gray darkness. One could still see, but only within a limited range. Shoujo immediately understood what had happened. It had fallen into another's domain. Knowing he could not follow the battle in real time, Michael had left several instructions for his undead. There were 3 steps to killing this opponent. Step 1 had been canceling the Crimson Burial Ground. That was done. Step 2 had been pressing the attack the moment they returned, giving Shoujo no breathing room. Step 3 was this. The trap itself. A domain where Michael would stop at nothing to kill this monster deer. You dare try to actually kill me? Shoujo roared in rage at the Drakeblood, yet the waves that came from its scream did not target the Drake but headed in Michael's direction instead. Michael was still trying his best to follow the fight when a deep sense of dread enveloped him. But just before anything could land, a glass-like mirror appeared in front of him and defended against the attack. Shameless! Michael snapped, the word coming out before he could stop it. On Shoujo's end, the anger had not diminished. The two newly ascended undead had withdrawn back into the coffin space, but the other legendary stage undead from before remained, protecting the human youth. It was also the one who had trapped Shoujo in this domain. To get out of it he needed to either overcome it from within with his own domain or kill the domain owner. Neither of those was a realistic possibility. The former was blocked because the undead drake blood gave him no time. The latter was also unlikely, not only because of the drake blood but because the legendary stage undead protecting the youth was not weak either and could be counted as an equal to the deer. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Michael knew killing the deer in a short period of time was not going to be straightforward. He needed to give his side another edge, but though he could rely on his two other legendary stage undead, he did not want to risk it. Lily, for example, did not seem like a good addition to this particular fight, and if she were to take a concentrated attack from the deer it would be a significant loss. Beginning, on the other hand, could put up a fight but needed to sustain several injuries first to get the necessary boost to become genuinely useful. This was something Beginning had communicated to him itself based on its brief observation of the deer. Lily's situation was Michael's own assessment. With the mindset that it was better to try than not, Michael activated a skill he had not used since gaining it from his ascension. Class Skill, Death's Ground, Perfect Mastery. Description: the user designates an area as consecrated ground. The domain pulses with the authority of death itself, enforcing the user's will upon all that stands within it. Undead under the user's command are recognized as extensions of that authority. The domain persists as long as the user maintains focus or remains within range. Effect 1, all undead within the domain receive plus 35% durability, plus 25% regeneration, and plus 20% to all attributes. Effect 2, fallen enemies within the domain have a chance to rise as undead under the user's temporary command. Effect 3, the domain passively suppresses the combat ability of living enemies within range by 10%. Stat buff, Strength plus 10%, Constitution plus 25%, Agility plus 10%, Intelligence plus 20%. Range, scales with intelligence. At perfect mastery, base range is significantly expanded. The moment Michael activated Death's Ground, a massive mana drain hit him immediately. The initial draw was enormous, followed by a terrifying consumption rate to keep the skill active. But the effect was immediate. A domain spread outward from Michael in the form of a ghostly green mist. The spread only stopped at 5,000 meters out, which was more than enough as Michael's two active undead were both well within range. The undead drake blood reacted massively to the change. It threw back its head and roared, the sound tearing through the grey darkness of the undead demonic supernatural's domain. Then it turned back toward Shoujo and the aggression behind its next strike was visibly stronger than everything that had come before it. Shoujo felt the change immediately and its expression shifted, though not very visible in its deer form. Shoujo's antlers blazed with a deep crimson light and blood-like liquid started to form around it in mid-air before shaping itself into spears, then following it were compressed spheres that detonated on contact. The drake blood did not dodge and met all of it head-on. It drove itself forward and took the spears across its scaled body, letting the detonating spheres burst against its hide as it pushed forward through the explosions. The exchange that followed was brutal. Michael watched from his position, tracking what he could. At this point he had activated his wisdom state, boosting his perception enough, making him fare better than before. He could see the advantage was on their side, but to his discomfort the fight was not moving toward a conclusion at a speed that satisfied him. The undead Drakeblood's aggressive push and the undead demonic supernatural's domain plus magical support continued pressing and suppressing Shoujo from every direction. The 10% combat suppression from Death's Ground was also contributing, but even with all of that combined, this was going to take a while. Michael's unease built steadily until he made another decision. He opened the coffin space and summoned Beginning. As long as you don't get swallowed or killed in one move. When it came to Undead like Beginning, Spartan, and the others who had been with him from the early days, Michael did not like taking risks with their lives if he could help it. The Undead Titan emerged and entered the fight without ceremony. Shoujo registered the new arrival and immediately directed a concentrated strike at it. Beginning took it directly. As expected, within what could barely count as a first exchange, Beginning was injured. The damage was severe as Beginning took the full weight of a late-stage legendary creature attack without restraint. Under ordinary circumstances it would have been catastrophic for even a fellow legendary stage creature of the same level. However, Beginning's law of rebirth made this situation uniquely suited to it. The injuries fed back into Beginning's strength, and Death's Ground's regeneration layered on top of that. Though it did not add the same excess buff to strength that the law provided, Beginning's damage healed at a rate that should not have been possible under normal circumstances. Beginning rose from each brutal exchange stronger than it had entered it. By the time Beginning had forcefully pushed itself to level 93 through the accumulated damage, the situation had shifted entirely. Shoujo was getting beaten from 3 directions simultaneously. The undead Drake blood pressed from above. The undead demonic supernatural's domain suppressed its abilities while throwing occasional sneak attacks, and Beginning fought in close combat, trading injury for injury to see who gave out first. Shoujo had run out of angles and could only desperately fight for its life. Michael's heart only began to settle when he saw how badly the situation had turned for Shoujo. The deer that had trapped them in the Crimson Burial Ground and matched the Drake blood blow for blow was now fighting desperately on 3 fronts with no clean exit available. It was the kind of shift that did not reverse easily. But even as relief arrived, so did alarm. At this point Michael could tell Shoujo was considerably stronger than the undead Drake blood at level 90. Many times stronger. At least Michael did not think that if the situation were reversed and it was the undead Drake blood absorbing Shoujo's focused attacks, it would perform as well as Shoujo had. The Drake blood's bloodline advantage compensated for part of the level gap, but the raw output Shoujo was generating while suppressed, surrounded, and beaten from 3 directions proved its strength. One should also not forget that none of Michael's undead were ordinary either. If they had been average creatures of their respective races, to achieve the current advantage, they would probably all need to be above level 90 at minimum. Michael genuinely wanted to know what level Shoujo was, as it would also say something about the current ceiling of his capabilities. Unfortunately, the gap between his own level and Shoujo's made his detect skill useless here. The highest level he could confirm on an opponent was level 85, and Shoujo was clearly above that ceiling. Michael found himself genuinely curious how close it was to level 100, the peak of rank 4. He supposed he would find out after killing it, something that seemed increasingly inevitable as the battle continued. Shoujo was a monster and not of an intelligent race like humans, which meant it would produce experience points upon death. Michael felt a pulse of excitement as he wondered how many levels his undead might gain from the kill, and then he suddenly paused. I'm currently at level 65. 10 more levels before I can attempt another rank advancement. Regardless of any advantage I have, progress at this stage will be slower than before. But what will happen if I take the last kill on this monster myself? Unlike some games where experience went only to whoever dealt the finishing blow, the Land of Origin functioned differently. Though a significant portion of the experience still went to whoever secured the kill, contributions from others involved in the battle were also recognized and distributed fairly. There was at least a 25-level difference between the deer and Michael. Even accounting for his outlier title, which suppressed the normal amount of experience he could receive, Michael did not believe the experience from a monster above level 90 with a multiplier of at least 25 times would fail to push him up at least a few levels. Reaching the peak of rank 3 in one go was probably a stretch. But several level up was not. This was considerably faster than grinding it out through law cultivation. The more Michael thought about it, the more his excitement built. He was also self-aware enough to recognize the situation for what it was. Having designs on a creature close to the demigod threshold while sitting at rank 3, not even at the peak of his own rank, was by any reasonable standard a little crazy. But the question was not whether it was crazy. The question was whether he could do it without dying in the process. Looking at the state of the fight above him, a window existed. Michael generally preferred the steady and safe path. But that did not mean he was indifferent to benefits. Perhaps he would not actively search for them, but he would not deny the ones that came to him. Michael deepened his resolve and passed an instruction through his connections to all three undead. Beat it until it was almost dead. Though the old deer continued to show its might, in the end it had to give way. Shoujo's heart was filled with hatred toward everything around it, with Beginning and Michael sitting at the extreme end of that hatred. The Titan's tolerance for damage was not something the deer had a frame of reference for. Though Beginning was the weakest of the three, for some reason it had grown to be the most annoying. At some point in the battle, Beginning got hold of Shoujo's front legs and wrenched with full force, tearing them off as the deer screamed in pain. Shoujo's antlers came down immediately in response, a retaliatory strike that connected with Beginning's torso with enough force to send visible fractures spreading across the Titan's outer layer. Before the deer could recover, the undead drake blood had circled around its massive body and closed its jaws around one of Shoujo's back legs. A thunderous scream echoed again as the undead drake blood tore the leg free, leaving the creature with only one limb remaining. As if that were not enough, from the black water below the demonic supernatural acted. The surface broke upward in multiple points simultaneously, solid columns of compressed water rising in spikes that drove into Shoujo's body from beneath. One pierced its heart. Though at this stage of cultivation the heart was no longer a fatal weakness the way it once was, it was still a weakness nonetheless. Shoujo's screams only grew louder as it thrashed in midair. "I'm going to die." Shoujo's final thoughts were not peaceful. Regret filled its entire being as it thought back to everything that had led to this moment. The only conclusion it could arrive at was that it had been too greedy. It's too late now. Shoujo's consciousness started to blur when something registered in its senses. A figure was descending from above, but this time it was not the drake blood the deer had grown familiar with. It was small. Far smaller. And it had a spear in its hand. The human youth. Shoujo's fading focus snapped back with violence. The regret and resignation it had felt moments before burned away entirely, replaced by something considerably hotter. This child. This great stage human child who had stood safely behind his summons through the entirety of the fight, who had not thrown a single meaningful attack, was now descending with a spear as though he intended to finish it personally. Who do you think you are? Shoujo felt the insult of it down to whatever remained of its core. Its body was ruined. 3 legs were gone and its life force would soon disappear entirely. The drake blood, Beginning, and the demonic supernatural had done their work thoroughly. But Shoujo was still a legendary stage being. Whatever remained of it was still more than most things in this world could handle. Since you seek death, let's go down together. Shoujo screamed the thought as it gathered everything it had left. A dying dragon was still a dragon. Michael had not descended with the assumption that a creature of this level was harmless. One moment of carelessness and he would die regardless of how thoroughly his undead had worked it over. Before making his move, Michael had gone all out in his own preparations. He had reinforced his physique with every suitable skill available to him, including his Necromancer class skill, bone armor. With the bonus from his class behind it, the skill was stronger than it had ever been. When he had first used this skill as a rank 1 awakener, it had only produced crude bone plates to guard his weakest points. What covered him now was something else entirely. The bone had darkened to a deep gray-black, each plate dense enough that the surface seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The coverage was total, moving from his feet upward across his legs, torso, arms, and finally his head in interlocking sections that left no visible gaps between them. The edges were precise, each plate meeting the next with a seamless fit. At the joints the design maintained full coverage without restricting movement. Along his forearms the bone had thickened considerably beyond everywhere else, a deliberate reinforcement that turned them into something capable of being used offensively if needed. Michael descended through the gray darkness of the domain with his spear in hand. His law was active as well, with both the beginning state and ghost state running simultaneously. Together they granted him a strength and physical resilience that nothing at his level could match. Seeing the deer gathering itself below, Michael let out a roar and increased his descent speed. Shoujo released everything it had left into a single attack. Its remaining antler blazed and a spear of compressed crimson blood launched upward with a boom that shook the domain around them. Michael did not stop. The moment the two forces met, it became a contest of pure strength. Michael's body took damage in several places as the blood spear tore through sections of his armor and reached the body beneath, pain registering clearly across his left side. He did not stop. With a roar he continued pushing through, tearing apart the blood spear as he went, and descended like a spear himself, driving straight through Shoujo's massive head. The deer's eyes went still. After 1,000 years. 1,000 years of cultivation and it is all gone. It is over. If only I had not targeted him. The domain dissolved around them as Shoujo's life force finally ran out entirely. Then the notifications arrived. You have slain a level 96 3-star extraordinary blood deer. You have slain a creature with a 31 level difference, earning a 31 times multiplier. Your title, Outlier, has taken effect. You have leveled up to level 66. You have leveled up to level 68. You have leveled up to level 69. You have leveled up to level 71. You have leveled up to level 73. You have leveled up to level 74. The notifications did not stop and continued for a while. Regardless of how many panels floated in his vision, Michael could not focus on them. A grunt of pain escaped him before he could stop it, and then another, each one coming out with varying loudness. Some distance away from where he lay on the ground was his spear, covered in fractures from tip to base. Layers of cracks ran across its entire length. At this point it could barely be called a weapon. Michael's own body was not in a much better state. The bone armor had fractures of its own running across the sections that had taken direct contact with the blood spear, and beneath the armor the body it was protecting had not escaped clean. Michael could feel a deep burning sensation across his blood-soaked body. Such a sneaky monster. It was only after everything had settled that he realized the blood was corrosive as well. With a burst of mana Michael blasted Shoujo's remnant blood from his body and the burning sensation reduced. Unfortunately the damage was no longer external and had already entered his flesh. What kept the situation from being considerably worse was his physique. His divine body had advanced alongside his recent rank progression, making his recovery factor comparable to a genuine rank 4 supernatural. The internal damage from Shoujo's blood corrosion slowed to a halt. Unfortunately recovery did not mean the process was painless. Without hesitation Michael shifted Beginning's active trait away from the injury conversion that fed strength and redirected it toward the healing function instead, deliberately forsaking the benefit of growing stronger from his wounds in exchange for recovery speed. There was nothing left to fight tonight, and walking around with corrosive damage eating through his flesh while waiting for passive regeneration was not a patience he was willing to test. He also switched his other open slot to the Undead Healing Worm, stacking its effect on top of Beginning's redirected trait. 3 sources working simultaneously was better than 1, and before long Michael was largely restored, even if his tattered appearance told a different story. Michael exhaled slowly in relief and sat up, observing his surroundings. They were no longer inside any domain. They were back in the original world. Michael looked upward at the sky. It was still dark. I wonder how long until dawn. Putting aside everything before Shoujo's appearance, the fight itself had taken hours even with 3 of his undead coordinating against one opponent. Part of that was because his undead were under instructions to preserve themselves rather than fight to the death the way Shoujo had, with nothing left to lose. Michael had given those preservation instructions deliberately. The current him would not be particularly affected by losing a rank 3 undead as long as the numbers were not outrageous. But losing a rank 4 undead was a different matter entirely. If he had lost the Drake blood, Beginning, or the demonic supernatural tonight, it was hard to say it would have crippled him, but he would not have come out unscratched. Michael was glad it had not come to that. Just the thought of a loss like that turned his stomach, so he stopped thinking about it and turned his focus to the dead body nearby. The corpse still radiated a terrifying aura. In death, without Shoujo's conscious control to regulate it, the power it had spent 1,000 years accumulating leaked outward unrestrained. Level 96, Michael muttered. He had known Shoujo was strong, but the confirmed number left a lingering chill in him. Level 96 meant 4 levels from becoming a demigod. Calling what he had just fought a creature close to that threshold was not an exaggeration. At most Shoujo had been lacking only the final step, or perhaps 2. Ironically, though I'm in one piece compared to my previous experiences, this is probably the closest I've been to death. Compared to his first encounter with Jester or the heavy losses he had sustained in Hell, though he had not ended up in some near-crippled state or triggered a system warning notification, this experience had been no less genuinely dangerous than those had been. Perhaps the only reason he had fared better was because he was considerably stronger now. Fortunately no cliché plot twist of a sudden breakthrough in the heat of battle had occurred. If something like that had actually happened, requiring him to be in real mortal danger rather than managed danger, he would have died. If he had 9 lives he would have spent all 9 of them tonight. Michael looked at Shoujo's massive body and shook his head slowly. Such strong vitality, he muttered, not without admiration. Despite everything, the corpse was holding itself together. The massive frame had not collapsed or begun the visible deterioration that normally followed the loss of life force. Only a small amount of blood had actually reached the ground. The rest of the body had gone into a kind of passive preservation, the accumulated vitality of a millennium of cultivation still present in the flesh and refusing to simply drain away. Michael understood it would not last forever. But given what Shoujo had been before death, this state would probably hold for years before meaningful deterioration set in. No wonder it was said that strong creatures were treasures, living or dead. For Michael, the greater treasure Shoujo could offer was its corpse. Unfortunately I don't even dare to revive it anytime soon. After spending my previous blood essence, I still need to recover. Also, for a monster of this level my blood alone won't be enough. Still, he was satisfied. This was a ready-made rank 4 undead after all. When he eventually revived it, he would be able to walk sideways not only in the land of origin but in his original world as well. After recovering a bit more, coordinating briefly between both of his bodies, Michael brought his storage ring to the land of origin and placed Shoujo's body inside it. Compared to the space in his coffin, his storage ring was more than sufficient to hold the body of a dead rank 4 monster. When I have time I should transport a few of my undead to my storage ring as well. Though he said it aloud, his gaze lingered on his 2 3-star epic-grade storage treasures with a thoughtful expression. After storing Shoujo's body, Michael recalled his remaining undead back into the coffin space, taking a brief moment to assess their conditions through the connection. Aside from the demonic supernatural, the other 2 undead had not escaped unscratched, but the injuries were manageable. After a few days of rest they would be as good as new, so Michael did not consider their state a serious concern. He sent all 3 of them to rest. Though undead did not really need rest in the conventional sense. As expected, the moment all 3 returned to the coffin space they stared around briefly in a daze before going motionless. After that, Michael turned his full attention to the panels that had been waiting since Shoujo's death. He pulled them into full view and made a quiet effort to keep his excitement from getting ahead of him. Calm down. Michael stared at the notifications, his breathing slowly evening out. Killing a monster of that level, even with the reduced experience from his outlier title suppression, had still granted him several level-ups. That part was within reason. What he had not expected was the final result. Level 74. Michael let out a quiet breath, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. That's higher than I thought. There was a clear note of satisfaction in his voice. He had only just advanced 4 days ago, and yet here he was, already standing 1 level away from triggering another rank advancement quest. Even Michael had to admit this pace was absurd. Across the entire universe there might be those with monstrous talent, overwhelming resources, or rare inheritances, but this kind of progression rate should not have been common by any standard. And yet here he was. His gaze lingered on the number. Level 74. Just one more level. Reaching the peak of rank 3 no longer felt distant. It felt close enough to touch. If I find another one. His thoughts sharpened. It did not need to be something on Shoujo's level. That was excessive and frankly unnecessary. What he needed now was something more manageable, something where a 10-level difference would be sufficient for the multiplier to do its work. With his current state, that requirement was not difficult to imagine fulfilling. Unfortunately, rank 4 monsters were not something that appeared casually, especially not in this region of the land of origin. Creatures like Shoujo existed, but they were rare and almost certainly territorial. Given that no other rank 4 monster had come to investigate or assist during the fight, Michael suspected Shoujo had been the only one in the immediate area. Michael exhaled slowly. The land of origin had its limitations, particularly in the region he currently occupied. But Aurora did not. Though he was more restricted there in terms of freedom, it offered more options. What he needed was time. With enough of it, reaching level 75 was not a question of whether it would happen, but when. Michael's lips curved faintly. I won't be stuck at rank 3 for long. That much he was certain of. Michael's expression settled quickly. There was no longer any reason for him to remain in this place. More importantly, he could sense multiple presences approaching. They were still some distance away, and from the way they moved they seemed hesitant. That was not surprising. Any creature or supernatural being with decent senses would be cautious after what had occurred here, whether they had felt the tribulations or the battle that followed. But hesitation did not mean they would not come. Sooner or later, curiosity or greed would push them forward. Michael glanced once more at his surroundings and shook his head. I should leave. His body blurred. Space folded around him and Michael vanished. A few minutes later, 4 presences arrived at the edge of the clearing Michael had carved out for his undead advancements. They appeared one after another and for a while none of them spoke. The land before them was broken beyond any simple explanation. If Michael had been present he would have recognized 2 of the figures immediately. One was Princess Priscilla, whose presence seemed to materialize wherever trouble gathered. The other was the rank 3 leader of the Shadow Guard Michael had met at the royal banquet. From the identities of those 2, the remaining figures were almost certainly also from the Lionheart Kingdom. Princess Priscilla stood slightly ahead of the others, her posture straight and her gaze calm, but her expression carried a quiet heaviness that did not go unnoticed. No one could quite tell what she was thinking. Her thoughts, however, were anything but calm. The current state of the kingdom was already tense enough without this. The disappearance of the empire's prince had thrown every neighboring power into unrest. What made it worse was how the empire had reacted. Rather than handling the matter quietly, they had begun stretching their influence outward, using the prince's disappearance as justification to probe, pressure, and investigate every faction that had entered the ruins he never returned from. Whether that reaction came from genuine anger or calculated intent, no one could say for certain. Perhaps they were truly enraged. Or perhaps they had simply been waiting for an excuse. Or worse, it was both. The former could be understood. The latter was dangerous. No one wanted to be the first to oppose them openly either, as doing so would only draw suspicion and give the empire more reason to act. In a situation like this, even silence was a form of defense. And now there was another incident here in the Everlong Forest. Priscilla's gaze swept slowly across the ruined field below her. For months now, strange occurrences had been reported within this forest, and this was simply the latest addition to a growing list. Her expression darkened slightly. The timing could not have been worse. With everything happening across the kingdoms, she had hoped at the very least that internal matters would remain stable. But the Everlong Forest seemed determined to prove otherwise. None of her thoughts showed on her face. Priscilla said nothing and instead listened as her subjects assessed the scene. Seeing that she and the Shadow Guard leader had no intention of speaking first, the other two eventually broke under the silence. One of them finally spoke, his gaze sweeping across the destruction below. "From the traces left behind, it looks like someone advanced here." No one responded immediately. Not because they disagreed, but because this was not a simple breakthrough. The question was not whether someone had advanced. The question was what kind of advancement could leave behind something like this. All of them already knew the answer. They simply did not like saying it. Only a legendary stage existence could leave behind a scene of this nature. Even if none of them had personally witnessed such a thing before, the records within the kingdom were clear enough. The Lionheart Kingdom might not currently possess a legendary stage being, but it was not ignorant of what that level represented. Which was exactly why none of them felt comfortable saying it out loud. The air grew heavier. For a moment even breathing felt slightly restrained. Then the Shadow Guard leader spoke, his tone low as his eyes shifted toward a particular section of the ruined surroundings. "There are also signs of a fight." He pointed downward. Several faint blood patches stained the broken ground. In truth, the blood had already been noticed by all of them. It was only now that someone addressed it. One of the other men frowned slightly before replying. It could also be from the advancing individual. His tone was careful, almost deliberate. Not dismissive. Just cautious. Because if it was not from the tribulation, then it meant a legendary stage existence had fought here, and possibly more than one. That was something none of them wanted to be involved with. Silence fell again. Priscilla's gaze remained fixed on the ruins below. Her expression did not change, but inwardly her thoughts had already reached a conclusion. She was leaning toward this being an advancement rather than a fight. Though the Lionheart Kingdom lacked a legendary stage being of its own, she understood enough about them to know they all went through a heavenly tribulation. The blood could simply be injuries sustained from that process. "Let's leave." Her voice was calm but carried unquestionable authority. The others immediately straightened. No one objected. Without another word the four figures turned and vanished from the ruined sky, leaving behind only the silent broken land. Before leaving though, Priscilla could not help but cast one last look in a particular direction. A nagging feeling settled over her thoughts and refused to leave cleanly. Why was it that since this youth had come close to the everlong forest, it had never known rest? Was he the cause? Before giving the order to leave, Priscilla had briefly considered paying the youth a visit. The thought lasted only a moment before she set it aside. Their last meeting at the royal banquet had made it clear that Mike Nor was not someone she could touch easily anymore. The more he grew, the more mysterious he became. She had long since stopped trying to determine his real identity. That particular curiosity had faded not because she had found her answers, but because she had realized that finding them might invite something far worse than not knowing. She could only hope his presence was a blessing to her kingdom. Michael returned quietly to his manor in Thornvale. Though his own territory was still very much alive deep in the darkness thanks to his undead advancements, no one noticed their missing lord had returned. It was not surprising. Unlike when he had not yet grasped spatial powers and needed to sneak out and avoid detection, the current Michael could move however he wished without anyone knowing. That extended to many at the same rank as well. The first thing Michael did after returning was bathe. He could have cleaned himself instantly with magic, but that felt boring. He also wanted to use the bath to clear his head. Since he had no intention of sending a prompt message to the maids at this hour, Michael simply wielded his mana to fill the bathtub with water and heated it with magic. Though Death's air had made his affinity with darkness almost dominant, suppressing his other elemental affinities in the process, it had not stripped him of them entirely. Using them now compared to before felt slow and dull, like switching from a luxury vehicle to something 5 generations old and passed down through repeatedly from father to son. His class choice was not without consequences. However, Michael could bypass this limitation through his law. All he needed was to copy the traits of any of his more than 2,000 undead and inherit their elemental affinity. What Michael was unaware of was that though his affinity with other elements had been brought down, it was still many times higher than that of ordinary people. Perhaps he could not compare with rare monstrous geniuses in other elements without using his law, but the ordinary genius was far from his level. Taking a bath did not require many complications. After some time Michael exhaled slowly and rose from the bath once the water had gone cold. He dried himself with manna before reaching for a fresh set of clothes. Soon a new set of nightwear settled cleanly over his body and Michael sighed in comfort. Once done, he stepped toward the mirror. For a moment he simply stood there. The figure in the mirror was striking. His skin was pale, but not in a sickly way. It looked healthy and well-maintained, like polished jade under soft light, without a single blemish. His eyes were a neon green that seemed to draw the soul of anyone who dared to stare too long. His hair fell freely over his shoulders, long and dark, reaching his waist, framing his face in a way that only emphasized his features further. Even Aunt Mia, who felt men should not keep long hair past a certain limit, could not bring herself to persuade him to cut it. There was no denying it. Michael was ridiculously handsome. Michael, however, did not see it that way. He just felt he did not look bad. But every time he looked at himself he could not help but sigh. Why do I look like this? It was not that anything was wrong. It was just that he leaned a bit more toward the beautiful side than the handsome. His fingers were long and slender, almost delicate in proportion. His eyelashes were slightly longer than what most would associate with a man, framing his eyes in a way that softened his gaze. His hair, while unstyled, naturally fell in a smooth flowing manner that leaned more toward elegance than roughness. His build was lean and muscular but not imposing. Not the kind that screamed strength at a glance. He did not look weak, but he did not look like the peak of masculinity either. It's a bit too much. Calling it feminine was a stretch. But it leaned in that direction. Even Rin, who had a slender physique as well, had more apparent muscle, which Michael linked to her armor class. And she was far from the only woman at the academy who looked like she could protect him rather than the opposite. I wonder what Lily sees in this look. Whatever. We'll see how she turns out after becoming a high human anyway. If it's too troublesome I'll just merge my blood essence with Aunt Mia rather than evolve her. Though the effect will be less it would still fulfill my requirements. Michael pushed those thoughts aside. Appearance was the least of his concerns right now. He turned away from the mirror and walked to the chair by the window before sitting down slowly. Let's see. With a thought he called up his panel. The familiar interface unfolded before him, lines of information stacking neatly in his vision. His gaze lingered briefly on his level before moving downward. Leveling up had never been just about the number. This time was no different. Putting aside the minor increases to his base attributes, which at this stage were almost negligible, what brought a smile to his face was his attribute points. 517. The number had jumped from 400. Even at this stage it was still a meaningful boost. Every level up now gave Michael 13 attribute points, 6 from being a high human and 7 from his class. Technically he was a true human, but Michael could tell this was simply some form of enhanced high human. After observing his mortal god physique progress from his last advancement however, Michael had developed another theory he felt was closer to the truth. Most likely his last evolution had simply brought forward a title from a future advancement ahead of its natural timing. This would explain why he had attracted a lightning tribulation at rank 3 instead of rank 4 like others. Technically Michael, who could match late-stage rank 3 supernaturals before his advancement, should not struggle against early-stage rank 4 creatures after advancing. But he could tell that was his current ceiling until he progressed further in other ways. His theory was that the lightning tribulation only came to those who had, or were about to develop, a mortal god physique. Given that the tribulation itself could progress this physique, Michael felt he was not far from the truth. This brought him another question though. Were other rank 4 supernaturals also at 25% progress in their physique, or were they like the previous him, standing only at the threshold? For that he felt he would need to meet Jester and retrieve the memories extracted from the demonic supernatural's consciousness. Michael leaned back slightly in his chair, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. His thoughts shifted back to the panel as he focused on his other game. A class skill. Michael was no stranger to class skills, except this time he was no longer a necromancer. This skill was a core skill of the Death's Heir class. Class skill, Harvest. Description: allows the user to extract and devour the soul and blood essence of a target, converting them into nourishment for self or others. Functions: essence extraction, draw out blood essence as a concentrated source of vitality and energy. Soul devouring, consume the soul to restore spiritual reserves and reinforce the soul. External nourishment, transfer harvested energy to external targets. Memory extraction, absorb a target's memories, experiences, and knowledge. Limitations: targets must be dead or unable to resist. Memory extraction is not guaranteed to be complete or coherent. Excessive or rapid consumption without refinement may cause instability or mental interference. Michael raised an eyebrow as he read through the panel. The description itself was not what caught his attention first. There's no mastery level. This was not the first time he had seen something like this, but it was rare. Extremely rare. Most skills followed a clear structure. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, and beyond. They could be trained, improved, and refined. This was one of the reasons Awakeners still held an advantage over cultivators even when stats gained from leveling up started to lose their importance compared to the early stages. The greatest advantage was still the rank advancement quest. All Awakeners needed to do was polish their rank ability to its peak, raise their rank level to the peak to gain the qualifications to accept a quest, complete the quest, then advance. It could not be called easy, but compared to cultivators it was considerably better. After all, just because a cultivator sought advancement did not mean they would find it. Awakeners still had a much better time, though with their own set of difficulties. Michael leaned back slightly in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly against the armrest as he thought. Skills without mastery levels came with a different set of rules. Either their limits were tied directly to the user's understanding, control, and application, which could count as an advantage depending on how one looked at it, or they carried inherent fixed limits. Just like the detect skill. That skill could only reveal information on targets up to 20 levels above him. Anything beyond that was reduced to question marks, no matter how many times he used it. He was unsure which category Harvest belonged to. Interesting. Michael's attention shifted back to the description itself. It's a bit predatory. But that was expected from a dark class. Still, the skill reminded him of something familiar. Lily. The moment the name surfaced, a connection formed in his mind. Lily's law had the ability to absorb essence to strengthen herself. At a glance the two looked similar. But Michael could tell they were not the same. Not quite. His law allowed him to copy the abilities of his undead. If he wished, he could replicate Lily's method through that. But this skill seemed structured differently. More systematic, perhaps. Of course the difference might not be significant either. Neither he nor Lily had spent enough time with their laws to truly grasp their depth. Everything they had done so far was surface level. Their main advantage was the foundation that made them dominant compared to their peers. There was still a long way to go. Michael shook his head slightly. In any case it should be useful. His gaze settled back on the panel. Unfortunately there was nothing suitable nearby to test the skill on. There was Shoujo, but that was a near-demigod existence. Michael's expression turned slightly serious and he dismissed the thought immediately. Using something like that for experimentation felt not just wasteful but dangerous. Even in death, a creature of that level was not something to treat lightly. One wrong step and whatever backlash came from it would not be trivial. It was like how one could not be careless around a dead snake, as even minutes after death it could still poison someone through pure instinct. Michael leaned back fully into the chair and closed his eyes briefly. "I'll wait a bit then. There's no need to rush." He felt it was better to test the skill on weaker targets first, grind up his proficiency, then gradually work upward. There was also another reason. Michael planned to have Jester devour the consciousness of the dead shoujo. The intelligence of strong creatures was no different from that of intelligent races. The main difference was their race. As a legendary stage creature, Michael felt shoujo should carry valuable memories. Who knew, it might even have a treasure cave somewhere filled with numerous valuable things. A creature of this level should have lived for at least a few centuries, so the possibility was not unreasonable. Through those memories Michael would also be able to determine whether there were any other dangerous beings or places within the Everlong forest. He doubted anything more threatening than shoujo existed in that region, but it never hurt to be cautious. The thought of treasures and valuable knowledge made Michael too restless to continue sitting quietly. After placing his storage ring inside the damaged coffin of the Forgotten, Michael and his Aurora body went to seek out Jester. Or rather, he made his way to the living room while using his connection with Jester to summon him there. "You called for me, Master." Hearing the familiar voice, Michael, who had been relaxing on the sofa with his head tilted back and eyes closed, brought them down to look at Jester. He had sensed the undead's presence even before it spoke but only bothered to lift his head once it did. What he saw next made his breath pause. Jester was akin to a complete replica of Michael. His features were nearly identical, from the shape of his face to the structure of his jaw and nose, as though carved from the same mold, only slightly less matured, making him look like a junior relative. But there was a visible difference now. Jester's long hair, once a uniform jet black, now carried visible streaks of white woven through it. It fell freely down his back, slightly disordered, lacking the natural flow and vitality that Michael's hair possessed. His eyes, a familiar shade of green, were the most telling difference. Where Michael's gaze was sharp and alive, Jester's appeared dulled, as though a thin veil had been drawn over them. However, that was not the biggest difference about Jester compared to a few hours ago when Michael had last seen him. After evolving, Jester had leveled up to level 68, 3 levels higher than Michael had been before his own opportunity. Now it was 10 levels lower. Just what had happened? Michael's brows furrowed slightly as he straightened in his seat. "What happened to you?" His voice was calm, but there was a clear edge to it. The change was too obvious to ignore. Jester, however, did not react much. His expression remained as composed as ever, his posture straight and steady despite the visible changes. "I made use of my law ability," he replied. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "It would seem I bit off more than I could chew." Michael's gaze sharpened immediately. He recalled the details of Jester's law. Law of heavenly revelation. A law that allows its user to perceive the hidden structure of fate as an interconnected web of possibilities. Through this, the user can analyze how events, choices, and outcomes are linked, enabling accurate foresight. By applying calculation and precise control, the user can subtly influence these pathways, guiding events toward desired results. Michael remembered that the cost of using this law was that it demanded essence from the user. For ordinary calculations it was manageable. Had Jester gone ahead and calculated something outrageous? Thinking of his choice of words, it seemed very possible. "Explain." Jester inclined his head slightly. "As Master is aware, my law allows interaction with fate. Prediction, interference, redirection. All of these fall within its scope." Michael said nothing, letting him continue. Jester continued without hesitation. "However, the range of my ability is currently too limited. During the last test with Master, I was only able to perceive those 2 individuals because they were within my sensory range. My calculations were anchored to what I could directly observe. That is a severe limitation." Michael did not interrupt. "Putting aside personal use, such a restriction greatly reduces the value of my law to Master. If I must rely solely on what I can see or sense, then its application becomes no different from an enhanced perception ability. So you tried to bypass it? Yes. Jester nodded faintly. I dug deeper into the structure of the law. His voice remained even, but there was a subtle shift beneath it. Using direct sensory input is merely a crude method. It is not the true form of interaction. Then what is? Connections. The word hung in the air. Fate does not require proximity, Jester continued. It requires linkage. A target can be calculated through identifiers tied to them. A memory of their appearance. A personal item. A name that carries recognition. Repeated interactions. The more defined the connection, the higher the accuracy. Such as the soul tie between Master and I. Michael's eyes narrowed. A faint, suspicious thought surfaced in his mind. Jester. His voice lowered slightly. What did you do? Jester seemed to catch the shift in Michael's gaze. I would never harm Master. His tone remained calm, but there was a clear firmness behind it. Michael waved a hand lightly. That's not what I'm worried about. And it truly was not. Between his rank, his class, and the nature of his control, the possibility of his undead actively seeking to harm him was close to non-existent. Jester inclined his head slightly, then continued. When I sensed the soul tie between us, I grew curious. Michael said nothing, but his eyes remained fixed on him. So I followed it further, Jester added. A brief silence passed. And? Jester's dull green eyes flickered faintly. When observing Master's fate, I noticed something unusual. Michael's expression did not change, but his attention sharpened considerably. There were many possible paths, Jester said. But one was different. Different how? Brighter. The word was vague. It stood out clearly from the rest, Jester continued. To me it felt like a great opportunity. That was my initial conclusion. However, despite its brightness, it carried instability. It had a high likelihood of not occurring naturally, as though it required specific conditions to be realized. That made Michael's expression shift. What did you see? When I attempted to observe further, the cost increased significantly, Jester said. Even passive observation began draining a large amount of essence from my original body. The strain extended to this vessel as well. Jester went on. In the vision, I saw Master. You were speaking with another figure. Another figure? Yes. Jester's tone remained steady. However, I could not perceive it clearly. If I could not see it, then it is either bound by a special fate or exists at a level beyond my current capacity to observe. Michael did not respond immediately, but the odd expression on his face became more pronounced. Jester continued. That figure was connected to the bright fate I observed. I could not determine its identity, but I confirmed its relevance. Go on. I saw Master engage in battle with that existence, Jester said. Michael's eyes narrowed. And? You were victorious. Silence. Then? Jester shook his head slightly. That is where the vision became unstable. I could not see what was gained from that outcome. I could not trace the result any further. Michael's expression remained strange as his gaze stayed fixed on Jester. So you decided to interfere? Jester nodded. I attempted to push that fate forward since it appeared beneficial, but the cost exceeded my expectations. Michael let out a slow breath. Clearly. A brief silence settled between them. Jester. Michael called out quietly. You're quite a naughty undead. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Michael leaned back into the sofa, his gaze lingering on Jester, but his thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. In the past year, there had only been one existence he had never been able to fully understand how he felt toward. That was Jester. Things had certainly improved after Jester became his undead, but Jester's nature made it difficult not to find him unsettling at times. Jester did not act against him. But it acted for him in ways that even Michael himself would hesitate to. Michael knew for a fact that if he told Jester to protect someone other than his family without further instructions, and if the person could still live without their limbs, Jester would do exactly that for the sake of efficiency. As long as the task was completed, the method was secondary. That could be seen as a good or bad thing depending on who was judging, and every time Michael found himself unable to lean firmly in either direction. Like now. A fight with a creature close to the demigod stage, and yet when Michael thought about the outcome he could not bring himself to feel anger. At most he was somewhere in between. Fate is really a dangerous thing to control. If someone like Jester, at his current level, could already do something like this, then what about those at higher levels? Michael did not believe Jester was the only being with this kind of ability. The thought brought him a quiet, creeping unease. Was it possible that at some point since he became an awakener, some of his actions had not truly been his own? After all, if a level 96 monster could be nudged into fulfilling a certain fate, what could be done to someone like him who was considerably weaker? Everything suddenly made a strange kind of sense. Shoujo was not stupid. So why had it continued fighting even after realizing he had 4 legendary stage undead? Even if it had been initially confident, the moment it fought the Drake blood to a stalemate it could have disengaged, and Michael would not have been able to do much to stop it. And putting the monster aside entirely, were his own thoughts truly his own? Michael knew himself well enough. He was not opposed to risk, but he did not like taking excessive ones. Even knowing he could handle legendary stage creatures, he would not have chosen to target something at level 96. He would have gone for something weaker which would have given less experience over time. In the end, Michael could not bring himself to be angry. Jester had acted on his behalf, and the outcome had undeniably benefited him. Still, having good intentions doesn't mean you can act like this freely, Michael said, his voice calm but carrying weight. Jester straightened slightly. You went too far this time. I won't stop you from using your law, but be careful with it. Especially when it involves me. His gaze sharpened faintly. And next time, don't use it on me without telling me if you can help it. Or at the very least, inform me if you notice something. The reason Michael did not forbid Jester from using his ability entirely was because he recognized that depending on the situation, things could work in his favor again. There was no reason to destroy the road completely. Jester lowered his head without hesitation. Yes, Master. There was no resistance in his tone. Only acceptance. Then, after a brief pause, Jester added, if I continue to study my ability, I should be able to communicate with Master regardless of distance. Michael's eyes shifted slightly at that. Oh. That level of connection should not be difficult to achieve, Jester continued. The soul tie between us already exists. It is only a matter of refining my control over it. A faint hint of satisfaction appeared on Michael's face. Jester truly was a treasure, even accounting for everything else. Good, Michael said simply. But as that thought settled, another quickly followed. If someone else tries to act on my fate, can you stop it? Yes. For beings within my current capacity, I can disrupt external influence on Master's fate to a certain degree. Michael felt a subtle sense of relief at that. But Jester did not stop there. However, if the opposing entity is significantly stronger than me, there is little I can do. The satisfaction from before faded slightly. Unfortunately, the only immediate way to boost Jester's power was through another evolution, and Michael did not currently have enough evolution points to initiate one. At epic grade, the next evolution would require considerably more time and resources to arrange. Michael set the matter aside and turned his attention back to Jester's condition. You'll recover, right? Yes, Master. My original body will require time to recover the expended essence. However, this vessel possesses sufficient regenerative capabilities and will return to its optimal state within a few hours. Michael nodded faintly. And your levels? Jester paused briefly before answering. I may recover a portion of what was lost, but returning to my previous peak will not be possible through recovery alone. That will require fresh cultivation. Michael paused for a moment. That's fine. As long as you recover properly, that's enough. In any case, if Jester needed more power, all he needed was time. What mattered was that Jester itself had not suffered any irreversible damage. In any case, that's not why I called you. Jester lifted his head slightly, attentive. Michael briefly stated his intentions of having Jester harvest the dead legendary stage monster's memories for information that could prove beneficial. Shortly after, Jester was placed inside the storage ring together with Shoujo's corpse. 3 days passed after that. On the third day Jester finished devouring the deer's memories, but that was not the most significant thing happening on this particular day. Today Michael was finally going to evolve Lily. Is this world really inside that ring on your finger? Lily's voice carried clear disbelief as she looked around, her eyes moving slowly across the vast purple expanse. As the Federation had released more information about supernaturals, she had heard of storage rings. But was something so small truly capable of holding a world like this? Michael, who stood beside her, let out a soft chuckle. Amazing, right? Lily did not respond immediately. Her gaze remained fixed on the surroundings. The sky above was not truly a sky, yet it stretched endlessly, painted in shifting shades of violet and deep indigo. There was no sun, and yet there was light. This is ridiculous. I thought it was just for fashion, Lily muttered under her breath. That made Michael laugh. To Lily, the ring had always just been another accessory. After all, compared to everything else about him, a ring hardly stood out. Just yesterday she had found out that this big brother of hers had tattoos on his body. Though she felt they looked beautiful and mysterious, feeling a little mischievous, she had reported to her mother, only for both of them to return and find a spotless, clean-skinned Michael. Lily did not know how he had done it, and after a good scolding from her mother she had begged him to share his method, to which he refused. This guy loved keeping all the good things to himself. Lily continued observing the surroundings with suppressed excitement. Compared to the kind of environments she subconsciously associated with Michael's abilities, this place was unexpectedly beautiful. Michael walked ahead at an unhurried pace, a faint smile on his face. He found her reaction amusing. In truth, this was not the first time Lily had been brought here, but it was the first time she was conscious enough to see it. The last time, she and Aunt Mia had been knocked out cold by Jester. He could have taken her to the damaged coffin of the Forgotten instead, but that place was probably not suitable for ordinary people to stay in. In terms of environment, this was the better choice. Over the past few days, Lily and Michael had gotten over their initial awkwardness and their conversations were no longer stiff. After observing enough, Lily finally turned her attention back to Michael. You said you wanted to see me for something. Michael nodded. For a brief moment, he hesitated before speaking. Do you want power? Lily blinked in surprise. Then her lips curled slightly. What is that line? She looked at him with a half-amused expression. You sound like a low-budget villain. Michael did not respond. He just looked at her. Slowly, Lily's smile faded when she saw there was no joke in his expression. The air between them grew quieter. After a few seconds, Lily exhaled softly, her gaze lowering slightly before lifting again. Yes. This time, there was no humor in her voice. I do. She did not rush her words. You and Jester are very strong. There was no jealousy in her tone. It's great, having people like you around. Her fingers curled slightly at her side. But I don't like it. Michael did not interrupt. I don't like feeling like I can only stand behind you, she said quietly. Like no matter what happens, I'll just rely on you to deal with it. Her gaze met his again. I don't want to always be the one being protected. There was a brief silence. Michael studied her for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face. It's fine to rely on me. His voice was calm. If not me, then who are you going to rely on? Lily did not respond immediately. But, Michael added, wanting your own strength isn't a bad thing either. His smile did not fade. If anything, it's better. That seemed to ease something in her expression. Then Michael tilted his head slightly. By the way. Lily blinked. What? Michael's smile turned just a bit more playful. Didn't you always want to know the secret behind this? He gestured lightly toward himself. Lily stared at him for a second. Then her eyes narrowed. Your face. Michael did not deny it. Wait. Her expression shifted. You're telling me. Michael just smiled and said nothing. Lily was frustrated by his air of mystery. There was no one who did not desire beauty. Man or woman. No one enjoyed watching themselves grow old, losing opportunities simply because they were not considered attractive enough. Whether people admitted it or not, it mattered. And Lily was no exception. She was still young, but she liked beautiful things. It was just a shame her mother limited so many of her actions. Every time Lily even hinted at wanting to try makeup like some of her classmates, she was immediately shut down with the same line. You're too young. Too young. Too young. Too young. Lily had heard it so many times her ears were practically bruised from it. It did not help that ever since Michael's face had become well known, her so-called classmates had suddenly become very vocal. Are you sure you're related by blood? That face is too much. He's too fine. Lily still did not fully understand what they meant by that. What did they mean, too fine? And were you related by blood? Was she not fine too? She might not be some overwhelming beauty, but she was definitely cute. And she was only 16. What did they expect her to look like? In the end she could only comfort herself with her grades. That was her final defense. While others spent their time worrying about appearances, she focused on her studies. That had to count for something. Unfortunately reality was not kind. First place in class. Jester. Second place. The class beauty. Third place. The class's recognized handsome male student. Lily could only cling to fifth place with Jester's help. Not even top 3. If Michael knew all this he would snort in disdain and call them country bumpkins. Putting aside that they were too young to be focused on such matters, what beauty could they possibly have compared to elves? Even elderly elves looked like they could still model. This was not even being a country bumpkin. They were universal bumpkins. You're really annoying, you know that. Michael raised a brow slightly. Because I look good? Don't say it out loud. Lily snapped immediately, her ears turning slightly red. She crossed her arms and looked away. Anyway. She forced herself to calm down. Her gaze slowly returned to him, more focused this time. What's your secret? Not that I particularly care about it, but for your sake I'll accept it. Michael let out a brief laugh before his expression settled into something slightly more serious. There's one thing you should know first. Lily's posture straightened instinctively. What? It's going to hurt. The curiosity in Lily's eyes did not disappear, but caution quickly followed behind it. Hurt how? Michael shrugged. All I know is you won't forget it easily. That doesn't help. Lily's lips twitched. Her pain tolerance was not low. Thanks to Jester's training she had endured quite a bit already. But that did not mean she liked pain. Especially not unknown pain. How painful exactly, she pressed. A worthy kind. Lily went silent. That was not exactly reassuring. For a moment the two of them just stood there. Lily's expression shifted slightly, hesitation creeping in. She liked beauty. She really did. But pain was another matter. She looked away briefly, clearly struggling with herself. Then she looked back at him. Fine. Her voice carried a note of stubbornness. I'll still want it. Michael raised a brow slightly. Oh. Lily lifted her chin a little. It can't be that bad. Even as she said it there was a hint of doubt in her eyes. But she did not take it back. She also did not believe Michael would hurt her for no reason. If he said the pain was worth it, there had to be a reason. And more importantly, this was probably connected to his first question about wanting power. If she acted scared now, would that not be the same as admitting her earlier answer had only been words? Lily did not want to put on a weak front. Michael's smile softened slightly. Good. As he spoke, a bead of blood appeared in midair. Stay still, Michael said as he positioned the blood bead an inch before Lily's forehead. This was a very small drop of his blood essence. However, it was not blood essence from his original body in Aurora, but from his body in the land of origin. In a few months Lily was going to attempt her first awakening ceremony. If Michael said he had no expectations he would be lying, but he also knew how rare the opportunity was. It was why he had devised this plan. The body in the land of origin had been shaped by the origin will, or whatever governed the awakener system. Merging Lily with the blood essence of that body might produce some unexpected results. He did not have much faith that it would, but it did not hurt to try. In any case his blood counted as an extraordinary material capable of strengthening Lily's foundation regardless of the outcome. After casting the taming skill on Lily, Michael proceeded to the next step. Human with extraordinary material detected. Consume to evolve. The difference between this method and simple merging was that merging only combined the targets to create a mixture, and though it might strengthen the individual it was not an evolution of the self into something higher. Michael did not want to simply merge his blood with Lily. He wanted to evolve her. Get ready, Michael said to Lily, but before she could react he had already activated his talent to initiate the evolution. The moment the command was given, the calm purple space around them trembled faintly as mana surged from every direction, rushing toward Lily. Lily's eyes widened as she felt it first brush against her skin. Before she could finish a word the mana crashed into her. Her body lifted slightly off the ground. A bright light burst from her figure, swallowing her whole in an instant. It was blinding. What? Lily tried to move but her body no longer responded. Then from out of nowhere a sudden pain enveloped her entire being. A sharp, tearing scream ripped from her throat. Michael's hand tightened unconsciously. He was not some cold, detached existence. Seeing Lily scream in pain made his heart ache. Even having watched countless undead evolve before, doubt crept in slowly. What if something went wrong? Even when he had evolved Ace, a fellow human, he had not felt this anxious. Back then he had been able to tell himself that if Ace did not survive it was simply his destiny. He could not bring himself to feel that same relative indifference toward Lily. Her screams continued as the surge of mana around her only grew stronger. Minutes passed. Finally the violent surge of energy began to slow. The blinding light that had swallowed Lily's figure started to dim as her screams faded. Michael's eyes narrowed slightly as Lily's figure was finally revealed. She lay on the ground, motionless. She passed out. Michael exhaled quietly. The tension in his chest eased slightly. Copying the trait of his undead healing worm, Michael slipped a bit of vitality into Lily's body. 5 minutes later, Lily opened her eyes. Her lashes fluttered slightly before her gaze focused. For a moment she stared upward at the purple sky above, confused. Where am I? Her voice was weak and laced with disorientation. Michael, who had been standing beside her, felt the last of the tension in his chest finally release. Then, as if nothing had happened, he crossed his arms and spoke casually. What, a little nap was enough to wipe your memory. Why are you so dramatic? Lily blinked at the familiar voice. Her pupils shrank slightly. The haze cleared from her eyes as recent memories came rushing back. You. She shot up to her feet in one swift motion. That was so painful. Without hesitation Lily lunged at Michael, who stepped aside lightly and let her fist cut through empty air. Lily did not stop. She turned sharply, her body moving almost instinctively as she followed up with another strike. Michael's eyes flickered slightly. Interesting. He shifted his weight and avoided the second attack just as easily. For a brief moment the two of them moved across the space in quick exchanges. To the eyes of an ordinary person their movements would have been difficult to follow. As they exchanged moves, Michael quietly observed his cousin's post-evolution state. Her strength had increased. That much was expected. High humans were significantly stronger than ordinary humans. And then there was her appearance. She had received the full standard package. Green eyes. Long hair. Her skin had taken on a faint, refined pallor, almost luminous under the purple light, giving her a mysterious quality. Michael's lips curved faintly. At the same time he could sense a small, condensed core of life force within her. This was the mark of Aurora's night path. A life seed. Lily had now fully stepped onto it. Lily, on the other hand, did not seem to have immediately noticed the changes in herself. At first she simply wanted to hit Michael. But as her next attack subconsciously fell into the patterns Jester had drilled into her over months of training. In the end, seeing that she could not wipe the smile off Michael's face no matter what she tried, she gave up. As expected, her cousin was still very much out of her reach. Michael watched her for a moment before speaking. "How do you feel?" Lily opened her mouth immediately, clearly ready to complain again, when her expression shifted. She turned to look at her hand and felt the immense strength running through it. She moved her limbs and could tell immediately that something had changed. Also, her hair. Why was it so long now? This. She looked at Michael again, this time with a different expression. Michael did not give her time to question him and instead had her trained to control her new strength. Only when he was satisfied did he let Lily out of the storage ring. Not without a few words first, however. He did not want to speak about his talent, even with the considerable influence he now held over Lily through both the taming skill and his blood. But as her older brother he felt he needed to say something to assure her. "I'll always be here with you. And for you." Even Michael, who had been through a great deal, could not help but cringe slightly at his own words. So he did not give Lily a single moment to respond before sending her out. After finishing with Lily for the time being, Michael shifted to the other important matter of the day. The memories extracted from Shoujo had taken Jester 3 full days to process. Since Jester was still inside the storage ring, Michael went to find him there. Unlike the previous time when he had Jester relay information in pieces, this time Michael had him transfer everything at once. Because he also wanted the memories from the demonic supernatural, they spent an entire day exchanging. It was not a comfortable process. Receiving another person's memories directly was different from being told about them. The information arrived with context and sensation attached, impressions that did not belong to him sitting alongside his own thoughts and requiring active effort to keep sorted. 1,000 years of Shoujo's accumulated experience combined with several centuries from the demonic supernatural was not something that could be transferred cleanly or without effort. By the time they finished, Michael sat quietly to recover and sent Jester out of the storage ring as well. Jester, on the other hand, after returning to the real world immediately went to seek out Lily out of curiosity. Though the distance between them during the time she had been in the ring was not small, Jester's considerable senses been able to reach their location. Unfortunately he was unable to observe the full process, having received a brief warning from Michael. Upon finding Lily, whose room door was open, Jester saw the girl absorbed in her own reflection in the mirror. She was so taken with what she was doing that she had not noticed him at all. Though the thought of Shoujo's treasure cave sat at the back of his mind with quiet persistence, Michael set it aside temporarily. The more immediately useful matter was the demonic supernatural's memories. A full digestion of everything transferred was not something he could accomplish in a short period. This would take time, possibly weeks of gradual integration before the more obscure details became reliably accessible. But skimming through the surface layer was manageable. Tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, he needed to be back at the academy. Going back empty-handed when he was sitting on a catalogue of demonic faction intelligence felt like a waste. Michael began organizing what he could reasonably present. It was only after sorting the information he intended to bring to the academy, Michael turned his attention to Shoujo's memories. To be honest, in terms of overall value Michael placed the demonic supernatural's memories higher, despite Shoujo being considerably stronger. A good part of that assessment came down to the fundamental difference in what they were. One had been a human. The other had been a monster. All roads led to the heavens, as the saying went, however the saying that what was meant for one was not necessarily meant for another also held true. A monster would probably benefit more from Shoujo's memories than a human cultivator of the same level would, and vice versa. In fact, as long as the level was high enough, benefits were always present, but compatibility was very important. This was why Michael valued the demonic supernatural's memories more highly. They carried cultivation insights, hard-won understanding of progress that Michael could potentially apply or at least reference in his own path forward. That said, Shoujo's memories were far from worthless. The possible treasure was the most obvious reason. A creature that had existed for 1,000 years had to have left behind something worth finding. After a while Michael had composed a list of suitable locations and information to present to the academy upon his return, along with a reasonable account of how he had come across it. With that settled, Michael turned to what he had genuinely been looking forward to. Just because he placed the value of the demonic supernatural memory higher did not mean he looked down on Shoujo's memory. A moment later a look of excitement appeared on Michael's face. It seems I made a mistake. This. I need to see it. Michael had gone in hoping for a treasure cave but preparing himself for the more likely alternative, that Shoujo would simply have knowledge of locations holding resources rather than a directly accessible personal hoard. The demonic supernatural's memories had followed that pattern, pointing toward places rather than things in hand. Shoujo was different. The cave was real, and the value of what was inside was immense. The other thing that stood out was the confirmation about the Everlong Forest's power structure. There was no other legendary stage monster in the forest. Michael was not particularly surprised. The Everlong Forest was vast, but a mountain could only contain one tiger. Two powerful creatures with no relationship would only coexist in the same territory under very specific conditions. Either the location was too valuable for either to abandon, or they both answered to something higher than themselves. Shoujo had answered to no one. Since there was an ownerless treasure waiting to be claimed, Michael did not hesitate. His body in the land of origin was already moving before he had finished the thought. Michael appeared in midair above the Everlong Forest, the familiar dark canopy spreading out below him in every direction. He picked a direction based on what Shoujo's memories had given him and disappeared. A short while later Michael stood in front of a small hill with a large opening carved into its face, wide and somewhat natural looking. This was where Shoujo had lived. Where its immediate treasures lay. What struck Michael first was the complete absence of any security measure. The previous overlord of the Everlong Forest had apparently operated entirely on the assumption that its own existence was security enough. However, Michael was cautious by nature. Though Shoujo's memories stated it had left no security measures in place, Michael still summoned the rank 4 demonic supernatural regardless. A tattoo appeared on Michael's body and from it ash came forth to form a humanoid figure before disappearing. The two of them made their way into the cave together. The passage led downhill, the angle gradual at first then steepening as they went deeper. After a while the passage opened. Michael stopped at the threshold and looked out at what lay ahead. A large clearing spread before him underground, illuminated by bioluminescent grass growing in patches along the walls. The layout reminded him immediately of the underground space where they had found Rin living metal. Michael stepped inside and looked around slowly. Surprisingly, this space bore more than a passing similarity to that secret realm. Around Michael were scattered bones of varying sizes. Some belonged to beasts. Others were harder to categorize. They looked human, but it was hard to tell. Other races existed in the land of origin after all. It would be difficult to tell what was what through bones alone without clear distinguishing features. Having an understanding of Shoujo's methods, the current sight was not surprising to Michael. As for his feelings regarding how an ordinary deer had reached its current level, Michael could only reflect that truly, no one who lived above a century was simple. Or perhaps the more accurate saying was that no one who reached the legendary stage was simple, regardless of species or origin. Michael did not know exactly how long his own path to that level would take. But he believed it would not require 100 years. He was technically only one rank away, and even at his current stage he was far from simple. The same could be said for Rin, whom Michael felt should not stop at rank 3 either. Michael moved through the cave space and let his thoughts drift back to the memory that had caught his attention most during his review of Shoujo's past. The human Shoujo had devoured a decade ago. From Shoujo's memory Michael could tell they had been equal in strength at the time of the encounter, with Shoujo taking the narrow victory. But what had made this particular human stand out, both in Shoujo's memory and now in Michael's attention, was his ability. The human could transform into a gigantic snake carrying a faint but unmistakable trace of dragon bloodline. Except through special means, only a bloodline warrior could achieve something like that. Michael had only encountered 2 in the land of origin. One was a member of the Lionheart royal family's extended lineage. The other had been Rui, the prince of an empire. The Black Serpent Empire. Putting aside the name, for some reason the figure in the memory gave Michael a familiar feeling. It reminded him of Rui. There was a resemblance between the two that he could not simply dismiss. In the surrounding territories there was said to be only one power that possessed legendary stage beings. That power was the Black Serpent Empire. Surely there was no direct relationship between who Shoujo had killed a decade ago and the prince who had died by his hands. Right? Even Michael was not entirely convinced by his own reassurance. In any case, this figure was also connected to the greatest treasure Shoujo had accumulated. The treasure had already existed before that encounter, but the legendary human's contribution was what had elevated it into something truly remarkable. Michael turned to look at the center of the clearing. There was a pool. It sat in a natural depression in the stone floor, roughly circular. The liquid inside was not a single color. It shifted between deep crimson, dark gold, and something closer to black at the center where the concentration was highest. The colors layered rather than mixed, each visible at different depths. The pressure it emitted was considerable. Michael felt at the moment he crossed the threshold into the clearing. At the same time, there was an allure to it that was just as powerful as the pressure. Not only could Michael feel it, he could sense the desire coming from the undead standing beside him. Perhaps if Lily had been there instead she would have already been trembling from instinctive greed. Michael knew what this pool was. The Foundation Blood Pool. Whatever shortcuts Shoujo's method had provided, they had left gaps in its foundation that raw strength alone could not fill. Shoujo's 2 longest periods of stagnation had been the transitions that required something its method could not shortcut. One was the breakthrough from the grand stage to the great stage, which required one to comprehend a law. The other was the step toward externalizing that law into a domain. Neither could be consumed from an external source, unless one had abandoned the idea of forging their own path entirely. Fortunately the gaps left by the shortcut method could be repaired. This pool was Shoujo's method of doing so. Starting from the peak of rank 2, whenever Shoujo devoured a creature he only took 70% and directed the remaining 30% into a blood pool. The pool was not simply filled with blood. It was the concentrated essence of those creatures. It was said that demigod supernaturals, as long as a single drop of their blood remained, could not truly die. Michael did not know how accurate that claim was, but it spoke to how significant the essence contained in the blood pool actually was. To a certain extent it was more accurate to call it an essence pool. As Shoujo's own level rose, so did the threshold of what entered the pool. At its current stage, everything added in recent centuries had come from legendary stage opponents. And then there was the legendary human from a decade ago. Shoujo was not a creature that sought life and death combat casually. In fact, almost all legendary stage supernaturals operated the same way. Michael had enough evidence of that. The dignified rank 4 demonic supernatural had fled from a rank 2 Michael in hell without hesitation to preserve its life. The Amarazi elder on the 15th floor would have escaped if not for beginning's near-suicidal choice to hold it in place. Creatures that had spent so long reaching their level did not risk it lightly. For Shoujo to have pursued that fight, the potential gain had to have clearly outweighed the risk in its calculation. And it had been right. The legendary human's essence, mixed into the pool alongside everything else, had transformed it into something qualitatively different from what it had been before. The dragon bloodline, however diluted, still carried a trace of the true dragon bloodline within it. It was more accurate now to call it the Dragon Foundation Blood Pool. Or the Dragon Foundation Essence Pool. Shoujo's ambition had been to use this pool to ascend to the demigod stage. If not for Michael's existence, Shoujo might have succeeded in shedding its identity as a deer entirely and emerged as something closer to a dragon. There was also a reason Shoujo had been particularly drawn to creatures with special blood or rare essence. Ordinary essence, even from powerful creatures, could only improve the pool's quantity. But special bloodlines, rare affinities, and beings carrying concentrated fortune or unusual foundational qualities improved the pool's quality. A pool refined by even a handful of truly special essences produced a foundation capable of supporting a higher ceiling at the moment of breakthrough, not merely repairing existing flaws but actively elevating what the breakthrough could produce. This was why Shoujo's ability to sense fortune in blood had become so central to its hunting strategy over the centuries. It was not simply greed or appetite. The legendary human a decade ago had been the most significant find in centuries. And Michael, from the moment Shoujo's senses had registered what he carried, had represented something beyond even that. Even without Jester's interference it would have still attacked Michael eventually. Shoujo had been only a step away from the demigod stage. If it had succeeded in devouring Michael, combined with the blood pool it had been accumulating for over 500 years, it might have genuinely ascended within a century. Unfortunately, thanks to a certain undead scheming, its greatest opportunity had become another man's treasure. I think I was greatly mistaken. Michael muttered the words quietly as he stood before the pool, the pressure and allure of it washing over him in steady waves. When Jester had spoken of an opportunity, Michael had assumed it was the experience points and the level gains. It was only now he realized he had been looking at the surface. This pool was the real opportunity. Thanks to his encounter with Shoujo and everything that had followed, he was now only a step away from attempting a breakthrough to rank 4. One level was the only thing standing between him and the qualifications to attempt the next advancement quest. One should know that barely a week had passed since his rank 3 advancement. Less than a week from advancing to a new rank to standing at the threshold of the next one. Michael did not dare claim he was the sole unique case in the entire universe. But in the universe, there should not be many with a progression speed comparable to this at his particular stage. The stronger one became, the slower progress moved. That was not a personal limitation. It was simply how cultivation worked at a fundamental level. The gap between each stage grew wider. The resources required multiplied. The comprehension demanded deepened. What could be crossed in months at the early stages required years, then decades, then centuries as one climbed higher. Perhaps the heavens granting longer lifespans to stronger beings was its way of compensating. What a jackpot. Now that I think about it, it was Jester's luck that he wasn't able to fully see my fate. If he could have divined this, a loss of 10 levels would have been a light cost. Michael exhaled slowly. The question now was not whether this was significant. The question was how to use it without wasting a single drop. The answer was not complicated. Use it on an undead. Whether through merging or evolution, any undead in his legion would benefit from a pool of this quality, and as their master it was a boost to his collective strength. The question was which undead qualified most. Michael thought it through honestly. The pool's nature was specific, which meant the undead who could absorb it most efficiently were the ones with the closest affinity to what it contained. That narrowed it to two. Lucky. And the undead drake blood. Both were dragon-adjacent creatures. Drakes, strictly speaking. Lucky was rank 3. The drake blood was rank 4. Michael considered it from both angles. If he went by emotion, the answer was Lucky. Lucky had been with him from the beginning, had grown alongside him through everything, and the thought of what this pool could do to it was genuinely exciting to consider. There was a real possibility Lucky's race would advance to epic grade. However, a chance at advancing to epic grade was not particularly tempting enough for Michael to base his decision on. If it had been anyone else, for long-term considerations they would have chosen Lucky to receive this rare opportunity. However, all Michael needed to do was accumulate evolution points for about a week to give Lucky an equivalent opportunity through his talent. He did not believe his talent would fail to boost Lucky's bloodline significantly. The drake blood was a different calculation entirely. It was already at rank 4. Advancing to the peak of the rank was unlikely from the pool alone since foundation improvement and law advancement were separate problems, but going up several levels and potentially improving in race rank was realistic. The drake blood had already demonstrated during the fight with Shoujo that it could somewhat match a near demigod level creature in direct combat thanks to its bloodline. If that bloodline was enriched further, the gap between the drake blood and Shoujo would flip. Instead of matching, it would surpass. That was Michael's most direct path to an immediate and meaningful boost in overall strength. He looked at the pool for a moment longer, the layered colors shifting slowly in the underground light. "Sorry, Lucky," he said quietly. "Your turn will come." Michael had made his decision. Before making any further move toward the blood pool, Michael turned to search through the rest of the space. The bones and the pool were not the only things here. Shoujo had not been the kind of creature that discarded everything it took from defeated opponents. It had kept trophies. From Shoujo's memories Michael understood how the organization worked. It was relatively straightforward. Based on the opponent's level was where Shoujo stored the spoils. The lower-tier items had been thrown alongside the bones, scattered without particular care across the floor of the clearing. Michael ignored these temporarily as he moved through the space. He was looking for the special section. He found it without difficulty. The items here were arranged with a deliberateness that nothing else in the space aside from the pool shared. Michael stopped in front of them and looked. A familiar feeling moved through him. He had experienced it before, twice. That particular quality that certain items carried at the higher grades. These were all epic grade treasures. Michael stared at the collection in shock. Though he had gotten a vague impression of this section from Shoujo's memory, all he had gathered was that these things were valuable. He had not known they were epic grade valuable. Michael had 2 epic grade treasures himself, so he knew with certainty he was not mistaken about what he was looking at. Is this fate? What a terrifying thing. However, Michael had no business wanting anything to do with fate as a concept. It was certainly tempting to lean into, but he also understood the saying that ignorance was bliss. Sometimes ignorance was actually a form of protection. Is this the treasure that man used? Michael's gaze settled on a particular item with interest. It was from the legendary stage human. Even its placement among the others made it stand out. Michael reached out to it carefully. It was a golden scroll-like item covered in rune-like characters that Michael could not read, the symbols making him feel slightly dizzy just from looking at them too long. Without hesitation he cast the detect skill on it. Item name, Emperor's Aegis Decree. Grade, Epic Grade 2 star. Wait. It can't be. A suspicious thought rooted itself in Michael's mind as he retrieved a certain item from his storage ring. It was the treasure he had obtained from killing the Black Serpent Empire's prince, Roy. Item name, Emperor's Aegis Shell. Grade, Extraordinary Grade 3 star.